follow is a question to be put, or the process that will follow on this particular business is a question to be put for the House to be able to adopt this report. In its report, the committee indicates that the adjustments proposed under the estimates, that is the supplementary estimates, number 1 for the financial year 2025-2026, that is coming at a critical moment in the country's fiscal management, reveal the growing pressure that statutory expenditures, particularly public debt service, continue to impose on the national budget. They also bring into sharper focus the challenges of preserving fiscal sustainability while maintaining the government's capacity to finance essential public services and development priorities. There are recommendations that this committee has proposed. And in its review of the consolidated fund services expenditures, the committee held meetings with the Office of the Controller of Budget, the Central Bank of Kenya, and the National Treasury. And in these recommendations include that the national and economic planning expedites the development of the liability management policy and submit it to the National Assembly within 45 days. This is a policy, or rather that policy should ensure that all liability management operations are undertaken in a manner that one is in line with the support, or rather is in line and supports a fiscal consolidation plan, also expands the fiscal space, supports sectors necessary for economic growth, contributes to a 40% reduction in total public debt service obligations over a period of 3 years. And in addition to the use of commercial borrowing, consider an appropriate financing mix that includes semi-concessional loans and other concessional financing options in LMO transactions. Also, that the national and economic planning enhances transparency and accountability by ensuring that all public debt, especially domestic debt, is onboarded onto the Commonwealth Meridian Public Debt Management System, and this should be done within 60 days of the adoption of this report. The report is before the House. Consideration on it was done, and this afternoon the House will be voting on adopting it. So once it is adopted, then that will be marking those 60 days. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, as you can see, has already made his way into the chamber to preside over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetuonya nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, takusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao hajasawa umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Well, the quorum bell is underway. The prayer has already been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the House. Let's get back to taking a glimpse of that business which members, as they convene this afternoon, shall be transacting. Earlier on, had indicated to you that the consideration of the consolidated fund services and the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, a motion by the Public Debt and Privatization Committee that was considered or debate on it already took place on the floor of the House on Tuesday afternoon. This afternoon, the business is coming up for the question to be put for the House to be able to adopt this particular report. We had just started looking at some of the recommendations of the committee, and it also includes that the national and economic planning improves the timely disbursement of national government pension benefits to retired civil servants by 1, ensuring that pensioners benefit outstanding for more than 3 benefits outstanding for more than 3 months should be disbursed within 1 month of the adoption of this report. Equally, that all future pension benefits should be disbursed within 3 months of becoming due. So this is a report that is already before the House, and consideration on it was done on Tuesday. This afternoon, the question will be able to have the House adopt this particular report. Moving on to the other priority business is that a question will also be put regarding a motion on a delegation of the Kenyan delegations to the 147th, 148th, 149th, and 150th assemblies of the Inter-parliamentary Union, this is IPU, and related meetings. The dates these meetings, the 147th assembly was held in Luanda, Angola, from 23rd to 27th October 2023. The 148th assembly was held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 23rd to 27th March 2024. The 149th assembly held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 13th to 17th October 2024. The 150th assembly held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, from 5th to 9th April, the year 2025. Also, consideration on this particular report also was done, and this afternoon a question is to be put for those reports that were laid on the table of the House on different dates to be adopted. The members of the National Assembly shall this afternoon resume debate. This debate is on the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, sponsored by the leader of the majority party. Resumption of debate is coming up this afternoon after it was interrupted on Tuesday, April 14th, the year 2026. And this is a bill that basically seeks to establish a comprehensive legal framework to promote.
Honorable members, we now have quorum.
The quorum has been attained.
To transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Raso, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a communication on appointment of members to 4 mediation committees. Honorable members, as you are aware, Article 110 and 112 of the Constitution regarding consideration of ordinary bills concerning counties contemplate a bicameral legislative path, where such bills journey through both houses of Parliament prior to enactment. To this end, where the 2 houses of Parliament fail to concur on an ordinary bill concerning counties, the Constitution provides for a mediation process as an avenue for attempting to develop a version of the bill for consideration by the houses of Parliament. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to draw the attention of the House to the referral of 4 bills to mediation committees in accordance with Article 112 of the Constitution and the standing orders of the relevant House. They are the Election Offences Amendment Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 28 of 2024, which was referred to a mediation committee on 3rd March 2026, following the Senate's rejection of the National Assembly amendments to the bill. Members, this is one of the NADCO product bills. Number 2, the Fire and Rescue Services Professionals Bill, Senate Bill Number 55 of 2023, which stood referred to a mediation committee on Wednesday, 18th February 2026, following the National Assembly's rejection of the motion for second reading of the bill. Number 3, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 46 of 2022, which was remitted to a mediation committee on 19th November 2025, following the National Assembly's rejection of Senate amendments to the bill. 4, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 59 of 2022, which was committed to a mediation committee on 18th June 2025, following the National Assembly's rejection of the Senate amendments to the bill. Honorable members, Article 113(1) of the Constitution provides that wherever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of the 2 houses shall appoint an equal number of members from each house to attempt to develop a version of the bill that will be passed by both houses. Further, the National Assembly standing orders outline the procedure for appointment of members to such a committee. In this regard, having consulted with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, I have appointed members of the National Assembly to the mediation committees as follows. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Naomi, where is the nearest seat? Take the nearest seats. Thank you. Let me repeat, in this regard, honorable members, having consulted with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, have appointed members of the National Assembly to the respective mediation committees as follows. 1, Mediation Committee on the Election Offences Amendment Number 2 Bill, Senate Bills Number 28 of 2024. The Honorable Gitonga Murugara CBS MP, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse OGW MP, the Honorable Gladys Boss MGH MP, the Honorable Silvanos Osoro CBS MP, the Honorable John Makali MP, the Honorable Tom Joseph Kajwang CBS MP, the Honorable Beatrice Elachi CBS MP, the Honorable Harold Kipchumba MP, and the Honorable Abdikadir Mohammed MP. B, Mediation Committee on the Fire and Rescue Services Professionals Bill, Senate Bill Number 55 of 2023. The Honorable Peter Lochakapong, CBS MP, the Honorable Lisa Chelule, CBS MP, the Honorable Joseph Munyoro MP, the Honorable Charo Kazungu MP, the Honorable Esther Pasaris, OGW MP, the Honorable Fatuma Zainab, CBS MP, and the Honorable Jared Okello MP. C, Mediation Committee on the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 46 of 2022. the Honorable Omboko Milemba, CBS MP, the Honorable Rahim Daoud, CBS MP, the Honorable Rahab Mukami MP, the Honorable Doris Donye MP, the Honorable Fatuma Jeho MP, and D, Mediation Committee on the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 59 of 2022. The Honorable Rindikiri Muritania, CBS MP, the Honorable Jane Kagiri, OGW MP, the Honorable John Wanjiku MP, the Honorable Joseph Cherorot MP, the Honorable Zamzam Mohammed MP, the Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, CBS MP, the Honorable CS Irene Mayaka, MP. Honorable members, with respect to the Mediation Committee on the Election Offences Bill, Amendments number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, the Speaker of the Senate has notified that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1131 and Standing Orders 166, 2 of the Senate, he has appointed the following senators to the Mediation Committee. Senator Samson Kiprotich Cherargei MP, Senator Veronica Maina, CBS MP, Senator Rafael Chimera MP, Senator Essi Okenyuri Nyaituga MP, Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, CBS MP, Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang, CBS MP, Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo MP, Senator Mohammed Faki Mwinyihaji, CBS MP, and Senator Catherine Muma, CBS MP. Honorable members, the said Mediation Committee, having been fully constituted, should, as soon as is practicable, meet and commence the process of developing a version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution. Honorable members, the members appointed to the other mediation committees will await the appointment of senators for the respective committees to be fully constituted. Once I receive a message from the Senate to that effect, I'll convey the same to the House. Thereafter, the Mediation Committee will embark on an attempt to develop versions of the respective bills for consideration by the Houses of Parliament in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. We are accordingly informed and guided. As we remain there, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Little Lambs Schools from Kapseret, Uasin Gishu. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Take your seats, peoples. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome you to the House of Parliament alongside your teachers and any other people accompanying you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 15th April 2026, in the afternoon. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of 1, Agricultural Sector Development Support Program 2, CEDA Grant number 5110109, State Department for Agriculture. 2, Amani National Congress Party. 3, Ikuta Technical and Vocational College. 4, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. 5, Kakrao Technical and Vocational College. 6, Kitui East Technical and Vocational College. 7, People's Empowerment Party. 8, Pesti Vocational Training Center. 9, Subukia Technical and Vocational College. And 10, Ugunja Technical and Vocational College. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. Is this Honorable Mulyungi? Or is it Fatuma? Who is the chair? Is Fatuma in the House? Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. Absent. Fatuma, you are doing the wrong thing by engaging in conversations instead of doing your work. Call out order number 5 again.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee.
I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker. I was seated behind under instruction that I take the nearest seat.
The nearest seat does not block your ears.
That's true. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 15th April. The 19th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on examination of the report of audited accounts of selected funds.
Thank you. Next order, go back to order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Notice of motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motions: that this House adopts the 19th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the following funds laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 15th April 2026. 1. Equalization Fund for the financial year 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023. 2. Fish Levy Trust Fund for the financial year 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023. 3. Public Service Superannuation Fund for the financial year 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023. 4. State Office and Public Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund for the financial year 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022. 6. National Research Fund for the financial year 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025. 6. Petroleum Development Levy Fund for the financial year 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and Petroleum Levy Fund, Training Levy Fund for the financial year 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Fatuma. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, you recall we were to have the Minister for Water and Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Your Speaker received a letter from the said Minister requesting to be permitted not to be here today because he's accompanying His Excellency the President in a field trip to Kisii, Nyamira, a trip that has a bearing on his ministry. And your Speaker has acceded to that. So, Majority Leader, you schedule that minister plus the Minister for Education to next Wednesday. So members who had questions to the Minister for Education, who had earlier on made a similar request and I acceded, and the Minister for Water, be ready next Wednesday. Pauline Lenguris. Pauline Lenguris. She's not here. Professor Guyo Jaldesa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I raise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the reported establishment of a multi-agency security installation within Moyale constituency, Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, between 5th and 6th April 2026, the Wajir County Security Team held a press conference and proceeded to mark ground for the construction of a multi-agency security facility within Moyale constituency, Marsabit County. This action was undertaken without any consultations or involvement of the local leadership or relevant authorities in Marsabit County. The Sololo Sub-County security team visited the site and established that the marked area lies well within Mwaile constituency, based on the recognized district and provincial boundaries of 1992. It was further noted that the concerned area in question appears to be illegally occupied by armed groups raising serious security concerns. Honorable Speaker, this unilateral action by Wajir County authorities amounts to an encroachment on the territorial jurisdictions of Marsabit County and pose a significant threat to the local, long-standing peaceful coexistence among communities in the region. If left unaddressed, the situation is likely to heighten tension, disrupt social harmony, and potentially trigger inter-county conflict. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Report on the basis under which the Wajir County Security Team undertook actions that appear to alter or disregard the established administrative boundaries between Wajir and Marsabit counties. The source of funding for the proposed multi-agency security project and whether due process, including consultations with the local leadership of Marsabit County, was followed, and the immediate measures being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to halt the ongoing activities and ensure the withdrawal of any unauthorized personnel or operations from Moyale constituency. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Professor, by armed groups, you mean legitimate state
Illegitimate,
agencies?
illegal local armed gangs, manned from Wajir constituencies.
Tongoyo, that's a very serious allegation. Yes, Russell?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what Professor Guyo there raises is a serious security concern. When CDF funds are used to construct police stations in constituencies in other counties, and also using militias to guard that facility, then it means that facility does not really belong to the government, whether it is national or the county government. So for that reason, although the administrative officers, both in Wajir and Marsabit, have asked that building or construction to be stopped, I think the individuals who are doing what they are doing because of expansion are continuing with that construction. So for that reason, Honorable Speaker, our people are likely to fight over this particular incident. And to avert it, I think the Committee of Security must move with speed so that there's no fighting and the administrators take control of the situation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, we should appreciate that Russell come from the same county and maybe probably has got a privy information to the same. But having said this, Honorable Speaker, we had already summoned called the CS to appear before the committee on the 21st over the issue of goons in the country and largely the insecurity. And I will ask your guidance if we can slate the same question to be responded to by the CS on the 21st. And have the concerned member probably also appear.
21st, that's next week.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Professor, appear before the committee.
Well guided,
On
Speaker.
21st. That notwithstanding, you must bring a written response to the House. Because
Well
now
guided,
the question belongs to the floor.
I will, Honorable
Yes.
Speaker.
So if you can bring a response after 21st. 21st is which day of the week next week? Tuesday. Can you then bring a written response to the House on Thursday?
Obliged, Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Russell?
Speaker, we will abide by your guidance, but our request to the chairman is let construction on that site stop until a decision will have made from the center. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairman, you hear your Vice Chair?
Yeah, I do, Speaker, but you know, of course, my mandate doesn't reach there. But I think it's one of the considerations we'll be putting across. And Speaker, from what you hear, is actually the colleagues have been pointing the finger to one of us in this House. So maybe it somehow also you...
Who?
I think they're ready to
anybody
disclose.
mention.
They're ready to disclose, Honorable Speaker.
I do not
I'm
want
sure you are
you
in the-
to... Yes, Jaldesa, you know the standing orders. No adverse reference to your colleagues without...
I'm not saying any adverse mention of any member of parliament, but the area that we have conflict in is between me, my constituency, and the constituency of elders.
Good enough. You can invite the elders member to that committee as well, if he has anything to do with it. Next, Justice Kemei has told me to stay his question, and I've agreed his request. Joshua Kandia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works regarding the lack of urban planning and regulation of construction of high-rise buildings in the country. Honorable Speaker, Nairobi City County is among the mostly densely populated and highly urbanized county in Kenya. It has experienced unprecedented growth over the first few decades, with more people migrating to the city for job opportunities, among other factors. This has resulted to expansion of housing, roads, and commercial developments to meet the demands of the population. It is, however, unfortunate that this urban development, which infrastructures such as drainage and sewerage systems, concerns have been raised regarding inadequate oversight by the relevant national government authorities in regulating construction of high-rise buildings in Nairobi County. As a result, some developments have been undertaken without adequate sewerage and drainage infrastructure, while others have encroached on riparian land. Honorable Speaker, regrettably, the lack of proper urban planning and inappropriate construction of high-rise buildings has contributed to recurrent flooding, resulting in loss of life and destruction of property. While issuance of construction permits and enforcement of compliance with approved building standards is largely a devolved function, the national government retains the responsibility of coordinating of urban planning by the counties. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works on the following. 1, the measures put in place by the government to ensure oversight of the construction of high-rise buildings in Kenya, including enforcement of approved planning standards and compliance with building regulations. 2, the steps being undertaken to improve existing policies governing implementation of drainage and sewerage systems in Kenya to match the rapid urbanization. And 3, the actions taken to enhance urban planning and coordination between relevant national and county authorities to ensure that corresponding essential infrastructure such as drainage and sewerage systems are adequately integrated in high-rise urban developments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Housing. The acting chair Housing, Wapi Rindikiri. Any member of that committee? Yes.
Caleb.
Yes, Caleb.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Member for Machakos.
Yes, member for Machakos.
Yes, can you bring a response in 2 weeks?
Chair, well guided. Honorable Speaker, I'm well guided and I'll inform the acting chairperson, Honorable Indikiri.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pauline Lenguris, I called you twice before.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for coming late. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing orders 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding insecurity in Samburu County. Honorable Speaker, there have been recurrent cases of insecurity and livestock raiding in Samburu County, causing loss of life, destruction of property, and displacement of residents. These incidents continue to disrupt livelihood and heighten fear among communities. Notably, on 13th April 2026, armed bandits alleged to have originated from neighboring Baringo County attacked the residents of Lorian Village, Morijo sublocation in Samburu County, and fatally shot Mr. Anthony Lanaper of ID number and raided more than 700 livestock. This incident reflects the persistent and escalating insecurity, thereby undermining peace, stability, and economic sustenance in pastoral communities. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the circumstances surrounding the attack in Lorian Village, Samburu County, which led to the murder of Mr. Anthony Lanaper, including the reasons for failure by police to forestall the attack. Second, the measures being taken to apprehend the perpetrators and recover the stolen livestock. Number 3, the immediate intervention to enhance security in the affected area, particularly in Lorian Village and other areas affected by insecurity in Samburu County along the Suguta Valley communities living there. 4, long-term strategies in place to curb recurrent banditry and cattle wrestling and cross-border attacks in Samburu County and neighboring regions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Tongoyo.
Honorable Speaker, I need also your indulgence if we can lump together the same question, since the Minister will be addressing the issue of insecurity in the country, and Samburu is a perfect case, actually, of what has been.
In the committee.
Yes, and still submit the same on
Pauline, you can appear before the committee on Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Next week, right?
Next week, 10th. On Tuesday, 10 a.m.
Yes. In the mini chamber, County Hall. Yes, is that a mother? Yes, a member for Turkana Central, is it? Go ahead. You want to joyride on this?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As at now, there is the Special Operations Group in these regions, in these areas, Honorable Speaker. And cattle or livestock theft, banditry is ongoing, even when we have SOG on the ground. Turkana East, Turkana South is faced by the same issue. And we are wondering, why is this continuing when government has spent a lot on the ground to train SOG and even to flush out some of these groups, but still we are experiencing death and loss of livestock, Honorable Speaker. It is too unfortunate. Are we dealing with this vice, or we are encouraging? Honorable Speaker, as at now, there are so many raids that are ongoing. Turkana East is the most affected as at now, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Mama Zamzam. You want to joyride on that as well?
Yes. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana. Na mimi niweze kusema usalama wa taifa ni muhimu sana, na si vizuri tukiona watu wanakufa kiolela kwa sababu pengine ile kama vile dadangu wa women rep amezungumza. Inasikitisha sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Vitengo vya usalama lazima kuangalia kwa maisha ya Mkenya inaangaliwa vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Katika Mombasa County pia Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia tuna vifo vingi, watoto wanapotea. Juzi watoto wamepotea, watoto 14, wawili wamepatikana wamekufa. Kuna mwingine Gloria alipatikana amefanywa vibaya amekufa. Na hawa wanaofanya hivi vitu Mheshimiwa Spika hawapatikani wakati tuna vitengo vya usalama Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi nakemea sana na nasema vitengo vya usalama, lakini pia niweze kumpongeza regional commander wetu wa Coast Alinunu kwa kazi nzuri ambayo anafanya, manake huyu mtoto mmoja ambaye aliuawa amefanya bidii, amepata yule jamaa yuko ndani. Lakini hawa wengine ambao wameuliwa Mheshimiwa Spika, na mama mmoja kule Likoni anaitwa Beatrice aliuliwa na mtoto wake akiwa mjamzito, ni vitu ambavyo vinasikitisha. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza kuita Ministry for Interior muangalie haya masuala, mufuatilie, na mimi nitakuja kutoa official statement katika bunge hili kuhusu mambo ya Mombasa. Lakini pongezi sana Mama County kwa kuweza kuangazia sehemu yako na tunakusupport. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante Mama Zamzam. Watoto 14 wamepotea, 3 wamepatikana, unamsifu polisi. Hiyo inaenda sambamba kweli? Yes, Mama Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, najua ni dhiki, lakini miaka ya nyuma tulikuwa 3 wapati wale. Ameanza juzi, kwa huyu wa juzi amepatikana, wamepata lomuua. Kwa hiyo namsifu ili aendelee kwa sababu hawajawahi kupatikana tukiwa hapo nyuma. Toka aje anafukuzana nao, lakini waweke kasi tupate hawa watoto waliouliwa, hawa wengine nani amewaua na hawa waliopotea wako wapi? Ni vitengo vya usalama viangalia. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Karido. Honorable Karido.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of rustling and insecurity is becoming a real problem, especially in Igembe Central. Mr. Speaker, it's really worrying. Even when we have an operation going on, still these rustlers can cross over from a different county and cross and come and kill our people and steal our animals. We challenge the government. We don't know what is not happening, and it's really threatening. Because now we are told the operation is going on. And you can see through the media that the operation is going on. But still the rustlers come every day. Even last week, we had rustlers in our area. They came and took our animals and injured people and killed 1 person. This has been going on for a while. Mr. Speaker, we want the Interior Ministry to be serious on this note. We want them to act harder than they were working. They should close all loopholes, because it appears as if someone is sleeping on his job somewhere. We have a very big government, and then we have a threat from very few rustlers who come and harass us every day in and day out. Mr. Speaker, the chairman should tell us, should request the ministry to tell us what is not happening and what is supposed to be happening.
Yes, Osero. Pauline, you want to joyride on your own statement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a specific section within the police called the Anti-Stock Theft Unit. I have an anti-stock theft unit in my constituency. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, they do not operate independently, because sometimes they don't have vehicles, they don't have ammunition, and it is up to maybe the area MP or somebody to organize. In my constituency, for instance, last week we had 2-3 incidences of about 4 or 5 livestock that disappeared. Mr. Speaker, I had to hire vehicles for them to actually go and track the animals. And specifically in Burabu, my constituency, whenever cattle are stolen, there is a small forest, which we don't know whether it is government or it's not. It's called Kipsingei Forest. Whenever cattle are stolen, we just go to Kipsingei Forest and we find them there. Now, we're asking the government, if it is not a gazetted forest, or if it is one, it should actually be fenced, so that any time any rustler is, any animal thief is, is heading towards the forest, at least there are some forest guards there. So mine is to encourage, especially the ministry. The anti-stock theft, they are very good, they are trained. But the truth is, they are ill-equipped, they don't have gadgets for operation, and they don't have vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kumondare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of cattle rustling is becoming very serious. And Mr. Speaker, Monday, Samburu is also attacked, and we lost so many animals. And Mr. Speaker, it has become just normal that when animals are stolen, nobody even follow up to return. And we have so many people who are affected. So I think, Mr. Speaker, the government should take serious measures. We are losing lives and properties. So, Mr. Speaker, it is affecting all of us, and we really need the government to work and protect the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I brought a bill regarding stock theft, livestock stock theft, and what the honorable member from Samburu is saying, we are laying the blame to our neighbors because livestock has been stolen from Meru County, and it finds its way passing through Isiolo up to Samburu County, whereas when the Minister for Interior says this is a disturbed area, the governor refuses. He says he will not accept it being a disturbed area. So he is not accepting that operation should be held in that county. So I think we need to be honest with ourselves. We need to stop our people coming to do castle rustling, find an ATM in Meru County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Rendikiri.
Mr. Speaker, it is very hurting to hear my very good friend, a man I hold with a lot of respect, saying that people are being mugged or killed, knowing very well he is going to stand as a governor. Mr. Speaker, if we have a governor like the one of Isiolo who says he is going to start with the verdict, governor of Samburu, he is going to stand with the verdict, then we are losing it in leadership. Mr. Speaker, Meru County has 5 constituencies that are affected by cattle rustling. Bole, Tigania West, Tigania East, Igembe Central, Igembe North. And these animals find their way in Samburu, and they are known where they are. But because of no cooperation with Samburu County leadership, this menace has continued to exist. The areas that the government has gazetted, much of it is in Samburu East, where the Honorable Member of Parliament is, and he knows the truth. The truth is bitter. We are continuing asking the government to stand firm. The gazetted area, animals have started being brought back, Mr. Speaker. And they're all coming from Samburu, unless there is another Samburu anywhere else. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is the problem?
Mr. Speaker, the member who spoke, see, in order to refer Mr. Speaker that all the animals stolen find their way in Samburu. And Mr. Speaker, it is not true to say that all people who are stealing are from Samburu. And Mr. Speaker, it is wrong, and that is why we are missing the point. I want to inform the member, there are even Samburus in Isiolo. You cannot stand and say the Samburus who are maybe stealing from that other point, there are Samburu people in all other places. And by the way, they are not thieves, all of them. It is wrong to murder the community like that. Thank you.
There is no evidence before this house that Samburus are cattle rustlers. Yes, Dorothy?
Thank you.
Karido, what is it?
Speaker,
Dorothy, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, all the times that we have raiders invading Meru, all those who have been killed are Samburus. There's not a single, we have killed, the police officers and security enforcers have killed any other tribe coming to steal our animals from Meru. It's only Samburus who have been killed, and in most cases, they are Samburus from Samburu East. And we have evidence. Even those who have been arrested are from Samburu and Samburu East. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member should not defend his people. He should accept the reality that his people are the renters who have been renting Meru all along. We have
order, Dorothy. Dorothy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a very fluid topic that we are discussing this afternoon. And Honorable Speaker, cattle rustling, cattle theft is a matter of national importance. Honorable Speaker, we are talking like we only rule animals and not people. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the loss of human beings and the loss of cattle. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say, without any tone of doubt, Honorable Speaker, the Meru community has suffered. And Honorable Speaker, when we talk about operation, we are calling upon the government without even saying this is the area where cattle go, this is the area we know our cattle has been stolen. And what we want is to say, let operation be done. If it extends to Samburu East or wherever, we want our animals and our people dead or alive. And Honorable Speaker, we cannot accept that to continue.
Honorable Tongoyo, I hope you have listened to the passion with which members have prosecuted this statement. So when the minister appears before you on Tuesday, members with issues, whether you are Samburu or Meru, go before the committee on Tuesday. The minister will be in the mini chamber with the committee and prosecute your case. Mutunga, I want to close this. Yes, Mutunga, what is it?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, when we speak of a community, we are not here to brand a community. We have had sessions where wazee or old men from this community ask us to sit down and discuss how to repay our animals that have been stolen. And people are killed in these processes. Whenever they want little money, they come for a few animals or sheep and goats. Whenever they want a lot, they come for 150, 250, 300, 500, 700. Honorable Speaker, one day I lost 708 animals. The ends of cattle. Honorable Speaker, we have lost over 15,000 ends of cattle from Meru. That's around 1.5 billion from our poor community. And they are all going to Sololipi, to some Milimawat in Samburu East. So why are we saying there are Samburus? Several people have lost their phones. The phone has evidence of the owner. They have lost ID cards. The ID cards have the names of the owners. We are calling upon the government to use the available evidence to follow these fellows. They come from some locations. Chiefs know them. Assistant chiefs know them. The village elders know them. Where are they being kept out? And then you can see a governor unashamedly standing before Kenya and before the entire world saying, I will protect thieves. What kind of a governor is that? Who can stand and protect thieves in this country other than the Samburus? Honorable Speaker, we know them, we can name them, and we have evidence.
Frey? Give to her, Joe. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very interesting conversation. I just thought it was just about the pastoralist community, but it looks like it's a national issue. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we say the kettle calls the pot black. It's like kettle calling the pot black. I've had an issue. We have lost over 25 camels for the past 35 days. And we have been in Samburu. Our people have been camping in Samburu, and they brought back 6 camels. Mr. Speaker, from the conversation, this is not just a pastoralist issue, but it's a national issue. We are asking the security team to fast-track these camels and the cows that are missing and to be brought back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker,
you are a former Interior Minister. How did you used to do it?
Yeah, having seen that, Mr. Speaker, you know, the most substantial part of our northern Kenya, and that includes the northeast of Kenya, has a lot of issues on stock theft. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is not good to profile one community, because the Samburus are also victims of other communities towards the north. And when you look, Mr. Speaker, you have been a magistrate. When you go to Meru Court today, you will find that there are thieves who have been prosecuted by the government, and they have been found guilty of stealing cows. And they are not Samburus. So these thieves are from everywhere. I think let us limit the tribal element in it. Let's let the minister come and tell us whatever color of tribe they have, why are they not arresting these thieves? Because I'm very, very sure that some Samburu cows have found their way in Meru, and that those have been prosecuted in Meru courts. These other ones should also be prosecuted where they are. And the other communities that are also harassing the Samburus should stop harassing the Samburus.
Yes, thank you. Taitumu, you've kept your hand in the air for the last 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been raising it because this is a very emotive issue. And it is ironical to hear a member saying that there are no castle wrestling happening in Meru due to Samburus who have been raiding day in, day out for 3 years continuously. And when we hear about operation, it's not an operation, it's a mockery to the intellect of the Meru. And I would implore the minister that on Wednesday, let him come with the evidence of how many cases have been prosecuted in Samburu, whereby Merus have been there trying to raid their animals. Because every day, every week, we must have a raid. And when these animals are drawn, they cross River Wasunjiro. And when they cross it, we hear about Mulima Vendera and so on being mentioned now and then. My question is, where is Mulima Vendera? Is it in Uganda or Tanzania? So the animals that are owned up there, we have heard about this operation, which I'm saying is a mockery and not an operation. Day in, day out, there are cases in Samburu, and there has never been a case of Samburus in Meru trying to get their animals that have been rendered to Meru. So Samburu East is where all the Meru animals from northern grazing area have been owned up. But the government has been very lenient. And we are saying the government has been favoring them. And the time has come, the government to lay the fact bare, to know who is rendering animals from who.
Last, Naomi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. This is a very important matter that we are debating on, because some of us come from those areas that are suffering. Because cattle rustling and losing property and people has become, kind of our lifestyle. Honorable Speaker, 3 weeks ago, we lost people in Marsabit, and the raiders were killed. They collected the ID cards, and the government knew where they're coming from. Nobody even came and collected the dead bodies, and yet the areas they come from, the communities they come from is well known. So the problem the Meru people are having, we are also experiencing in Marsabit. Can our government take serious action to protect the lives of our people and also our properties and the cattle that they have? Because these people have no bank account and they have nothing. In fact, it is very sad, because one of the persons we lost is a young person, and he has a very young family. He lost his father in the same case, and his grandfather. So he's the third person now to die from that family. It is very unfortunate that the government is not taking action, and the minister should come and explain to all of us why they are protecting certain communities. Thank you.
Yes, Tongoyo, you've heard that tirade.
Speaker, and I know, of course, the interest is massive. But Speaker, I don't want to really preempt what the minister will say, but I want to give the country hope. We all know what was happening in the Kerio Valley, in the North Rift, in the Tiati, and the members of Baringo are here, and they can confirm that the guns had gone silent. So I know the problem in Meru and the rest of the country, with the state agencies are up to the task, but I will still call all of us, those who will get time, to be there on Tuesday, so that they can able to interrogate the minister and the IG.
Next response, Chair Transport. Chair Transport, GK. Are you ready to respond to Bernard Kitur's statement request? Is Bernard Kitur in the house? Yes. Can you give him a working mic? What has happened to the mic? The mics are not working. Give him another mic where he's standing now.
Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, the member for Nandi Hills, Honorable Bernard Kitu, MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the expansion of the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the Honorable Kitu sought to establish, among other things, one, immediate measures that the ministry has taken to ensure the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road can adequately handle the increasing traffic volume, and number two, expected timelines for expanding the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road to support a fast growing volume of traffic. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport through the Clerk of the National Assembly, which I now wish to make. One, regarding the immediate measures that the ministry has taken to ensure the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road can adequately handle the increasing traffic volume. The ministry, through KENHA, continues to maintain the road and currently has 3 ongoing contracts as follows. Performance-based contract for the maintenance of Eldoret Kapsabet Shebaba with the MS Pini Agency Limited. The contract period is from 11th June 2025 to 10th June of 2028. And at a contract sum of 302.6 million Kenya shillings. The scope includes river drenching, protection works, shoulder reinstatement, road furniture maintenance and repair, potholes patching, culverts and drainage work. The contractor will carry out a 20-kilometer road widening from Chebaba to Mosoriot and build 1.5-meter shoulders on both sides of the carriageway. And Honorable Speaker, works are ongoing. B, performance-based contract for the maintenance of Kapsabet Sonoi with MS Pioneer Engineering and Construction Limited. And the contract period is from 14th August 2025 to 13th August 2027 at a contract sum of Kenya shillings 152.3. The scope includes protection works, culverts, drainage work, localized sub-base and base repairs, pothole patching, and SC Type 1 overlay on selected sections, and road marking and road signs. And Honorable Speaker, works are ongoing. C, periodic maintenance of Chepsonoi, Shamahoho, Shavakari with MS Wolf Paving Works Kenya Limited. The contract period is from 9th June 2025 to 8 June 2028 at a contract sum of Kenya shillings 469.4 million. And the scope includes protection works, culverts and drainage works, and shoulder reinstatement, localized sub-base and base repairs, pothole patching, AC Type 1 overlay, and surface dressing, and road marking and road signs. And works are ongoing. Honorable Speaker, regarding expected timelines for expanding the Eldoret-Shamahoho Road to support fast-growing volume of traffic, the ministry submitted that Kenya has completed the redesign of the 55-kilometer Moiben Junction, Eldoret Town, Eldoret Airport, Mlango Shopping Center, B16/B8, Kapsabet Road. And the design proposes drawing of the 27-kilometer section from Moiben Junction to Eldoret Airport. It proposes a 7-meter single carriageway on the rest of the stretch and 2-meter shoulders on each side of the whole way to Mlango. Honorable Speaker, additionally, Kenya has advertised on MyGov dated 24th February this year for consultancy services for preliminary engineering design for Shavakari, Kapsabet, Eldoret Road, which is approximately 100 kilometers, and associated civil works for fiber optic cable. The outcome of this design will inform the detailed engineering design for consideration. Honorable Speaker, I do submit. Thank you.
Bernard Kitur.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Chairperson, for the response. That response, definitely, Honorable Speaker, is not factual based on the evidence on ground. And the reason why I brought this question to the floor of the House, Honorable Speaker, is because of these proposals that had been made that a 55-kilometer stretch from Moiben Junction to Eldoret Town, Eldoret Airport, up to Mlango was only being designed. And now, indicating that there is another design that is proposed to then dual 27 kilometers of the same stretch, I think in the response is a bit confusing. Are we talking about 55 kilometers or we are talking about 27 kilometers? But that not belabored, Honorable Speaker, from Chebarbar all the way to Eldoret, the 20 kilometers widening, actually Chebarbar to Mosoriot, where it is indicating that there's a 20 kilometers widening. This is a contract that was given in 2025 June. To date, Honorable Speaker, it's only after we presented this question in the floor of the House that they began the shouldering of the 1.5 meters on both sides, but that only has been done from Chebarbar to Kosirai. And so the widening of the road has not been done. Therefore, this response in itself is not factual and not satisfactory, Honorable Speaker. The other bit from Kapsabet to Chepsonoi, I think, Honorable Speaker, you will allow my colleague, Honorable Marianne Ketan, who uses that road oftenly, to state that portion of what is going on.
You have no right to solicit for any member to speak.
Because of our interest, Honorable Speaker. But basically what I was saying, Honorable Speaker, I think that the response is not satisfactory at all.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dick Maungu.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to what the chairman was saying. I happen to come from Vihiga County, and Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Kitur has just said is actually true. The statement is far from being correct in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, this is a road that has been a nightmare, especially for those of us who come from Western Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it is the only road that connects Vihiga County to Eldoret, and the only county that connects the western part, Mr. Speaker, to Nandi County and Uasin Gishu County. And Mr. Speaker, it's a total nightmare for those of us traveling, be it business or any other thing, Mr. Speaker, from the western part to the Rift Valley, Mr. Speaker. I wish the chairman would be more magnanimous to tell us what exactly is happening, because as we speak now, from a place known as Chamahoko, from Chavakali all the way to Mahoko, we can say that that place is okay. But between Chamahoko all the way towards Kapsabet, it's a nightmare. There are deep gullies on the road, and there's a contractor who was working along, and this contractor excavated deep cuts beside the roads, and those cuts have been left, Mr. Speaker. 2 months ago, we lost 3 young school-going kids who were run over by a vehicle on the same stretch. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish that the chairman becomes a bit more specific and intentional in his report, because what is given us, Mr. Speaker, does not really add much value to that. Thank you.
Member for Aldai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to comment on both roads. The first one, this one from Chebarbar to Mosoriot. The contract, as read by the chairman of Transport Committee, says that the road was supposed to be expanded and then the shoulders repaired. They only did, I think after the member for Nandi Hills raised the issue, only did the shoulders between Chebarbar and Kosirai, and the expansion of that road has not been done. You'll note, Honorable Speaker, that that road requires an expansion because of the kind of traffic that happens between Kapsabet and Mosoriot. And there's been so many accidents that happen, especially there's a river, not a river, a swamp, that causes a lot of problem, especially now that it is raining, that the rains almost come and cover the bridge. And if they had done this, I think that should have been sorted out. On the road from Shamahoho to Kapsabet, just like Mheshimiwa Dick Maungu has said, the contractor came and dug the sides, deep cuts, and left them. And therefore, if you travel there for the first time at night, chances are you will veer off the road and roll, because the sides are very deep. And then on the center of the road, they cut it in the hope that they'll come and repair and then put an overlay, as the Honorable Chair for Transport has said. And that was done and left. So therefore, the road is worse off than it was even last year. We wish that they shouldn't have done that if they were not willing or they were not able to proceed to the very end. Because the way the road is right now, Honorable Speaker, is worse off from how it was before. And therefore, the response from Honorable Chair, I don't think is adequate for these particular issues. Thank you, Speaker.
GK, Chairman, have you brought
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am happy to note that the honorable members who come from that area have their facts and they are concerned with the pace of work and the design of the said roads. So, Honorable Speaker, we request, because we have a planned meeting as a committee with the Minister in the first week of next month, that you allow the members to visit the committee to attend the session, and we will have this as one of the agendas for that meeting, and we will have it discussed in details, because I don't want to say that the minister has not given factual information. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order. Yes, Beatrice Kamei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I stand to bring to your attention that on 2nd of April, I requested for a statement. And regarding the circumstances surrounding the burial of multiple unidentified bodies at the Kericho County Cemetery. And Honorable Speaker, you gave a directive that on 9th, which was on a Thursday, and the chairman should respond to the same. And now it's another week, and he's not responded. Honorable Speaker.
It was the chairman health, right? Or was it security?
It was two, chairman health and then security. And Honorable Speaker, I feel unhappy that records are not kept in this. Maybe those who are supposed to respond, and there's no information about the same. And this issue, Honorable Speaker, has taken very long. And if we delay more, it will be overtaken by events. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm wondering why it has taken that long. Thank you.
Yes, Tongoyo.
It's true, Honorable Speaker. We have.
I had paired you with health.
Yeah, but
Right.
in regards to what was come from my end,
Yes.
it is still among the few 15 statements that are pending.
When can you bring?
Let me try to sit here. Today is Wednesday. Because the problem is not signed. I think there's already a report, but the problem is a signature from the Minister of the PS. So maybe Tuesday, Honorable Speaker.
We give you Tuesday?
Yes, please.
I know that Honorable Nyekal, whom I
Yeah, it's
paired
been
you
bereaved.
with, is bereaved.
Yeah.
So you can deal with both the health and the security aspects.
I don't know. Maybe why don't you kindly give the vice or somebody from the health?
Who is the
to-
vice chair of health? Betsimba, are you in the committee of health? Pauline, you are in health. So liaise with your committee on Tuesday. You bring a composite response on matters health and security. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next order. Yes, Betsimba, what is it?
Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi nimesimama kukumbusha ama kwa malalamishi kama haya mwenzangu aliyozungumzia hapa. Kabla tuende kwa likizo fupi, nilisoma statement ambayo ilikuwa iko katika Department ya Education, na ulitoa ruling ya kwamba immediately tukirudi kutoka kwa likizo nisomewe response. But up to now hakuna chochote ambacho mimi nimeelezwa.
Anybody from health?
Education.
Education, sorry. Owen, Bayer. Oh, yes, Eve Obara.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We'll follow up and
We
revert.
said immediately from the short recess.
Yes,
We
as soon as we are
resumed
back from
yesterday.
recess. Thank
When
you.
can you bring?
1 week after we resume from recess, Mr. Speaker.
So next week?
Yes.
Wednesday afternoon?
Yes, Mr.
No,
Speaker.
Wednesday afternoon is loaded with 2 ministers, so bring on Tuesday afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Yes, member for Turukana from Loima, sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also have the same concern as to the same like the member for Honorable Betsimba. Honorable Speaker, last week or 2 weeks ago, myself and Honorable Kitur were to attend a committee meeting where the CS for roads was to attend so that they can be able to answer our statement. And Honorable Speaker, I'm only seeing that Honorable Kitur statement has been responded and mine has not been responded. And this actually, I asked it like 1 month ago. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
GK, you are supposed to respond to the request from member for Loima. When can you?
In 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
No, you have already consumed 2 weeks.
Yes, we need additional time, Honorable Speaker. so to avail.
Next week, Thursday?
Yes.
Okay. Next order. Yes, yes, Mombasa Raha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is the same matter as well. I was expecting our chair, the chair for security, Tongo, to have responded to the question. It's been over 3 to 4 weeks now. Thank you.
Tongoyo. When is the response ready?
Kindly, Honorable Speaker, maybe I need to be reminded which question specifically it
What
was.
did you ask about, Honorable Member?
It was in regards to the mounting of roadblocks across the country.
Roadblocks everywhere, yes, I remember.
Also known as toll stations.
Yeah, I know his interest because he's in transport industry. Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding, unfortunately, it's among the still pending ones. Let me try also to get the response next week.
Next week?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
Nakuru Town East.
Mr. Speaker, I hear the sentiment of honorable members, but at the same time, honorable Speaker, my committee has 3 responses that we are ready to be able to give, but it has not been scheduled. It's important for the the clerk's office to be giving us a schedule as to when we can. We have 3 responses that we would want to, actually they are
You can
all
also help, Honorable Gikaria. Your committee clerk should go to the desk office and also file information about statements that are ready.
He told me he did that.
He did that?
Yes, that's what
Clerk
he told me.
Ndombi, you make sure those 3 are listed for tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And be ready to.
I will be here,
give them
Honorable
tomorrow.
Speaker.
Pauline?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also had a statement before we break for the recess to the Department of Tourism and Wildlife concerning the 3 women who were killed by an elephant. And up to now, I have not had the response, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, where is Kareke? Any member from tourism? Yes. Elizabeth Kailemia. Is the statement ready?
The statement is not ready. However, I'll be able to deliver the message to our chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For when?
I really can't give
I
a
give you
time.
Tuesday.
Okay.
Tell your chairman to respond on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Next
Speaker.
order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-26. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates for financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion, reports of Kenya delegations to the 147th, 148th, 149th, and 150th assemblies of the Inter-parliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. Question to be put.
Order Taitumu, take your seat. Oh, that's not Taitumu? No. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House notes the reports of the Kenya delegation to the assemblies of Inter-parliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings as follows. 1. 147th Assembly held in Luanda, Angola on 23rd to 27th October 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026. 2. 148th Assembly held in Geneva, Switzerland from 23rd to 27th March 2024, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 18th September 2024. 3. 149th Assembly held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 13th to 17th October 2024, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th December 2024. And 4. 150th Assembly held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, from 5th to 9th April 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th October 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, second reading, resumption of debate.
Zambia is in the House. Thaddeus Zambia, member for Kilome. He had 2 minutes to go. Remainder of the time forfeited. Gertrude Mbeyu, Gitonga Murugara, you are not for that. Ekomas Mutuse, are you for this? John Mutunga, Rindigiri Mugambi. Why are you on the screen? Yusuf Hassan, Anton Kibagendi. Are you for this? No. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, this is a very important bill, the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, which we moved yesterday. And probably I need to recap for members to follow.
No, you have under what provisions?
Under your discretion or standing order number 1.
I will not exercise that discretion. Shakil Shabir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for allowing us to debate this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, this healthcare bill that has been put to the House, it proposes a new body called the Quality Health Care Patient Safety Authority. And the roles of this particular authority is to license hospitals, accredit facilities, inspect and audit, enforce compliance.
As a matter of interest, Honorable Shakil, why are you wearing 2 pairs of spectacles?
Oh, beg your pardon, sir. One is my reading glasses. I am now an old man, sir. 72 years old, and I'm getting to, it's now causing me a problem.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
go ahead.
sir, I apologize. Inspect and audit, enforce compliance, handle complaints, and set national standards. But I thought the Kenya Medical Practice Dental Board and even SHA and the Ministry of Health were actually playing those roles. The Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dental.
It's called Kenya Medical Dentists and Medical Practitioners.
That's correct, Board. Yes, sir. I got that wrong. So does it mean that this bill is scrapping those existing bodies? The new authority that will have duplicate roles to the existing bodies is another creation of a layer of offices and another budget. The appointments of the CEO and top officials of this new authority is to be appointed by the CS Health. The CEO is to be appointed as well. What is happening is we are creating a new authority, sir, a new position, sir, new executive, and it's all funded by the taxman. And as much as I understand and agree that this might have been intended towards health management systems, and meaning county, and the county roles are here, and of course there is a very important issue. There's a Quality Healthcare Patient Safety Bill. I do not agree that there needs to be a new authority to do this. And even if you have that authority, does it also cover the health, the up to level 5 hospitals which are under the county. It does appear to me, sir, that, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the intention might be good, but the way it is framed leaves a lot of questions as to whether we are now duplicating the roles and whether there has been a vote of no confidence in the Kenya medical dentist practitioners and the other authorities like the ministry and others who have been looking after our health. It is also important, sir, that this particular bill covers patient safety. It's a patient safety bill. It lays out certain requirements of patients who are seeking healthcare services from a health facility. Now, it doesn't say hospital, it says health facility, and these rights are to be read provided under the Health Act, Cap 241. The rights include the right of safe and quality care, the right to timely and effective care, the right to safe and accessible health services, the right to safe processes. All of these things, I thought, in my ignorance, perhaps they were already covered under the Health Act of the Health Act Cap 241. It appears also, it now provides for process of registration, licensing and accreditation of health services. I thought that was put under another body, was to look at all of this. The authority can order suspension and revocation of certificates of the health authorities. Now, I have gone through this bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm finding some of the items that are put through are very, very good. But my main concern about this bill is it's quite a voluminous bill. And my main concern is the fact that we seem to have duplicated, and we might be just going the same way as we went for SHA. SHA is a very good initiative which should have been running together with NHIF, and it would have transitioned from there. I wonder whether we are going back here and taking back all the healthcare control from county and the other authorities whose job it is to monitor and to lay this thing out so that the care of patient safety bill is there. So I would have probably been very happy if this was reduced from quality health care and patient safety bill 2025 without the issue of another authority to follow up on these issues. If there is another authority, what about the Ministry of Health and the various departments who are actually there to ensure patient safety and quality assurance measures? Mr. Speaker, sir, there are times and many times that we have found the citizens of Kenya going to a health facility for emergency care. They're not allowed to come in, and they're immediately pushed out. If you go to Nairobi Hospital with emergency care, and if you do not have SHA, they don't serve you well. As a matter of fact, they don't serve you some of the private bodies. There's also the issue of mortuary and the release of bodies, Mr. Speaker, sir. Under patient quality, patient safety and health quality, why will the institutions continue to hold a body which is of no use to them and allow the family to suffer? Mr. Speaker, sir, there have been many, many times our bodies of my constituents have been held at an authority and at a health facility, and we have tried to talk to them. I know 2 cases, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we said we agreed with the parents, with the family. There was no point of trying to find 5 million or 3 million shillings, and we agreed to go and bury banana stock. And once we started telling the authority that, the hospital suddenly changed its tune. Mr. Speaker, sir, with those few remarks, I don't want to continue to belabor the point. I do think this is a very good work that has been done. However, I think perhaps, and I need to be advised and educated, why an authority is required to do what is already there in the system. Why can't we just fine-tune the system, fine-tune a department in the Ministry of Health whose job will be much of what is captured in here. But I do think that this is a very good bill in respect of detailing the patient safety needs and the quality health care required as is the right of every citizen under the Constitution. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't know whether I support, but I do support part of the bill, but oppose the authority to be formed. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Good. Beatrice Kamei, are you queuing for this? Rindagiri?
Madam Murugara, you can't dictate whether I'm the last or the first. This is a very important bill. And I think all members in this House need to discuss and support this bill. Because for a long time, Mr. Speaker, we are now over 60 years of independence. And we are having a lot of problems on provision of health services in this country. Mr. Speaker, this bill brings forth the unity and cooperation between the national and the county government. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President for championing the universal health coverage, which I think is going to cater for the health services of this country. Mr. Speaker, for the growth of this nation, we need education, health, and food. That's what is called a state, and that's what is called a country. A country where the government is not able to provide adequate health services, then we are entering into a very serious situation. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of the Constitution and devolution, there lies the health services. Mr. Speaker, there are so many reasons as to why this bill is coming in handy. One, Mr. Speaker, the population of this country is increasing at a very high speed. Mr. Speaker, in some cities, the population is increasing every day. Mr. Speaker, we are having strains in various sectors: education, transport, and health. This bill is coming to address those kind of influxes where infrastructure is not adequate for the health services. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the number of doctors per the patient. In Kenya, we are far much below the International Health Organization as far as the medical doctors per patient is concerned. This bill, therefore, addresses the issue of trainings, the skills transfer. It addresses the issue of the quality of the workforce. It addresses the issue of governance and management. It also addresses the issue of health policies and regulations. Once this bill is approved, and I hope it's going to be approved, we will be now talking about provision of health, quality health and safety. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, I am very much concerned when I hear members saying they went to an hospital and they were given the wrong prescription. Yet, we are seated here saying this bill is not necessary. It is very important because we have to ensure that we have well-trained medical practitioners prescribing the correct drugs at the right time with the emphasis that it deserves. Mr. Speaker, if you check, for example, and I want to address the issue of equity, you find there are some areas where citizens are walking for so many kilometers to access medical facilities. Now, if we pass this bill, one of the cardinal things that the bill is addressing is funding and affordability. Mr. Speaker, if you walk from Tongalen for 20 kilometers looking for a medical facility, if you are walking beyond 2 kilometers, then we cannot say that we are offering quality and quality health services. Therefore, with adequate funding, we all know that we shall put up infrastructure, because it goes with infrastructure, it goes with provision of good drugs, it goes with the provision of having skilled people to attend to the patient. Mr. Speaker, we cannot talk about quality and safety if we don't talk about the customer service. One of the things that has happened in many medical sectors is where you find the treatment of a patient when they appear in a facility. Everybody was complaining here that you can go to a medical facility and you find you're not attended in good time. This bill is talking about how to enhance customer service for the patients who appear in hospitals. Mr. Speaker, you know, people have died in hospital. We have heard one of our members talking about here. He went to an hospital. There were nobody attended to their daughter, their son. So where is the efficiency? So really, this bill to me, I think has come the right time, and we needed to pass it. The issue of whether it's an authority or not, that's not the issue. The issue is providing services to the citizens of this country. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, I want to support this bill and ask the members, please, let's support it, because every Kenyan is watching what this government is doing. They are listening to us. We have spoken about universal health care. We have spoken about share. We have spoken about many things, drugs, everything. Let's make it easier for Kenyans. Let's create a wealth community. Let's create let's create a very affordable health services. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alice Nganga, are you for this? Yes, Dick Maungu.
Mr. Speaker, I seek to rise on standing order number 95 and note that you seem to have had sufficient discussion on the same, Mr. Speaker, and therefore the mover may be called to reply with your permission.
Is that the mood of the House?
Yes.
Mover, and as when you come to respond, pick the point that Rindikiri has said. You know, have you ever gone to a hospital in India? When you arrive in the hospital, you think you are entering a bank or an airport lounge. Full protocol, PR, ushers, helping everybody. You go to a premier hospital in Nairobi, you find an askari with a rungu welcoming you. If you pass this law, you have to change this. Each hospital, if you want to give proper Medicare, psychologically, every patient has to be psychologically aided to feel that the place he's entering, if it's a hospital she's entering, is better than home where you are sick. But you enter a hospital and you find very furious bouncers standing outside with rungus. You don't know whether you are entering a war zone or a health facility. I hope this bill is going to change, because on our way to Singapore, we must carry everything and everybody to modernity. Yes, Jalango, the mover is to reply. You have something on this?
That even as we discuss this issue and this bill, Mr. Speaker, you saw what is happening at Ishara Level 4 Hospital. It's very appalling. where even the mortuary attendant is having a bucket to wash bodies and embalm, and the water itself is dirty. So even this bill should address things like that. And another thing, as you talk even about bouncers and watchmen carrying rungus, there's even the worst thing in other district hospitals where they sell even coffins outside the hospitals. As you drive in with your patients to go in for treatment, they even lose hope of even getting well. So this bill should actually discuss, as you say, on our way to Singapore, we need to change a lot of things. And one of them should be what this bill is addressing. That the mover wants to reply on this, it should still come here and be sufficient for debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to say this in reply, Honorable Speaker, that this bill, the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill of 2025, is one of those signposts as we approach Singapore, is one of the signposts that we must see as we proceed on the journey. Because for us to really proceed to that first world level, then we need to take some measures to reform the health sector in this country. And one of the most important reforms that we must do is to look at care of patients and safety of patients. And that is why this bill is very fundamental on that journey, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the debate that has ensued, and apart from the issues that the Kisumu West MP was raising, there are certain fundamental things in this bill. For example, Honorable Speaker, if someone went to hospital and there was an accident or an incident that happened, and that patient seeks justice, he will require probably 3 years. We had Honorable Beatrice Alachi telling us about Justice Majanja's case, where I think there was a misdiagnosis of issues happened, and they have been seeking justice since then, and the court has never issued a ruling or a judgment on the same. And yet he was a judge. And yet this bill, Honorable Speaker, establishes a tribunal that brings on board members of the medical practitioner and legal officers who have a background in
And
legal
I hope
matter.
you are not piling doctors in that tribunal to protect each other.
No. Actually, the reason, Honorable Speaker, why this is coming here is that we have seen, if you look at KMPDU as a regulatory body for safety and all that, what they do some peer protection of the doctors there. If you go to the nursing council, if a nurse makes a mistake, you go there, they have some peer issues there and they protect each other. But this body that we are setting up, Honorable Speaker, will actually cure this. We also looked at the issue of forum shopping, where when you have an issue in the medical field as a professional, you want to see which area, which body can best protect me. And therefore, instead of going to the right body, you are tossed up here and there so that the doctor gets protection. We have nothing against doctors, but what we are saying is the safety of the patients must be guaranteed, not just in the Constitution, but even in the statute that we are passing. And this statute is very important, Honorable Speaker. So this bill, and I wish to request every member as we come to the third reading, Honorable Speaker, and as we debate at the Committee of the Whole, has very fundamental things that will change the health sector, Honorable Speaker, moving forward. And therefore, I want to thank those that contributed yesterday and those that have contributed today, and we look forward to not just the constitutional requirement that government must provide health services and health care, Honorable Speaker, but quality health care and safety for all patients. I beg to reply, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution to provide for the responsibility of the national and county governments in the realization of quality of health care for patients, to provide for the establishment, powers and functions of the Quality Health Care and Patient Safety Authority, registration, licensing, and accreditation of health facilities to provide for the setting of standards for quality of healthcare and for connected purposes.
Thank you, honorable members. On the next two orders, I've had a request from the promoters of the bill at Article 12, the Public Participation Bill, to reorganize, and I've sought the concurrence of Jane Kagiri. So clerk will start with 12 before we come back to 11. So call out order number 12.
Order number 12, the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, second reading.
Mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, allow me first to thank the Honorable Jane Kagiri for the indulgence. Mr. Speaker, this Public Participation Bill is one that has been long overdue. It is timely. It is one which has been required by judicial edict. It is one which has been demanded by the public. It is one which has been encouraged by the public participation organization, public benefits organization, and it is one that has been promised by no less a person than yourself, Mr. Speaker. Beyond Article 118 that most of us are familiar with in public participation, this bill goes to the various public offices that would be required to do public participation. And therefore, the objects capture Article 1, Article 10, Article 69, Article 184, and Article 232, in addition to Article 118. Mr. Speaker, this bill, although promoted by the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga and myself, is one that has benefited immensely from various drafts before that. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that there have been various drafts on public participation bills by private members. There has been a draft by the Attorney General, and all these drafts were then brought together under the legislative caucus of this assembly. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that this caucus is one that was put together by yourself and has been immensely beneficial to this House in a variety of ways. In terms of overview, Mr. Speaker, first, this bill seeks to put a framework, but it's a minimalist framework, a basic framework for public participation without being overly prescriptive. It covers a number of areas. One, it covers what we call the responsible authorities. The responsible authority being each office that would be required by law to undertake public participation, be it a county office, be it the judiciary, be it parliament. And it goes ahead to designate who in that institution would be held responsible if public participation is not done. This bill gives general guidelines and requires a responsible authority to now also develop its own unique guidelines, because public participation as done by the county cannot be the same as done by national government or as done by the local chief. So each office then must designate its own guidelines and regulations that will guide it accordingly. It requires that before public participation there must be sufficient notice. The documents on which the public's view is required must be available in time and in a language that is easily understood where that public participation is taking place. It also requires access to the documents and access to persons, including persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, it addresses a very fundamental question that the public raised: meaningful public participation. There was immense complaints, especially on the part of county governments, that they do salutary public participation that is artificial in terms of who attends, in terms of what they say, and in terms of feedback. Mr. Speaker, this bill also seeks to cure something that we have had to suffer, where a particular bill
comes to the National Assembly, we have to do public participation. It goes to the Senate, they have to do it also. And so it provides that where either house has done meaningful public participation, you do not need to repeat it. And Mr. Speaker, in order to make this prescriptive and serious, this bill proposes criminal penalty. And the criminal penalty, where you fail to undertake public participation, is you'd be fined up to 500,000 Kenya shillings. Once it was published, Mr. Speaker, there was an advert in the papers, and immediately there was an avalanche of views that were sent by way of memoranda to this House. That was before we even undertook the countrywide, public engagements that we did. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to you that once it was committed to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, chaired by the Honorable George Murugara, deputized by the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, the committee did a very good job of engaging the promoters and then divided themselves into 3 separate groups, and in 1 week covered the majority of the counties in this republic. In that exercise, the committee engaged with many groups, and they are all captured in the preface of the report in their thousands, so that in addition to what was received earlier, Kenyans gave their views robustly on the public participation bill. And the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee benefited immensely, as will be explained by the chair shortly, on a number of things. They were able to make proposals on how to recapture the objects of the bill. They were able to re-emphasize the place of sovereignty of the people on the bill. They were able to emphasize that public participation must be a civic duty, and it must not be something for which anyone expects to be paid. Because if that happens, then it becomes a form of corruption and doctored. They were able to give feedback, Mr. Speaker, on the need to simplify the language and adhere to the wording of the Constitution, not just to print things in English and or Swahili, but to include Kenyan Sign Language. They were able to emphasize on the need for accessibility. The irony of it, Mr. Speaker, is that there are places we went to as a committee, and our committee has 2 members who are living with disability, and they could not access the very place for public participation on the public participation bill. And so that has been re-emphasized. They were able to emphasize on the mechanisms of giving feedback so that the people can know whether their views were considered, and if they were, why they were rejected if they were not adopted. They were able to insist that any public participation exercise must have the assurance of Article 35, that there's freedom of expression and you will not be vilified or victimized because of what you say during public participation. They were able to say, Mr. Speaker, that in their opinion, the penalty of 500,000 is not even sufficient. They wanted the amount increased, and they wanted the alternative of a jail term. And they were able to say, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, they would still want the court to have the last say on whether that public participation was meaningful or not meaningful, and therefore to be declared void or otherwise. Overall, Mr. Speaker, it is our opinion as the sponsors, and it is the opinion of the committee, that this bill is long overdue. Members should robustly participate on improving it. A lot of the things that one might see on the original draft will have been amended during the committee stage, and the amendments as proposed are actually contained on the last 3 pages of the report. There's a robust report which I urge members to read in all its 80 pages. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would beg to move and ask that the Honorable George Murugara second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
George Murugara.
Right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to second this very important bill, a bill that is long overdue. And I begin by thanking the Senior Counsel, Honorable Otiende Amolo, and the Senior Advocate, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga. for doing this with the very, very able guidance of the House, the Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, so that we are able to put the issue of Article 118 of the Constitution to rest by making a provision or making provisions on how public participation should be conducted by every entity that is required to do so. This was one of the bills we found most suitable because it had reservations for each entity to have its own guidelines as regards how they would do public participation. However, the guidelines must be in compliance with the particular act and also in compliance with our Constitution, so that we do not have guidelines that, even if are not statutory instruments, do not contravene the Act and the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I must also commend the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and every member. They are all supposed to be here. I see my Vice Chairman present because we went around the country in 3 groups. We were able to talk to Kenyans at their local levels. The idea was to hear from them what exactly they expect when we do public participation. And their contribution is wide. It is well captured in the reports that we laid in this House. And most importantly, it is good to alert the House that they made various proposals for amendments, which proposals we went through one by one with a tooth comb. And most of them carried the day as far as we are concerned. We are going to propose those amendments in the 3rd reading of the bill, so that the public out there may also know that they were not wasting their time when they made those proposals. What came out most importantly was the fact that the public requires to know what is the fate of their contribution to any policy statement that they discuss or to any bill that is taken to them. Do they have to make proposals that are cosmetic, which means they are just on the surface of it to try and sugarcoat the bill, or do they have to make proposals which are deeply considered by the enactors of the law, by the policymakers when it comes to issues of public participation? It's interesting to say that for the first time, while doing public participation, we actually met children, because a group of young students from school came to us and they said they wanted to make representations. We were a bit taken aback because we felt possibly they were not of age, they may not have known exactly what is to be done, until our attention was drawn to Section 28 of the Children's Act, which actually equates children to adults, including making a provision that they would participate in all matters, including legislation that affects them. So we were convinced that we needed to hear the children, and I believe in most of the matters that we do, whether policy statements, policy papers, or legislation, children are affected, and it is the high time we started listening to them. Maybe it has 2 advantages. Number one, their being affected is taken into consideration. Number 2, we are also growing them so that they know what is going on around them, and they are able to grasp these matters as we go along, and as we go along to make policy statements, or we go along to make laws that affect them. Honorable Speaker, at the 3rd reading of this bill, the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs will bring the schedule of amendments proposed, which amendments we feel are very, very important. They enrich this bill, and they enrich it in such a way that it is the contribution of Kenyans that goes into the bill to make it a better bill than even what this parliament had come up with, so that at the end of the day, Kenyans consume what is suitable to them, what they consider to be most important to them, and we also settle the issue of courts trying to tell us what public participation is. They have always guided us that it should not be cosmetic, it should be valuable, it should not be seen to be just glossing over all that terminology, meaning now we are going to have an act of parliament dealing with Article 118 specifically, which is important to the rest of the country. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 12, which is that the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, apologies for that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to be able to contribute to the debate relating to the Public Participation Bill. I must first commend my colleagues in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, particularly the chairperson, and all the others for having done a very thorough job of preparation of this bill. I know that I was able to attend one or two of the meetings, particularly the last one when they were reviewing the entire act. And a lot of thought was put in. The participation was very animated, and they took into account all the issues that had been raised by the courts. But I just had two issues with the bill that I will raise. So I support the bill in its entirety, save for clause 20 and clause 12.2. Honorable Speaker, clause 20 says that a responsible authority who is conducting public participation, if they willfully fails to adhere to the principles and guidelines set out under the Act, commits an offense and shall be liable upon conviction to a fine not exceeding 5,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, I tried very hard to persuade the members of the Jailer Committee, and there was various thoughts about it. But these are my thoughts. That clause proposes criminal sanctions on the various persons identified as responsible authorities. That would include the Attorney General, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, the Clerk of the National Assembly, the Director of Public Prosecution, and even the Clerk of the County Assembly, governors, etc. The worrying about this is that, yes, those responsible authorities may be the focal points in facilitation of the public participation, but it would be extremely dangerous and very alarming if there were to be criminal sanctions against them for things that sometimes they have no control over. Even a good manager can make a mistake in the course of their work or make an omission in the course of the work, even if they are acting in good faith. Let's take Parliament, for example. The Clerk of the National Assembly does not undertake public participation. He undertakes public participation as a responsible authority using the staff members of Parliament and who are supporting the relevant parliamentary committee. It would be wholly unfair to expose the clerk, in this case as an example, to criminal penalties for sometimes a task that he has delegated. He may not even be aware that those omissions were committed. So whenever, and I say it's sufficient that the penalties or the consequences could be that the law would be voided or is voidable. That should be sufficient. But to indict a single officer would be unfair. In fact, the responsibility should actually be on the entire committee. But in this case, even though it is the committee and other staff members who have participated and committed the omission or the commission, it is only one single officer in that particular state department that would be affected or in that arm of government. So with saying all this, and I can give an example. For example, clause number 7C, it says the general guidelines for public participation. One of the things that the responsible authority must take into account is the impact of the matter on the public. That's a very subjective guideline. So what I would interpret as impact to the public may not be interpreted by another person as impact to the public. Subclause F also of clause 7 says the ability of the members of the public to access the necessary information and the public participation forum. Again, this is subjective. One may find that the access has been provided, but others may find that that is not the case. And to hold one officer in the institution liable is, I think, is unfair, and I think almost unconstitutional. Because remember, if any public officer commits a mistake in the course of their work, there is the human resource regulations that can take over. They can also be surcharged. So there is also already existing penalties for failure, not just to undertake public participation in the manner it's supposed to be undertaken, but also in any other processes in the course of their duties. So with that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to give notice that during the Committee of the Whole House, I shall be proposing deletion of clause 20 or an amendment that is more, not as punitive to that extent. And then it takes me to the second one. And I want to say I agree with the entire bill, except only on those two items. Clause number 12, subclause 2. So subclause 1 says that a responsible authority shall analyze and take into account the submissions received from the public. That's perfectly in order. But subclause 2 says a responsible authority shall publish the outcome of the public participation exercise. That's an onerous task. It's a very expensive task. It means they have to post it on the website. They have to post it maybe in the local dailies and other media, etc. I think that already so much has been put into undertaking the public participation and notifying members. They're already putting it on social platforms, the notices, the public hearings, the meetings, notice board, print media, electronic media, television, radio, etc. That's the publication that's done prior to the actual exercise being undertaken. But to say that there should be another publication after the public participation, I think is going to be a rather onerous and very expensive task. I think we can find a middle ground where we say that the fact is the analysis has been done and that can be confirmed to the public. If any member of the public wants the report or the findings or the outcome of the public participation exercise, instead of publishing it, it can be available and any member of the public can ask for it under the Freedom of Information Act when requested. And we've seen that this is normal even in many jurisdictions relating to certain items to boost efficiency. Like in some countries, judges are not required to write a full reasoned judgment in certain category of cases. All they have to do is hand down the orders. And if any person wants to appeal, they can then ask for a full reasoned judgment. Or if they want to have access to it, they can request it. That way, it allows those entities to work efficiently and faster and without much cost. Because publishing each and every outcome of the public participation exercise, some of them no one is interested, some of them nobody will be objecting to, and there will be millions of them going on at any one time across the country and across many state corporations. And that would be putting an extra burden and an extra cost on those state corporations. So again, I wish to give notice that during the Committee of the Whole House, I shall propose again an amendment so that we say that that outcome can be availed upon request to any member of the public. And with that, Honorable Speaker, save for those two clauses, I support this bill in its entirety and appreciate the members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and also appreciate the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga and the Honorable Atende Amolo, who have been at the forefront of this, including the Parliamentary Legislative Caucus, because this will put a rest to all the challenges that we've been having to the legislation that this House has been passing at the courthouses. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ekomas Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the debate on the public participation bill. Mr. Speaker, I am a member, courtesy of your appointment, of the National Assembly Legislative Caucus, and I also serve as the Vice Chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And as a result, I have interacted from the beginning up to the moment with the public participation bill. Mr. Speaker, as many of us know, public participation is among the values of governance that we enshrined in our Constitution and Article 10. And there are nearly 10 provisions in our Constitution that speak to the question of public participation. And therefore, it is a constitutional imperative. However, since passing and promulgating our new Constitution in the year 2010, we have never had a law by Parliament to say how public participation is going to be conducted in terms of the form and substance. The result of the lack of a law on public participation has been that our courts of law have had varied interpretations on how public participation is to be conducted, the quality, the extent, the form, and the substance. The result has been that even in cases where the facts, where the evidence and the applicable law appear similar, different judges have had different findings on our matters. As a result, many good decisions of the executive, many good laws passed by this Parliament have been nipped on account of the varied interpretations on how public participation is to be conducted. And therefore, it was imperative that Parliament comes up with a law so that we can set the standard, one standard, on how public participation is to be conducted, and if matters would reach the courts of law, how courts of law are going to treat this matter. I therefore wish to congratulate the Honorable Otiendo Molo, Senior Council Member for Rarieda, the Honorable Chepkonga, the two co-chairs of the National Assembly Legislative Caucus, for piecing up the different proposals that have been there in the past and coming up with this 21-clause public participation bill that I believe Parliament will enact finally for assent to be our public participation law. Mr. Speaker, as we went around conducting public participation, and as we all know, public participation, we have two levels of government. We have the national, we have the county. We have 47 county governments. As we went around, it became apparent that many counties also have public participation laws. They have enacted their own laws, and if you scrutinize those laws that have been passed by the different county assemblies, you realize, for example, the law passed by the County Assembly of Makueni to guide public participation in Makueni may be different from that of the County Assembly of Meru and many others. And therefore, the question of how shall public participation be conducted in the face of a national law when there are many other varied county laws also came forth. Mr. Speaker, we find the answer in Article 191 of the Constitution in terms of how to treat conflict between national and county laws. And because the subject of public participation is a national subject that has application in the entire territory of Kenya, national legislation will take precedence. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, I had not noticed that you've taken the chair, so my apologies. There is the question of feedback, and I know the Deputy Speaker has spoken to it. And everywhere we went, Kenyans were saying that they are tired of being called to participate in public participation and they do not know what became of their views in those public participation forums. And they were demanding that they need a feedback mechanism so that whether you agree, whether the body making the decisions, body making the law, body making the policies, agrees or disagrees with the views the public has given, they are made to know what became of their views. And we personally, and I think a majority of our committee members, believed strongly that this is the true meaning of Article 1 on sovereignty of the people. That the people are not merely to participate in as conveyor belts, in just giving views, and they do not know finally what became of their views. One interesting suggestion that came from members of the public, and I believe this was all over, is that members of the public were saying that sometimes it is costly on them to participate in these many public participation forums. And they were requesting that a budget needs to be set aside so that part of their costs are met as a result. We will be inviting Parliament to ponder on this question. But preliminarily, while every other part of the country seemed to say that they need to be catered for in terms of their spending, we found that that particular provision, if included, may be subject to abuse, because you cannot with certainty say how many members of the public will attend. You cannot with certainty say and predict that across the year how many public participation forums you will have, and therefore it will be onerous at the beginning to imagine even now to budget it, and it may be subject to abuse because it is difficult in terms of record keeping, it is difficult in terms of determining what rates to give where and when. We also thought that in terms of the Constitution, it is a civic duty of the people to participate in the affairs of their own country and in how governance is done. And just like Kenyans participate in voting without being paid, it is also on the same premise that they need to participate in public participation without being paid or reimbursed for it. Overall, Madam Speaker, I support the public participation bill with the amendments that the committee will be proposing. It is urgent that we pass this public participation bill into law so that we may have a law guiding this very important principle of good governance that is enshrined in our Constitution. And I urge members to expedite so that finally we may have a law on public participation. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Luanda, Honorable Dick Maungu. I see you press the button. Do you want to contribute? Or you can give somebody else while you get yourself ready. Okay, proceed. Okay, the Honorable John Waluke, member for Sirisia. I can see you're on. All those who want to participate, kindly press the intervention button. The Honorable John Mutunga then. So if you're not participating, please withdraw, remove your card.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, for the last 16 years, we've been struggling with interpretation of what public participation is, and we have had several court judgments, several determinations, and several orders issued as a result of lack of a clear guidelines or law on public participation. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking the members of the committee, the members of JLAC, and anyone else who has participated in this process to come up with a brief version of public participation. Honorable Speaker, brief as it is, and alluding to what some members have already said, there will be need for very comprehensive guidelines on how to determine the various provisions, or rather how to come up with the realities, the clarity on provisions, and the specificity of the issues that have been mentioned in this particular law. Honorable Speaker, in this particular legislative proposal. Honorable Speaker, there are several notables that have looked through the law and noted quite a number of issues that probably require our thought, even as we look through this particular bill. There is a provision for responsible authorities. And I think it's a very good idea to come up with the responsible authority because we deal with different issues. We have different orientations, we have different mandates, and we therefore contribute to different spaces. So in view of the mandate, orientation, and space, there will be need for a specific interpretation of how public participation should be conducted as per the authority itself. So designating this responsibility to authorities, I think, is a good idea to try and resolve the issues, the lack of clarity, and the ambiguities that may be in terms of deciding how the public participation is supposed to be conducted. Madam Speaker, when we have to conduct public participation in the past, or before this law is passed, a lot has just been assumed. People have designed their own ways of doing public participation. And the levels of satisfaction in view of the targeted audience to the public participation or the targeted intention has always been wanting. There is no clarity on the extent to which we have addressed the issue. Madam Speaker, the Constitution has made many provisions that preempt us to think about defining public participation in Kenya. Many articles. Article 35 in view of the specificity of information and acquisition of the same, Article 118, 196, 201, so many of them. In view of the general guidelines, Honourable Speaker, I have noted that there are provisions on consideration, in consideration, provisions on considering to undertake public participation. When you look at the driver to public participation, then there must be clarity on exactly what is it that requires us to do public participation. The question is, to what extent are we going to be defining this in order to provide requisite clarity? The notice for public participation. I believe the legislative proposal has proposed specific, or rather the regulations will give us specific notice period. Because, Honourable Speaker, what has been lacking again is even the extent to which we popularize the fact that public participation is to take place. So giving notice is very important, but the extent to which, how long should the notice be? Honourable Speaker, in defining the models of public participation, models are now to notify the public on the public participation. We have in the past relied on the media, the mainstream media, and both the print and the electronic media. When we go to authority, we become authority specific. It therefore calls upon us to look at the specific guidelines within the communication system of an authority. And therefore, we are likely to have different and variant models of passing this information. In terms of the submissions themselves during the public participation, Honourable Speaker, what comes to my mind is, how are we going to guide the submission? And I want to link this, Honourable Speaker, with the anticipated report. The anticipated report and the legislative proposal is very specific. It's an outcome report. It is not a report of participation. It's not a report of the discussions that go by. It's a report of the agreements. What has come out of that particular public participation process? Honourable Speaker, looking at that and going back to the courts, I can see a possibility that unless the regulations are very, very clear, then we shall be having questions on the procedure, we shall be having questions on the quality, we shall be having questions of the reasonable time that has been given to public participation, and so on and so forth. In order to curb that, we may have to agree as a House how much time should we say is apportioned, a maximum, a minimum of so much, because maximum will again depend on the levels of participation. The processing of the responses themselves, Honourable Speaker, to satisfy Kenyans, they must be adequately responded to. The extent of the responses themselves, some of the responses may not be ready at the point in time when they are required to be given. They may also be requiring other decisions to be made off-site. So in view of the responses, Honourable Speaker, we will still need to ask ourselves what is quality response and how much should a quality response basically contain? When it comes to access to public information, access to public participation process itself, Kenyans are guided by the Constitution, especially Article 1, Article 10, Article 35, to basically seek for participation. And in pursuit for participation, based on the extent to which we have popularized a public participation process, people will come out and say they have not had enough time. So in terms of defining these guidelines, we need to be very, very careful on the provisions that we come up with that basically will define the way we develop the process of public participation. We need to be extremely careful on how we publicize public participation and how do we come up with the specific guidelines. Because when you talk about an authority, the authority is then left to use their own internal mechanisms and internal procedures to develop specific guidelines. But Honourable Speaker, all is not lost. In view of this particular legislative proposal, I have noted carefully that there are miscellaneous provisions. In these miscellaneous provisions, we are accorded an opportunity for additional information, for general penalties, and also transitional provisions. When it comes to additional information, there is always some new and different idea that probably would contribute to enhancing the position that has been taken. There will also be other people who may not have participated in the public participation process, and then they are given an opportunity. But Honourable Speaker, we must ask ourselves, to what extent should we open up? Are we going to deal with the volume of the work that has already, of information that has been generated? Shall we be talking of timelines? How shall we determine quality? That's an issue that we need to think through even as we finalize this particular provision. Honourable Speaker, on the penalties, I think it is important for us to look at the penalties again. As we determine the penalties for lack of or inadequate public participation, Honourable Speaker, what are we saying? Is it the institution that is supposed to meet this cost? And if it is the institution that is supposed to meet this cost, how do this cost arouse consciousness or ensure that this institution will in future be able to deliver as per the expectations? To conclude my submissions, Honourable Speaker, public participation will need to be better guided. And in this particular case, I have in mind the supplementary legislation in terms of the regulations. When it comes to defining the regulations, we might be quantitative rather than being qualitative as we are here. Because qualitative provisions do not give specific guidelines. They are not very specific, and they open up too much. We might go back to what has always been there. We might backtrack instead of moving forward. With those few remarks, Honourable Speaker, I support adoption.
I think just let him finish his sentence kindly. Had you finished your sentence, Honorable Mutunga? Because they left you midway.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, the last thing I was trying to say is that it might call us to be very specific and quantitative. And unless we agree on quantitative parameters to measure the quality, the time that is supposed to be taken, and the quality of the outcome. Because outcome, in my understanding, Honourable Speaker, is not the output report. It's not what happened. It is what was agreed upon and what was generally. We need to be able to measure how does a general agreement mean? By what percentage of people participating? What is the voting pattern of the people who are participating? So that we can be clear that we are satisfying the greater majority of Kenyans in a public participation process. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this very important debate. Madam Speaker, this is important because just like the people who have spoken ahead of me have said, we've had far too many laws in this country, good laws, collapse at the desk of the judiciary. And the common issue has been the issue of public participation. And Madam Speaker, two common words that have been used by the judiciary has been public participation being adequate and meaningful. And Madam Speaker, you'll agree with me that those are two words that are subject to very broad interpretation. The words adequate and the words meaningful. So Madam Speaker, I agree that public participation should not just be about ticking a box. It should not just be about going around and gathering a few people in a hall, inviting submissions. It must be something that must be seen that the people have actually participated fully and have lent their voice. A common issue around public participation has been where people feel that they give their views, but they don't feel like the final outcome or the final outcome that they see out of this house or out of whichever authority is conducting public participation, they don't feel like their views are, were incorporated. Madam Speaker, you can remember that we did public participation, Madam Speaker, you remember that we did public participation, for the Finance Bill of 2024. And then our young people felt that whatever they had told us, we never listened. So they came for us. So it is very, very important that people feel that whatever they have said is actually, incorporated. So we must start asking ourselves questions like, what is meaningful and what is adequate? For example, if I go and I'm conducting public participation in my home county of Nyeri, how many people must be in that hall for me to feel that I've conducted meaningful public participation? What level of engagement is sufficient? What is seen as inclusive public participation? But Madam Speaker, as we think about this, we must also think about the underside of this. And I remember when we were conducting public participation, to entrench our NGCDF and GAF and these other funds, I know the sort of effort that this House went through, especially the Clerk of a National Assembly. We conducted forums across the country in each ward, in each constituency. And these things can be potentially, time-consuming and also very, very costly. And so, Madam Speaker, I tend to agree with what the Honorable Dr. Mutunga has just said. This law that is before us lacks specifics. And we need to quantify, for example, what notice is sufficient. For example, what number of people participating in a public participation are sufficient. We must also specify, what number of memorandum, will be considered, sufficient. Otherwise, we may end up with endless litigation, whereby every wave of public participation is challenged. And because there is no quantitative issues specified in this act, someone will say, you went to maybe eight regions and conducted public participation in each, while maybe someone feels, or the judge feels, public participation should have been conducted at every ward, for example. So again, we need to give this, law some minimum time. How do we measure, so that this is seen as responsible? Madam Speaker, I wish to refer you, I wish to refer to Section 4, 2 of this Act. And if you look at Section 4.2a, again, it's talked about us conducting public participation in the formulation and implementation of public policy. Now, public policy is, again, a very broad document. A very broad issue. Section B talks about law-making process. That is specific because laws are made by either this House or, a Senate or the county assemblies. But when you talk about formulation and implementation of public policies, and you think about all the ministries, you think about all the departments, you think about all the agencies that may be dealing with matters that may affect the general public, I can guess, Madam Speaker, that as a country we may be boxing ourselves in what I would call policy paralysis. Because we may not move as a country because suddenly everything is subject to some form of public participation, or not. If the governor of Nairobi wants to issue maybe policies regarding, say, hawking or collection of refuse, and it's seen as a public policy matter, this will always have to come to, a public participation, and this may end up being very costly for the country and also stagnating, the progress, that the country makes. The other thing is that public participation, Madam Speaker, cannot be the subject of political manipulation. In very many cases, we have seen, that the public participation is most of the time either led by those possibly who support the law. I think we must create a way that even those who oppose, even those who have dissenting voices, have a way of being able to reasonably, participate, in this public participation. So, Madam Speaker, I find this law a little bit not specific. I find most of the provisions being too broad, and I can think that if we pass this law as it is, I think we will not have resolved the issues that we are dealing with the courts, where courts raise issues of adequacy and meaningfulness, because again, we have failed to quantify them and have gone for very broad policies, very broad, nice-sounding suggestions, but which can easily be challenged in any court of law. So I would suggest that the committee goes back and sees how we tighten this law a little bit. It's a good law, I support it, but as it sits, I don't think we'll have cured the issues under Article 10, Article 69, Article 118, Article 184, all the issues that the courts have been raising. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Timothy Toroitich, member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this very important bill, the Public Participation Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, this is one of the most progressive bills that will ever pass as a House. Honorable Speaker, in petition number 5 of 2017, British American Tobacco Kenya PLC versus Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Health and others, the court actually pointed out that we do not have a prescribed legal framework for public participation in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the court recommended that Parliament should enact a legislation to provide for a proper legal framework on matters to do with public participation in this country. Honorable Speaker, Article 1 of our Constitution talks about sovereignty of the people, that the people are supreme. Honorable Speaker, for that reason, we must be able to consult to seek public approval for any matter that touches on the public, be it a policy document, be it a legislation, be it any type of a document that that touches the public directly. Honorable Speaker, many bills in this House have been passed but have been vitiated by the courts for the reason of lack of public participation. Honorable Speaker, I believe that the enactment of this legislation will be able to settle matters to do with public participation in this country, because it provides a comprehensive legal framework, step by step, on how public participation shall be conducted in this country. Honorable Speaker, running through the bill, we have issues of notices. This bill has settled the issue of notices, that a proper notice shall be issued on matters to do with public participation. Honorable Speaker, in terms of a responsible authority, upon enactment of this particular legislation, Honorable Speaker, we shall find, or we shall have a responsible authority in each state agency. For example, Honorable Speaker, if it is a matter to do with a legislation by the National Assembly, then the responsible person who shall be liable in the event that a public participation is not conducted, then it is the clerk of the National Assembly. The same case applies to the issue of the county assembly at the county government level. Honorable Speaker, Clause 8 of this bill provides for what you call responsible authorities. Honorable Speaker, for me, that is a plus in terms of settling the issue of public participation in this country. Honorable Speaker, Clause 9.2, 1A to E, further provides the modalities. Honorable Speaker, prior to this legislation, apart from the guidelines by the Supreme Court, this particular law has highlighted or has given a directive on the modes of notifying the public. Honorable Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, the websites, public meetings, public notice boards, print media, and any other form of notification that is reasonable to that extent. Honorable Speaker, the issue of analyzing submissions by the public. When we went around as the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, Honorable Speaker, fundamental issues were raised. The members of the public raised the issue as to whether their views are taken into account. Honorable Speaker, Clause 11 and 12, actually 12, 1 and 2, provides very clearly, Honorable Speaker, that the responsible authority shall analyze and take into account submissions received from the public. 2 provides that that authority shall publish the outcome of the public participation exercise. Honorable Speaker, currently, we do not have a framework of analyzing, taking into account, and publishing the views of the public. But, Honorable Speaker, when we pass this particular legislation, we shall have a framework of analyzing, taking into account, and further publishing the outcome of the public participation. Honorable Speaker, further, Clause 13.2, in terms of the language that the participants shall be able to use, the law, this proposed bill provides that those undertaking public participation must use a language that the people in which we are seeking to undertake public participation are conversant to. Honorable Speaker, it says that language shall be English or Kiswahili or a language that the participants understand. Honorable Speaker, that is taking information to the people because the people pursuant to Article 35 have a right to information. Honorable Speaker, further, in terms of public participation by Parliament, Honorable Speaker, for the first time we have a proper guidance under Clause 18. For example, a bill that originates from the Senate and is passed by this House. Honorable Speaker, we have settled this under this particular bill, that if Senate has conducted a bill, has conducted public participation, and the bill is handed over to the National Assembly, then there is no need to duplicate public participation unless there are additional views that were not captured in the Senate. So, Honorable Speaker, that settles the issue of public participation in a bicameral setup like we have in this country. Honorable Speaker, further, and as I sum up, under Clause 20, for the first time, Honorable Speaker, we have created an offense. And Clause 20, for the avoidance of doubt, says that, or reads, a responsible authority who, in conducting public participation, willfully fails to adhere to the principles and guidelines set out under this Act, commits an offense and shall be liable upon conviction to a fine not exceeding 500,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, that issue was contentious. There are those who are proposing that we should, as a House, we should amend to provide a civil remedy. For example, that law be vitiated. Once a public participation is not conducted, that law becomes null and void, depending on the arguments presented in court. Honorable Speaker, there are those who have said that it should remain as a criminal, we should retain the criminal punishment. In fact, others proposed that we should introduce a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. Honorable Speaker, we agreed on some issues in the Jailer Committee, but in my own opinion, which I shall present at the Committee of the Whole, the issue of funding, the issue of funding in public participation. There are those who argued that public participation is a civic duty, and there is no need to give an incentive for individuals to appear in public participation. But Honorable Speaker, in Kajiado, an old man said that he traveled all the way, almost 400 kilometers, to Kajiado town, and therefore should be reimbursed. You know, there's an element of a reimbursement to cater for transport. So, Honorable Speaker, that is a contentious issue, and as a House, we must resolve. In my opinion, we should introduce a fund, a public participation fund, to be managed by the authorities as prescribed in the proposed legislation, so that it becomes reasonable to reimburse to a certain extent. But there are those who have argued that it's a civic duty, and therefore it is an obligation, just like voting, that you don't have to give an incentive to anybody to go and vote. Honorable Speaker, as I sum up, I support, Honorable Speaker, the letter, the intent, and the spirit of this particular legislation, so that we settle the law on public participation once and for all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Edward Murui, member for Kitanga. Give him the mic. I think next to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity also to air my comments on this noble bill. And before I make my few comments on it, allow me just to commend the good job done by Honorable Omolo Tende and Honorable Chepkonga coming up with this bill. Madam Speaker, I have a few comments which again I'll be able to put in at the right moment, hopefully in the Committee of the Full House. But as a member of this caucus, I would like to put my support on this bill. It is good, but it can be better. Madam Speaker, maybe just two issues. Madam Speaker, this bill is grounded on Article 1 of the Constitution, that the power belongs to the people. And when you want to change the law of the people, the governance law, you must first and foremost consult the people. And therefore, these are very, very important and fundamental law which we need to look into very, very carefully so that you don't offend Article 1 of our Constitution. Second, Madam Speaker, the matters pertaining to public participation have seen themselves in the court corridors quite on a number of many, many matters. And I think the judges have proclaimed themselves on very, very many occasions that public participation need not only need to be seen to be done, but seen to be done. There must be a matrix to measure the qualitative and the quantitative participation, public participation. And they have also said numerous times that the law on public participation in our Constitution, it is not a decoration in our statutes and must be seen to take effect. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the question which this bill needs to answer is, has it responded to the issues raised on racial decidendi by our courts, on the actual issues raised by the court, on whether it has met that threshold. And Madam Speaker, my view is that it is a hit and a miss. Madam Speaker, why are we addressing this issue? Because on numerous public participation, what the public says outside this house and what comes to this house are two totally different views. And therefore, the public are left wondering, what happened to our contribution? There are many examples. I can give the first example, is when we went out to do a public participation to impeach the Deputy President of this Republic. What did the people say? Did they say he be impeached or not? What what happened outside there and what came to Parliament is very different. Secondly, there's the issue about the Safaricom sale, the Kenya pipeline sale. When you read what the public said outside there and what was brought to Parliament, they are in total disagreement. And therefore, the danger of ignoring the public is this. Once the public knows that their views are never taken seriously, when they know that whenever they brought their issues, they are never find themselves in this house. When they know that the people who prepare the public participation, they have premeditated outcome of that public participation, Madam Speaker, we kill the morale of our people and the spirit of the law will die. And therefore, Madam Speaker, my clear recommendation, and I think which we also need to put in this bill, we must put in very clear parameters of how do you measure the quality and the quantity of the public participation. And that report, are we able to bring it to Parliament verbatim? And number three, how do we weight? How do we put the weighting on the one who are for and the one who are opposed? How do we bring the weighting so at least by the time because it's a democracy, and make sure that the will of the majority prevails. And Madam Speaker, that is an element which is missing, and in my opinion that at the fullness of the time, this bill, I'm sure you can be able to make it better. They have started very well, and I think with the participation of members and a few amendments we are also going to bring into this Parliament, to this House, we will be able to make this law extremely conducive, extremely facilitative, and I'm sure even the quality of our legislation, if you're able to capture the process of public participation, we'll be able to bring more quality bills in this House. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Sakimba, member for Kajiado South.
Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support the bill by Honorable Chapkonga and Honorable Otienda Amolo on the Public Participation Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, it is good to appreciate that this House is mandated to make the laws. And having observed the Constitution, it's basically the foundations of the legitimate to lawmaking, to have the voice of wananchi. Madam Speaker, laws made without wananchi, it ends with the struggle ends with the wananchi. And the proposed bill is going to ensure, the way I've seen the content of the proposed bill, is ensuring to have even an authority, which makes me happy, that is able to come up, if you look at the clause 8, 2, a notice under section 1 shall include venue, time, date, and mode of public participation. Every time court directs and looks on terms of on the nature of notice, time, and even the adequate information that has been obtained. Because they look on the real facts, it's not just on the mere public participation, but they try to see if whatever was collected from wananchi, is it able to influence the outcome? And Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, we have been participating in public participation. And we are building trust on public participation to be mostly on the memorandums written by people who are more informed. But this bill today is coming to take care of the wananchi who are going to be affected directly by the law this House makes. Parliament, or the proposed bill that have been brought today in the floor of the House, is going to create a trust between us and the wananchi, or the Kenyan people, by knowing that whatever this Parliament passes, whatever the county assemblies passes, we are passing what they understand. If you go back and see the clause 12, even on the account, I've really checked even the 13 too. They are saying that they have even introduced now the issue of both the English and Kiswahili. But they are also looking at the laws that are better understood, practical, and acceptable. We have been seeing languages, all of us are not lawyers, even myself, I'm not a lawyer, but you even see the words which are in our constitution, or when we are making a law, even the mwananchi is not able to even to interpret. And given the time that they are told to come for public participation, even to be told, it is very hard. So by having this kind of organization to have them who now takes the responsibility, it is going to assist this country in a very in a big.
Allow him to finish his sentence.
Allow me to finish, please. Madam Speaker, we have been having a problem of lack of evidence because we don't have records, we don't know who has been consulted, and I agree with other members who have presented on the issue of the matrix. We can be able to understand who are these people who have been interviewed for the public participation, who participated, and then what have they said? Because you find out in this house, it is very rare to get the report that says, these are what the people said, these are the people who have been interviewed, these are the people who participated for the public participation, these are the people who agreed, these are people who have disagreed. And I agree with this one, it's going to assist a lot, Madam Speaker. And I stand just to support. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Ivo Barra, member for Kabonda Kasip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too rise to support the bill and appreciate the committee for a job well done. Madam Speaker, this bill sets out to provide a comprehensive legal framework for public participation in governance and decision-making process in both our national and county government levels. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to also actualize Articles 10 and 118 of the Constitution, which emphasizes public participation, particularly in key national value and principles of governance. Madam Speaker, if you look at the bill, you'll see that it seeks to define the principles and standards of public participation. That is ensuring inclusivity, accessibility, transparency, and accountability in all governance processes. It also mandates public institutions, that is including the ministries, departments, state corporations, and county governments, to establish and maintain mechanism and continuous engagement with the citizens. It also provides procedures and timelines, which is key in conducting public participation, including notice requirement, submission of views, and publication of reports on public input in good time. It also introduces digital and innovative platform, Madam Speaker. We know that this has been a problem, particularly when citizens have not been able to reach to areas where these exercises take place. It will also empower marginalized and special interest groups, which is very important. That is including persons with disability, youth, women, and to effectively engage in the public process. And finally, Madam Speaker, it also sets out monitoring and reporting mechanism. So there will be feedback to demonstrate how public views have been considered in the final decision that is made. Madam Speaker, I looked at the key results area of this bill, and I'm happy that it promotes transparency, inclusivity, and accountability in governance. Madam Speaker, it also strengthens citizen engagement and trust in public institutions. It will also enhance policy legitimacy by integrating public participation input in decision-making. It will also provide a uniform national framework, reducing inconsistencies in participation processes. Madam Speaker, There are also a few concerns that I have. One is potential delay in decision-making due to extensive participation procedures. This may need to be looked at. And the risk of tokenistic or superficial consultation, if not properly enforced. Of course, we also know that implementation may also require significant financial and administrative resources, which I believe should be able to be taken care of. Once again, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Thika Town. Honorable Alice Nganga. Mine is the next one. Oh, yours is the next one. Yeah. Okay. The Honorable Amina Mnyanzi, Member for Malindi.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama hapa kuunga mkono huu mswada wenye ambao uko hapa mbele yetu. Nao ni mswada wa ushirikishaji wa umma katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, wazungu wanasema power belongs to the people. Na sisi Waswahili tunasema madaraka ya nchi iko kwa mwananchi. So Mheshimiwa Spika, katiba yetu ya Kenya imepatia madaraka makubwa sana wananchi wa Kenya. Na katika katiba yetu Mheshimiwa Spika, venye ambavyo imekuwa imepitishwa, masuala ya ushirikishaji wa umma katika masuala ya maendeleo, katika masuala ya miradi, katika masuala ya sheria, imeipatia umma nguvu na kipao mbele ili kuhakikisha ya kwamba kile kitu ambacho kinachokipitishwa hapa ndani ya bunge la kitaifa katika county governments zote za Kenya iwe ni jambo lenye ambalo linaambatana na matakwa ya wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo juzi na jana kumekuwa hakuna utaratibu wa kueleweka ya kufanya masuala ya ushirikishaji wa umma katika miradi, katika masuala ya maendeleo ya Kenya. Na saizi mswada huu utaweka mambo wazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu unatupatia mwongozo wa jinsi gani ambavyo public participation ama ushirikishaji wa umma unakwenda kufanyika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo juzi na jana Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba kumekuwa na ushirikishaji wa umma wenye ambao haueleweki Mheshimiwa Spika. Na saizi huu mswada kama utapita uweze kutupatia huo mwongozo, itakuwa imefungua masuala ya kueleweka ndani ya taifa letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, umuhimu wa ushirikishaji wa umma ni kwamba tunapatia wananchi nafasi ya kuweza kukubali ile miradi, ya kuweza kukubali zile hoja zenye ambazo ziko hapa bungeni na hali kadhalika. So sisi tunapatia hawa wananchi hiyo nafasi, tunapatia hawa wananchi hiyo nguvu, ndipo pale ambapo hawa wananchi watakubali na wataweza kuelewa umuhimu wa hili jambo. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria zenye ambazo zinapitisha kwa kupitia ushirikishaji wa umma ni vitu venye ambavyo vinaeleweka na hazitaweza kuleta sintofahamu kwa wananchi. Saizi masi mengine ukienda ukifanya mradi ama ukifanya kitu wewe kama kiongozi, kunakuwa na vile vidole vya walawama kwa sababu watu hawajaelewa umuhimu wa ushirikishaji wa umma katika kufanya masuala kama haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, na kama vile wenzangu walivyosema, hii mswada tunapoupitisha, jambo la kwanza, hii kutakuwa kuna uwazi. Hakutakuwa tena na ile sintofahamu ya kwamba jambo hili limefanyika ama halijafanyika. Kama kuna any public participation ama ushirikishaji wa umma, wacha iwe ni kitu ambacho kiko wazi. Wacha hiyo ripoti iwe iko wazi, iwe ni ripoti yenye ambayo inaweza kufikiwa na kusomwa na kila Mkenya. Ndipo pale ambapo hawa wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika, watakubali miradi, watakubali miswada kama hii ili Kenya yetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, iweze kusonga mbele. Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri hata hili jambo la kwamba yule ambaye atabeba lile jukumu ya ile public participation inapofanyika ni muhimu sana liweze kuwekwa wazi na liweze kueleweka. Hapo juzi na jana tumeona huu ushirikishaji haujakuwa wa kueleweka vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na saizi wale watu ambao wanakwenda kufanya hii activity ya public participation, wao pia wao wanajua kwamba wako na lile jukumu ya kwamba hili jambo tunapokwenda kulifanya, wako na jukumu ambalo wamelibeba, na iwapo mtu atakwenda kuweka vitu venye ambavyo havieleweki na havikuzungumzwa kule chini mashinani na wananchi waweze kujua ya kwamba saizi pia kuna sheria zenye ambazo zitaweza kufuatiliziwa na hawa watu waweze kujipata pabaya. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, wacha niweke kilio changu leo kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Nafikiria kuna mbunge mmoja hapa ambaye ameweza kueleza masuala ya public participation na kushirikisha umma ni masuala mazuri sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini rai yangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii mimi pia inaenda kwa wananchi wetu. Lazima jambo hili lieleweke wazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama wale wananchi wenye ambao watakuwa wanaitwa katika mikutano kama hii, kama watakuwa wanapatiwa kitu kidogo kama transport yao ya kuweza kurudi manyumbani, ama itakuwa iko vipi? Kwa sababu, Mheshimiwa Spika, tukisema masuala ya public participation, mfano mzuri kama kule kwangu Malindi, tukisema tunafanya public participation kama hivi juzi Mheshimiwa Spika, tumekuwa na kushirikishaji wa umma kwa masuala ya sheria za uvuvi. Na masuala ya sheria ya uvuvi tumeweza kuzunguka mahali kote kwenye ambapo panaathirika na masuala ya uvuvi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kule Kilifi County kwetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliweza kufanya mkutano wetu pale Kilifi. Ina maana ya kwamba kuna watu ambao wanatoka Ganze, kuna watu ambao wanatoka Magarini, kuna watu ambao wanatoka Kilifi, kuna watu ambao wanatoka Malindi. So vitu kama hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima viweze kueleweka na viweze kujadiliwa na mapema kabla hili jambo halijafika kule chini mashinani kwa wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kitu ambacho tunataka tujadili pia ni kwamba wale wananchi wenye ambao wanaitwa wanapofika kama pale, hawa ni watu wenye ambao wamekatiza shughuli zao za siku nzima, wamekuja kwa kuweza kusaidia kujenga taifa letu la Kenya. Lakini ukumbuke, mtu kama mvuvi ni mtu mwenye ambaye anaishi kwa kuvua na kwa kula kwa hiyo siku. Ina maana mtu kama huyo kwa siku anafanya kama shilingi 300, shilingi 400, shilingi 500. Mheshimiwa Spika, kutoka Malindi mpaka Kilifi, tikiti peke yake umeshamaliza shilingi 500. Ndio nataka iwe kwa wazi katika komiti yenye ambao wameweza kuleta huu mswada, masuala ya wale wananchi ambao wanakuja katika public participation, katika ushirikishaji wa umma, wale wanakuja kutupatia mapendekezo yao, wale wanakuja kutupatia maoni yao. Je, wale watu pia wako entitled ama wako na fursa ya kuweza kupatiwa kitu kidogo ili waweze kufanya transport ya kuja na kurudi katika mikutano au la? Mheshimiwa Spika, hilo ni jambo ambalo ni lazima liweze kuwekwa wazi. Jambo la pili ni muda. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kuwa na ushirikishaji wa umma. Lazima kila mswada ambao unakwenda kwa umma kwa kujadiliwa, lazima pia nao iwe kuna muda wenye ambao ni mwafaka ya kuweza kupatia watu, jambo la kwanza, nafasi ya kusoma, jambo la pili, nafasi ya kuitana, na nafasi ya kujipanga kuja katika hii mikutano. Na iwapo huu mkutano utakapokumalizika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni muda gani wenye ambao tangu mkutano umemalizika mpaka hiyo sheria ama jambo lolote ambalo limekwenda kuzungumzwa liweze kupitishwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. So hilo ni jambo lingine lenye ambalo pia ni lazima liwe wazi. Kitu cha mwisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri ni hiyo pia masuala ya funds, masuala ya pesa. Kuna wale watu wenye ambao ni wananchi wanakwenda kutoa sauti zao, na kuna wale ambao ni wa maofisini wanakwenda kuzungumza na wale wananchi kule chini. Mheshimiwa Spika, hawa pia nao lazima waweze kujipanga. Ni vibaya sana ni watu wanapotoka nyumbani asubuhi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuelekea katika mkutano, na kuna mikutano mingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, mtu anashinda kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni, hakuna maji, hakuna soda, hakuna riziki yoyote yenye ambao amepata. So wale watu ambao wanakwenda kufanya activities kama hizi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba ya kwamba waweze kujipanga na wajue ya kwamba wanakwenda kuzungumza na wananchi, wanakwenda kuzungumza na binadamu wenye ambao wako na mahitaji, na waangalie kama kuna vitu vidogo vidogo, ni maji, ni soda, ni nini, wanaweza kupatia wale wananchi, ili wale wananchi ambao wameweza kufika katika ule mkutano pale wasiwezi kuathirika, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sina lingine la kuongezea zaidi ya hapo isipokuwa ya kusema ya kwamba naunga mkono huu mswada. Asanteni.
The Honorable Member for Jomvu. Honorable Badi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kuweza kunipatia nafasi hii pia na mimi kuchangia mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kuunga mkono mswada huu ambao umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Chepkonga na vile vile Mheshimiwa Otiende Amolo ambaye mimi humuita Future Chief Justice. Kwa hivyo leo hii mimi nataka kusema kuwa mswada huu una mambo mengi sana mazuri, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeweza kuona katika mambo ya ushirikishwaji mara nyingi sana waweza kumuona mtu amekuja na makaratasi ya kusema ati kuna public participation ama ushirikishwaji umeweza kufanywa, kumbe ameweza kupiga picha zake za zamani akaziweka hapo na maoni yake na kila kitu. Lakini hivi sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia kutakuwa na yule ambaye atabeba jukumu ya jambo kama hili, na ni jambo zuri sana katika mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika ibara ya 13(2) ambayo ya mswada huu unaulizia juu ya maneno ya lugha, tukiangalia hili ni jambo zuri sana na la maana kabisa, kwa sababu unaweza kwenda kumuona mtu amefika katika public participation haelewi Kiingereza, lakini yale yanayopitishwa pale amebakia yeye anatikisha kichwa hali ya kuwa hajui ni kitu gani ambacho kinaongelewa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo kama hili katika mswada huu ni vizuri wale wanaotoa maoni sharti watoe maoni ambao wanafahamu kwa lugha ambayo wao wenyewe wanaweza kuona kwa wanaweza kuifahamu. Katika mswada huu Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kipengele cha 18 chaonesha kweli katika kuweka wazi kwa ikiwa seneti wameweza kufanya public participation katika jambo moja, na tukiona kulingana na sasa seneti wanaweza kufanya public participation ama ushirikishwaji wa jambo moja, alafu na sisi bunge tukaweza kufanya pia katika jambo hilo hilo. Lakini hii inaweza kuonesha kuwa ikiwa maridhiano yameoneshwa kuwa imefanywa kisawasawa, yatupunguzia muda kwa sisi mara moja, ndio tutaweza kuona kwa jambo kama hili haliwezi kurudiliwa tena. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kipengele cha 20 ambacho ya mswada huu yasema kuhusu adhabu ama offense, na tukiangalia hili ni jambo ambalo la kweli, kwa sababu watu wengi ni warongo Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kuweka maneno wao wakiwa kwenye meza wanapeleka maneno ambao sio wananchi ambao wameweza kuyazungumza kutokamana na pale chini. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuunga mkono wenzangu, mfano kama Mheshimiwa Amina Mnyazi kwa yale aliyoweza kuyazungumza, kuwa ni muhimu katika mswada huu pia kuwekwe fedha ama public participation fund ambayo itaweza kusaidia wale ambao watakuwa wanatoka mbali kuja kutoa maoni yao. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kweli kuwa watu wanakuja kwenye mikutano, wakifika kwenye mikutano Mheshimiwa Spika, wanakaa hapo, hali ni ngumu, mtu hajakunywa chai, mtu hajafanya kazi, mtu hajaangalia familia yake, amekuja kuchangia katika yale ambayo ni ya kujenga taifa ama ni ya kutengeza maisha ya baadaye, na akiondoka pale anatembea kilomita ambazo ni nyingi bila kuona kuwa anaweza kupawa kitu chochote katika mambo yale. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema kuwa mswada huu ni mzuri sana, kwa sababu hata yale maneno ambayo tunayaona mara nyingi sana kwenye makoti yetu ambapo yaambiwa jambo fulani limeweza kupitishwa, alafu wakati watu wanajipanga kupanga mipangilio ya maendeleo fulani, unasikia ruling ama hukumu ya koti imekuja kusema kuwa public participation haikuweza kufanywa kwa njia ambayo ni nzuri na kwa njia ambayo ni sawasawa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema leo Mheshimiwa Otiende Amolo na Mheshimiwa Chepkonga wamelenga mbali kwa mambo kama haya ambayo yanatutokelea siku nenda siku rudi, yanatuwekea misingi ambayo siku zijazo viongozi wajao, wananchi wanaokuja watakuwa wana mipangilio mizuri ya kuona maendeleo yao yanaweza kupita na kufanyika bila kuregeshwa nyuma na mambo ya makoti ama kuja kuambiwa kwa jambo kama hili haliwezi kwa halifanyika kisawasawa. Kwa hiyo hayo ambayo nimeweza kueleza, Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema kuwa naunga mkono kikamilifu, lakini hayo ambayo pia nimeyapendekeza naomba yaweze kujumuishwa katika mswada huo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Honorable Member for Gishugu. Honorable Gishugu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity also to contribute to this very, very, very important bill on public participation. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution, though provides an avenue for public participation on all decisions, on all matters affecting the public, there has never been a law on public participation. And this law now comes in handy. And I must appreciate the co-sponsors, Honorable Otiende Amolo, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, and also the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of this Parliament, led by Honorable Murugara, which has really dedicated time to come up with this bill. I remember at some point I met them in Mombasa while I was also on official duty, and they stuck there for almost the entire week trying to finish up on this bill. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill now sorts out all the issues that have been raised, even in courts, that now an avenue for public participation has already been given through this bill. And looking at the participation, or looking at where the Parliament is involved, actually, I'm very, very much interested in that aspect, because a lot of public participation, especially in the lawmaking process, is usually done by the Parliament. And now this bill provides that when one of the houses of Parliament has conducted public participation, the other house need not do public participation if they feel that the public participation that has been done by one of the houses is adequate. And Honorable Speaker, it also provides, and I've always wished for this avenue, that the two houses of Parliament dealing with a certain matter or a certain bill can sit together as a joint committee of both houses and be able to dispense with the business once and for all. Because we've seen instances whereby one of the houses clears with the bill, does public participation. When it goes to the other house, either because the other house might also be busy with other issues, that bill gets stuck there for months or even some years. But when the two houses of Parliament sit together, they dispense with the bill, they involve all the stakeholders, they do public participation, and they come with one bill. And in that case, Honorable Speaker, there will be no need of even going for mediation, because the issues will have already been agreed between the two committees of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, however, I also see some room for improvement of this bill as we go to the committee of the whole, because, Honorable Speaker, I feel that the relevant authority ought not to be the one that is giving guidelines on public participation. Because at the end of the day, we might come up with various guidelines in respect of a certain matter, and those guidelines might be conflicting. I believe we should have one central point of coming with guidelines or regulations on how now to operationalize various sections of this bill. especially if we can have guidelines that come from the AG, because this bill is domiciled in the State Department within the AG. I think then we'll have uniformity across the country. Instead of having Parliament coming with its own guidelines, county assemblies coming with guidelines, any relevant authority coming with the guidelines. So we might fall in the same trap of having inconsistency on how to conduct public participation and the nitty-gritties that are required. Honorable Speaker, another area that I feel we need to improve on is section clause, the clause that deals with the notice, whereby under clause 9.2, it provides 2C that a public participation notice under subsection 1 shall state whether submissions may be made orally or in writing or both. I feel that clause has been adequately covered under clause 10, where clause 10 provides that the submission at a public participation exercise may be made and they are enumerated. So it is very, very important that a notice does not bar anyone from making submission in any of the forms that are provided under clause 10. So, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to belabor the points, because this public participation bill, when it comes into law, then I think it will be very easy to sort out all the issues that have been raised by the court, the adequacy of the public participation, the qualitative, quantitative aspects of the public participation. But I believe guidelines or regulations that are now followed to operation of this law will also give proper and deeper directions on how to do public. But I strongly submit those guidelines might be centralized to avoid any conflict in terms of the way to conduct public participation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I rise to support this very important legislation brought about by my brother, Honorable Amolo Tende. And I want to thank Honorable Tende, of course, with Chepkonga, for coming up with a legislation that is going to address some of the fundamental issues that has always been wanting in our legislation. Honorable Speaker, you understand that so many issues have been taken to court and overturned just because the litigant was indicating that there was no enough public participation. Honorable Speaker, this legislation, how I wish it will pass as fast as we can be able to pass it here in Parliament so that it takes effect and we can be able to. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, it is important for this country to understand that it is one thing to do public participation, but it's the other thing, Honorable Speaker, to actually adhere to what the public has proposed or they have given their views, and as to whether whatever the views of the public will be taken into consideration. And Honorable Speaker, this bill tries to address that problem. Honorable Speaker, as it is, the Constitution is very clear that public participation is a fundamental right, and it's a fundamental aspect of our legislation. And of course, following the respective articles of our Constitution, Article 10, 2, 69, 1D, and so on and so forth. Honorable Speaker, how I wish, Honorable Speaker, I was trying to look at the definition of public. And Honorable Speaker, as indicated, hopefully, in the third reading under committee of the whole, it is important also, Honorable Speaker, to define what public is. Honorable Speaker, when I was trying to Google to get the meaning of public, and I think it is important, so that by the time we are actually trying to identify who to invite for this public participation, that we adhere to that very important definition of that very important word, and that is the public. So I will be asking, hopefully, Mheshimiwa Otiende Amolo to try and maybe in the third reading to make some amendment or give a definition of the public. Honorable Speaker, the bill, of course, addresses and it wants to enhance, promote, and facilitate. And that is something that is very key, as indicated in Part 1, Honorable Speaker. In Clause 5, Honorable Speaker, the principle of public participation. It is important that in whatever format a person can be able to express their view through either written, oral, online, in whatever format, Honorable Speaker. And I think that is a key important element in, on how we are supposed to direct or participate in public participation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in Part 2, the responsible authority. Honorable Speaker, this is very key, that we need to have responsible authority undertaking their public participation in their respective fields. Honorable Speaker, it would be pointless for us, maybe as Parliament, to go and do a public participation that is concerning the judiciary. So, Honorable Speaker, Part 2 now identifies who are these responsible authority, Honorable Speaker, and without repeating, it is important for us to note that even at the county level, that the clerk of the county assembly and the respective CEC takes the same role that is undertaken by the PSS and taken by the clerk of the National Assembly or the Senate. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, to allow each department or each sector to be able to undertake their public participation, and then maybe once they have undertaken it, then it becomes very simple for them because they understand the procedures and the other related issues in their respective fields, Honorable Speaker. In Part 3, Honorable Speaker, notice. That notice is, it has always been used as a tool for people to be able to, conceal the notice, the dates, the venues, and the mode that will be used in public participation so that I can be able to get the result, or of course, predetermined result that I want to. If it maybe it's me who has been bestowed that responsibility, I will only be able to bring, but that notice that is public out there, then it, of course, stops and gives Kenyans an opportunity for them to be able to, and in different formats, Honorable Speaker, as indicated in Clause 9, where different formats, electronic websites, print media, and different modes will be used, Honorable Speaker, so that people can, I was actually then trying to see, Honorable Speaker, then what happens to the vernacular languages, television stations or radio stations? But that has been addressed as I was going through the bill, Honorable Speaker. Somewhere down there, it has actually expressed that under Clause 13.2, that if we are in a place where maybe the participant or the public do not speak the two national language, that is English and Kiswahili, then they might be allowed to, so again, that calls for maybe, Honorable Speaker, an interpreter. For assuming if we are going there as Parliament to conduct a public participation, but we are not fluent to that language, then again it calls for an interpreter to be able to interpret exactly when it is coming from the participant and also when it is coming from the responsible authority undertaking the reasonable time, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes somebody wants to express, and it's just only you have a minute or 30 seconds, And they don't have enough time. And I think reasonable time then, Honorable Speaker, that is given to participants or the public when they are giving their views, Honorable Speaker, it is very key. Consideration of submission, Honorable Speaker, it is important, and not only consideration of the submission. Honorable Speaker, this bill gives birth to that submission must also be published. And that is very important, so that the public and the people who are participating can be able to look at the public participation and see whether whatever they contributed was actually captured and published, through the publication, then they can be able to. Honorable Speaker, the gazettement of specific guidelines. And I think that is very key, Honorable Speaker, and an open forum where the public can be able to come and give their views as indicated in clause 18, which is important. Honorable Speaker, there are places where public participation are done, and the gates or the venue you cannot be able to access. So these open places where public participation will be done, Honorable Speaker, is very key. The other bit, Honorable Speaker, also as indicated in clause 18.3, is about the joint public participation, assuming it is now the National Assembly and the Senate. Honorable Speaker, public resources is duplicated in most of the time. And I'm saying a case in point is the happenings that are going on now on the substandard fuel. Honorable Speaker, as a committee of energy, we were able to bring the relevant department and the ministry and stakeholders together for us to be able to get their views. Only for the following day, Senate again goes on the very same cycle, asking the same questions, and public money is not utilized prudently, Honorable Speaker. Of course, Honorable Speaker, in the data, of course, there are penalties. Let me talk about the penalty, Honorable Speaker. 500,000, Honorable Speaker, I think it is too lenient. And either the fines or the jail term. Honorable Speaker, it is important for the committee and the Honorable Tiende to think about the penalty. Let us make it a little bit punitive, that anybody who goes against this very fundamental issue knows the consequences if they go against.
You can finish your sentence, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That's what I was saying, Honorable Speaker. It is important. This is a key fundamental issue that needs to be taken seriously by the responsible authority. And anybody going against what has been indicated here and hopefully passed by Parliament and find its way to be a law, an act of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, then they should be taken. And importantly also, it is the protection of some information. Honorable Speaker, not every information must be relayed out there, either published or... So it is important also, as indicated, that the Data Protection Act clauses that protect some very important, vital information should be kept for the purpose that is. Otherwise, if we again have to give out every information and disclose everything, Honorable Speaker, some characters might be using that information not in the proper way of that. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Rueda Obo, Member for Lamu East.
Asante Bi Speaker kunipatia na mimi nafasi nipate kuchangia. Moja kwa moja nataka ni mshukuru Mheshimiwa Tende Omolo kwa kuleta hii sheria yeye na mwenzake. Kwa hakika ushiriki wa umma ni msingi wa kidemokrasia. Ni haki ya kila mwananchi kushiriki katika uamuzi. Hapa mwananchi anapewa nafasi ya kutoa maoni yake ya kimaendeleo, kibajeti za serikali au sera mbalimbali hujenga uwazi na uwajibikaji. Hii huleta imani kwa wananchi. Wananchi huwa na imani na sisi tukienda tukifanya zile kuwahamasisha. Rasilimali za umma huweza kutumika kwa njia nzuri kwa sababu takuwa hakuna uficho, kuna uwazi. So pengine mtu ataogopa ile kufanya kichini chini. So rasilimali zinaweza tumika vizuri. Inaleta ushirikiano baina viongozi na wananchi. Kwa sababu saa nyingine wewe kiongozi unaweza kuwa na jambo lako zuri lakini mwananchi lile halioni. Kwa hivyo ukimpa nafasi akichangia anajengeka imani. Viongozi wahusika hupata kuelewa mahitaji ya walengwa. Saa nyingine inaweza kuwa hapo kaandika mambo mazuri lakini ukifika kwa huko mashinani lile lako umelitengeneza huku kwenye maboardroom, ukenda kule ikawa haifanyiki. Especially ile maeneo yangu kama mimi natoka. Mtu anaweza panga hapa vizuri lakini ukifika kule ukaambiwa hili halifanyiki huku. Kwa hivyo hupata sisi kwenda kuelewa malengwa. Wale walengwa mahitaji yao ni yapi. Wananchi hufurahia kuhamasishwa kwa maendeleo. Huona kwamba wamehusishwa. Huletwa umoja na uwiano. Changamoto ambao zatokea katika kuhamasisha au wajibikaji kwenda kule mashinani. Changamoto ya kwanza, wananchi hawapati taarifa kwa wakati. Sasa ilikuwa naomba hapa iangaziwe mambo hayo kwa sababu kila tukenda, hata hapa bunge, tukenda kufanya public participation kule, utaona hufanywa pale Mokoe ambao wanasema ni county headquarters. Lakini ukiangalia kama maeneo yetu, si maeneo ya kwamba kama utatukua shilingi 50 upande matatu uende. Ni maeneo mtu lazima alipe 8,000 na 8,400 kufika Mokoe. Sasa nani atatoa pesa yake afike Mokoe? Sasa utaona zile sehemu huachwa nyuma mara nyingi kwa sababu ya mambo kama hayo. Mimi nilikuwa naomba hii public participation hata kama itafanywa kwa eneo bunge au kwa wodi, ishuke chini zaidi mwananchi afikiwe. Kama itafanywa county lakini lingine nalo lishuke chini mwananchi afikiwe. Mwananchi afikiwe. Wengi hawapati nafasi za kwenda katika hayo maeneo kama vile nilivyosema kwa sababu ya changamoto za usafiri au hawakupata taarifa kabisa. Ni muhimu mtu apataye nafasi ya kwenda kufanya public participation ahakikishe yale maoni ya wananchi yalotolewa. Isiwe ni kwenda kuwasikiza kisha tukaandika yale yetu tunahitaji. Yale anayosikizwa pale ndio yaandikwe. Nimeona public participation nyingi zimefanyika na kama juzi pia tulienda ile ya fisheries bill. Public participation ilienda lakini ukisoma ripoti iko yale wananchi walosema lakini kwenye zile amendment hakuna yale wananchi walosema. Kwa hivyo bill inaenda vile. Ni mpaka nimekuwa macho ndo nimeona na nimeweka amendment. Lakini kama wale walokwenda kufanya ile public participation walichukua yale maoni, ilikuwa ni wao pia waeke zile amendment. Lakini kwa sababu walokuenda kule haiwaathiri, saa nyingine inapita na wanaachia wenyewe wamezungumza lakini hayakuchukuliwa. So na nilikuwa naomba hizo kama nilivyosema hizo ripoti ziandikwe kisawasawa. Pili, nataka kusema lingine, sisi viongozi tukienda kule tusiende na akili zetu tumepanga sisi baada ya hii tutataka kufanya hivi. Tukifanya hivyo tunafanya makosa, ndio maana huenda tukasikiza kisha tukarudi na mengine bila kuchukua yale ya mwananchi. Pia viongozi au wanaharakati wengine hawa tunasema critics. Saa nyingine wanakuja na mpangilio mzuri lakini nao wanasahau ni vizuri wajue mipangilio ya serikali kama haya mambo ya public participation au wajibikaji wa umma wajue, kwa sababu mtu anaweza kuja na jambo zuri lakini wananchi wenyewe hawakutaka hivyo. Kwa mfano hii CDF ya Lamu Mashariki, wananchi wametoa sababu kwamba sisi katika Lamu Mashariki hakuna shule hata moja ambayo ina ukuta na kumetokea mwalimu akapigwa ndani ya shule na mtu ambaye akili yake si timamu. imetokea mvulana kauawa shule ingine, imetokea tukienda kila wakati tunaulizwa kwamba sisi tunachoka kufagia kinyesi cha ng'ombe. Sasa wenyewe wananchi wakaona muhimu ni hii kujenga ukuta. Lakini zikijengwa utaona mtu ambaye haelewi, pengine utamwona kama ni kiongozi, lakini haelewi kwamba kuna sheria zinafuatwa, yatakuja kwa nini amejenga hii, kwa nini amejenga hii. Wewe huoni umuhimu, lakini ule mwananchi mwenyewe ametaka vile, anaona ni muhimu, ndio maana kukaweka hii public participation. Pia nataka ni matumaini yangu kwamba hii, manake najua katiba inazingatia cultures za watu. Saa ingine utaona tumekwenda kufanya public participation, lakini tumefanya kama siku ya Ijumaa. Kama ukienda kwa Waislamu siku ya Ijumaa watu wanakwenda kuswali, wewe umekwenda kufanya public participation. Hiyo public participation hiyo itafanywa na nani? Na watu wako msikitini. So naona ni muhimu, au uende Jumapili watu wako kanisani, itaenda kufanya na watu gani kama umeenda kwa maeneo ambao ni Wakristo. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu angalie dini ya hao watu kama katiba inavyoangalia, na iangalie pia ile tuseme culture za watu. So mambo mengi ya kuzingatiwa. Geographical position pia, kama mnaenda wapi, mnaweza kwenda pahali kama Mkokoni, mkifika hakuna maji ya kwenda huko, mkakwama, mkarudi na mafaili yenu, mkasema mmefanya public participation. So kuna mambo mengi yafaa kuzingatiwa ili mwananchi afikiwe, na mwananchi akifikiwa ndio hii nchi itaendelea. Asante Bwana Speaker.
The Honorable Dick Maungu, MP for Luanda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity that I may also add my voice on this important debate with reference to public participation. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 1 gives power to the people and says that sovereign power belongs to the people. And this power, Mr. Speaker, can be exercised directly or through elected leaders. Mr. Speaker, it's on that basis that such a house as Parliament exists to execute this power on behalf of the people. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution envisaged that the public must be involved on any major decision that takes place in this country. And the public being involved, Mr. Speaker, is that before any such important debate, such important law, the public needs to have their say. And Mr. Speaker, we have seen, since the Constitution was inaugurated back then, the courts have come in many ways to invalidate what this House has done on the premise that adequate public participation was not done. And therefore, this bill seeks to cure what has been the gap. This bill seeks to give some direction and kind of some credence on what public participation is, Mr. Speaker. In some instances, the courts have declared that there was inadequate public participation, leaving the question, what is adequate public participation? And therefore, the bill comes out to give the framework within which public participation can take place. The bill it assigns responsibility to various individuals or people, officers, Mr. Speaker, who can actually be able to initiate and conduct public participation. This, in essence, will cure the gap. This, in essence, will give direction and some kind of harmony in the way business is done as we execute our mandate as a House. Mr. Speaker, I've had debate as to how do we therefore bring these people together. And there was a debate of even reimbursing fare and what have you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, I feel this is a civic responsibility. Just like on every election day, members of public will actually go and vote in their rightful leaders. I believe that public participation should equally be a civic responsibility, whereby we as members, as leaders, and the community out there can actually be able to attend and give their view on a matter, and give their position on a matter, and give how they think this matter should be done, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, because I imagine if we were to monetize public participation, then it will end up being too huge a thing to do, Mr. Speaker, whereby now shortcuts will actually come in, where people will kind of say that public participation was done, but indeed it was avoided because of the costing it comes with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at the notifications, whereby members of public will adequately be informed. Members of public will be informed, in whichever means, Mr. Speaker, that on a given date, we shall be having a discussion on public participation on a matter. To me, this is welcome, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, however, I have a few observations that maybe I'll wish to, that the good friend of mine, Honorable Otiende, and the co-sponsor can look into, Mr. Speaker. The question is, we have situations, for example, over the recent past whereby discussions have been held out there. We've even seen clips and, for example, media coverage that indicates that this is what the public actually agreed. But the report moves elsewhere, you find that what is reported is contrary or opposite what was actually discussed. The question is, how do we therefore assign weights that at a given place in Luanda where members gathered, this is what they discussed and this is what the public said? How do we therefore say that this public decided on this direction or this direction? Mr. Speaker, in this House, we have the Hansard, whereby once a member speaks, we can actually be able to follow up and see who said what, and a vote can be taken. Now, when this public participation is done, where do you say in Mashinani, how shall we therefore be able to quantify that this is what was discussed and this is the way which we should actually say? It is said that the majority will always have their way, but the minority will have their say. How shall we be able to factor such so that the minority, as much as they'll have their say, that their say will actually be captured in whichever way, Mr. Speaker? That's a fear that is alive, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I'll call upon the sponsors to look into how do we therefore shepherd, how do we therefore avoid this abuse by people who may not be of good intent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on inviting people for that public participation, we are aware that public participations have been done and a selected number of people have been invited. The question is, how therefore do we choose on who will come for this activity or who will not come for this activity? Or will it be everyone who thinks or has an opportunity to come and train, Mr. Speaker? We have situations whereby members of public are invited for a project in a given area, and you find that selected people will be what we call opinion leaders, opinion shapers will be invited at the expense of the others. We therefore wish to find out how do we therefore avoid a situation whereby we are trying to play a game by inviting people whose views are already known, by inviting people whose ideas are already known, so as to change the direction or to determine the direction of a decision, Mr. Speaker. All in all, Mr. Speaker, I support and do say that this bill will go a long way in curing the gaps we've had in executing what we have as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Member of Parliament for Roysambu, the Honorable Augustine Mwafrika. The next one, the Honorable Alice Nganga. Next one, the Honorable Dr. Eve Akinyobara. You've already contributed. The Honorable Ikomas Mutuse.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that the mood is that the mover replies.
So you are on. Now, there being no interest in terms of contributions, the mover will now reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members who've spoken to this bill. It is of note and to be noted by the entire country that all the members who've spoken have supported this bill. It is common misconception by some quarters sometimes that members of parliament do not support public participation. All the comments that have been made are towards improving the bill, and we are going to consider them what the lawyers call seriatim as we come to the committee of the whole house. Mr. Speaker, it bears mention only one or two just about 4 or so points, because we are speaking both to colleagues inside the House and outside the House. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 issues that were raised preliminarily. One is in respect of clause 20 that gives the criminal sanction. Mr. Speaker, this was a legitimate concern raised by the Deputy Speaker, the idea of criminalizing what should actually be otherwise a normal work duty. But Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised to know that most of those who spoke to us wanted enhancement of this sentence. And in fact, even in the House right now, Honorable Gukari has just spoken to that 500,000 is nothing. So it would be interesting to have that debate when it comes. You know, we live in a country where most people want enhanced sentences. They want the death penalty, they want life sentences, they want enhanced sentences. But in terms of trend, we trend to try and reduce those sentences. Of course, an issue was raised with the clause 12.2, the idea of publishing the report and then publicizing it. The committee considered this, and the committee was actually just following what already is in the Constitution. Article 35.3 of the Constitution talks of the state publishing and publicizing any information that the state already holds. So it is to be expected that if you are doing public participation, and because the public addressed the issue of feedback, it makes sense to require that it be published and publicized. An issue arose in terms of the period, notice period. And I think it was Honorable Mutunga who said we should fix a period. We should fix a timeline. We need clarity. Mr. Speaker, this is something that was then again echoed by the MP for Tetu, who went further to say that we don't just need timeline for the period, we even need to specify what's the minimum number of people to attend, what is the minimum number of memoranda that we should have. Mr. Speaker, we considered this and we concluded that this is an impossibility. We settled for what the lawyers have settled for over the centuries, reasonableness. And somehow, the judges have always been able to define what is reasonable notice. You cannot specify the notice in terms of dates or even hours because the periods are different. If it comes to impeachment of the deputy president, the timelines given to parliament is so limited. You cannot compare that, for example, to when we want to amend or enact a new constitution, which is timeless. So you can't specify that time. You cannot specify the number of people. The number of people that a village elder must consult out of the Mijikumi cannot be the same number of people that parliament should consult. Nor can you limit the memoranda. If you were to do that, nothing would ever pass because the sabotage would be real. You don't have to come and oppose. You just deny the minimum number. In fact, nothing parliament does by way of law would ever pass. And that is why we settled for what is reasonable. An issue arose, and Honorable Toritich spoke about this, the question of facilitation, and in fairness to members everywhere, they wanted us to pass a law that says those who come for public participation will be paid some money by way of reimbursement. It's a very popular thing. But when we examined it, it is popular but dangerous. One, because constantly we never have sufficient budget for anything. Every entity will apply its budget to everything else except public participation. And it will say insufficient budgetary allocation. So when then they say they didn't do public participation because there was no budget, what do you do with them? Two, if they allocate a budget, how do you determine the limit of that budget? Because you cannot say, I only want 100 people. You will be limiting the rights of the ones who exceed 100. So how do you limit that budget? In this country, and we're all politicians, we know that where there's monetary consideration, you will never lack numbers. Which means then, where there's a budget, it becomes limitless. But number three, how do you even predetermine it? How do you say that in doing the budget policy, we will only expect 2,000 people to do public participation? But if you continue with it, it gets even more murky. Part of the complaint we got was that the public participation we have usually done or seen done as skewed because the people who come with some money and therefore they tell the people what to say. That's what's called undue influence. How then do you limit undue influence if you are going to give the money? In fact, we came to the conclusion that that amounts to corruption. So how did we deal with it? We dealt with it by saying that we will not expressly limit the idea of giving facilitation or honoraria. Because if you do, then there are those who are able to do it, and some public entities have been doing it. But we will make it a civic duty, a civic duty. No one gives you money when you are going to vote. And that's the way it should be with public participation. If you feel that it's too much on you, then you disenfranchise yourself. Mr. Speaker, there was the question that Honorable Muriu raised, and I think Honorable Dick Maunga has just said it, that how do we ensure that what the people say in public participation is actually what is reflected in the report and in the recommendation? In other words, honesty and good faith. And to them I say this. The old lawyers said that not even Satan knows what's in a man's mind, including a woman. And therefore, you cannot legislate honesty. You cannot legislate good faith. All you can do is take and legislate measures that will enable you measure whether the outcome reflects the input. And that's what the bill seeks to do. It seeks to do that, one, by making sure that you can verify what was said through the report, by making sure that forum is open, by making sure that the report is published and publicized, and by making sure that there's a feedback mechanism. But if you are not certified, if you are in doubt, then that's why we're introducing an amendment to clause 20, where you can challenge that outcome to be avoided by the High Court. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Gishimu raised a very interesting issue of having a central oversight body. When we started with this bill, there was a proposal to have the Attorney General as the oversight body. We discarded that for a very simple reason, for two reasons. The Attorney General's office themselves are the primary consumers of public participation because they draft the most number of laws and they must do public participation. They cannot superintend themselves. Secondly, the Attorney General is an office in the executive, not in the judiciary, not in the legislature, not in the independent offices. And so we did away with that. There was a second proposal to bring the office of the ombudsman. And it was not accepted because it was argued that there's no way the ombudsman can be the judge of the kind of guidelines that an assistant chief should develop, the kind of guidelines that parliament should develop. Let every entity develop its guidelines within the Constitution and within this act. Those guidelines then will be measured by the High Court for anyone who challenges them, both in content and in terms of whether they are followed. And therefore, the overall oversight body here is ultimately the High Court. Lastly, Honorable Gikaria, I think, raised the issue of, do we define the public? We grappled with that thing. And our first point was, the Constitution that requires public participation does not define the public. So why do we need to define the public? If all this time we've applied it without definition, why do we need? Secondly, we came to the conclusion that the word public varies with the circumstances. The public for an issue that concerns the judiciary is not the public for an issue that concerns mining, is not the public for an issue that concerns the fishermen in Lake Victoria. So that let that public be defined within the context of the responsible authority. But in any event, even if you dare define it, you will come to the difficulty Justice Majanja came to. When the question was posed, when you say a person in the context of a company, is it a Kenyan or a non-Kenyan? We left this to the variables of the circumstances. A person can even be a non-Kenyan if, for example, you are consulting travelers who are transiting through Jomo Kenyatta, not coming into the country. Most of them will not be Kenyans, but they would still be the public for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, with all this, we will consider all this during the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Tiende Amolo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Before you just wind up, look at clause 5, subclause A. When you say public participation may be conducted through written submissions, oral hearings, online forums, or any other method deemed appropriate to the context. Deemed appropriate by who?
It is, I believe you're looking at clause 8, actually.
I'm at clause 5A.
Yes, clause 5A.
Deemed appropriate
yes,
by who?
It is deemed appropriate by the responsible authority. Because later, we define all that we believe to constitute the responsible authorities. And part of what we had asked in public participation, and we're asking this House, is if there's any entity that you can think of that is not mentioned in clause 6, please bring that entity so that we include them, because we don't want to exclude anyone. So it is that responsible authority.
I'm happy with that response.
Yes.
So to avoid the possibility of litigation or having bodies subjectively determine for others what amounts to what is appropriate, I think it would be a minor amendment you could consider. So that is clear.
Absolutely.
It's for the responsible authority to determine.
Absolutely.
Again, if you look at clause 2, clause 20, I'm happy you have mentioned there is a possibility of amendment here. But assume there are breaches on the part of Parliament as a responsible authority to comply with the requirements of Article 118 and the provisions of this bill if enacted into law. What would be the natural consequence?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, that is the first point I spoke to. Yes. And that is that one of the contributors, one of the honorable members, was of the view that we should not have clause 20, which now specifies a consequence. And that if we do, it should not be to an individual, it should be to the whole entity. But our answer was, and still is, but we will consider this, twofold. One, that if it comes to Parliament, for example, under clause 6, then specifically it is the clerk of the respective house. And why would it be the clerk of the respective house? Because we used the principle that if you assign that responsibility to no one will take responsibility. If you generally assign it to all the members of Parliament, there is no way all the members of Parliament can never be convicted of a criminal offense together. And that is the answer to the contrary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amolo. I'm grateful you have replied.
Thank you.
Take your seats, honorable members. The Deputy Speaker will take a seat. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the conduct of public participation, to give effect to the constitutional principle of participation of the people enshrined in Articles 10.2, 69.1d, 118, 1841c, 196, 201a, and 232.1d of the Constitution, and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Local Content Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2025, second reading.
Move the Honorable Jane Kagiri, MP. Move.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Local Content Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to provide a framework to regulate the local content in Kenya, to promote the local industry, provide sourcing of locally produced goods and services, and for connected purposes. Honorable Speaker, the background of this bill is something that I undertook to take a lot of research and findings in our daily lives, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm a mother to a 4-year-old boy, and anytime I pick him from school, he'll always request me to take him to a certain fast food. Whenever I take him to that fast food, there's nothing that pains me more than to realize the potato chips or the French fries that I'm buying for him are actually imported from another country. Honorable Speaker, this got me begging the question, We are producing enough potatoes in Laikipia. We are producing a lot of potatoes in Nyandarua. What stops these foreign companies from doing a skills transfer on our farmers, getting into contract farming with them, and giving them the opportunity to actually produce these potatoes and the quality that they would require from them? Honorable Speaker, most of us here are well-traveled. Whenever you travel to a foreign country, for me personally, I take time to visit the vegetable sections in the supermarkets. And whenever I visit those sections, I'll always see avocados from Kenya branded. I'll see avocados from other countries branded. And Honorable Speaker, I tell myself, apart from food safety, these indications are put there so that the local people know when they buy an avocado from a foreign country, they are promoting the farmer from the foreign country vis-a-vis their own local farmers. So, Honorable Speaker, I continued doing my research. And this is a statistic, Honorable Speaker, I would want this Honorable House to take to attention. In the year 2024, UNCTAD released an investment report on Kenya. In this report that they released, the foreign direct investment in 2023 was $1.5 million. Honorable Speaker, the foreign direct investment outflow of that particular year was $1.3 million. Honorable Speaker, that tells us 87% of the money that came into our country in the year 2023 left the country in the same year. So we were only left retaining 13% of that money. Honorable Speaker, in 2023 also, the Competition Authority of Kenya released a report in regards to logistics and transport in this country. In their findings, they found out that 90% of the trucks in this country are owned by Kenyans. However, 70% of all transport contracts by multinationals are always awarded to fellow multinationals. Honorable Speaker, these are questions that we need to answer. Honorable Speaker, I go down to mentioning our financial institutions in this country. We have our great banks that rank among the top in Africa. Honorable Speaker, if you go by our largest bank in Kenya, it is already rated at AA at the global credit rating. And that is in long-term lending, and in short-term lending, they are rated at AA1+. Honorable Speaker, this says our banks have capacity to trade like any other banks in this world. However, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to multinationals in this country, they cannot afford to give business to our local banks. Their businesses go to fellow multinational banks. Honorable Speaker, would indicate another sector, which is the legal sector. You find that anytime multinationals want to do contracts amongst themselves, they will always seek and award the contract to a fellow multinational law firm. Then that law firm has employed Kenyans who are going to do the same job. Honorable Speaker, we go to something called auditing. We have, Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and we have a very competent Auditor General. An Auditor General who comes, goes through our budget and tells us where there's been misappropriation and where there's been proper utilization of government resources. Honorable Speaker, she audits a 2.9 trillion budget in this country. Below her, it is Kenyans who work under her. However, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to multinationals in this country, they cannot trust a Kenyan to audit a 10 billion revenue or turnover. They cannot trust a Kenyan to audit a 60 billion turnover. Honorable Speaker, many times on our phones and on our TVs we have watched foreigners who supervise fellow Kenyans at a site or a particular place. You'll see a foreigner harass a Kenyan. You'll see even in instances where we have watched them beat up our people. Honorable Speaker, in this particular bill, what we are seeking for is to ensure that 80% of foreign companies employ Kenyans and give them an opportunity to serve this country. Because, Honorable Speaker, when we have a supervisor who works around a site, that is a job that a local Kenyan can do and do it very competitively. Honorable Speaker, it is not just the multinationals that are disappointing us. However, even our own government is doing the same. Honorable Speaker, we have institutions that draft and create tenders in this country. Tenders that are only suited for multinational companies or foreign companies. Honorable Speaker, this is also a time that we are calling our government to order. We have the Mausami Trironi Road, which currently has more than 20 contractors on site. This is a clear indication that it is possible to break down a 200-kilometer road into smaller sections for us to give opportunity to our local Kenyan contractors. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate when we consider that we are funding projects in this country. However, the funding is not domestic, because we cannot be having a project in Kenya. However, every of its other resource is actually coming from outside the country. When we come to finances, when we come to insurance, when we come to the legal, when we come to the auditing. Honorable Speaker, I'll give an example of a foreign company given a contract in this country. They will come in with their engineers, they come in with their architects. When it comes to insurance, they will only insure one vehicle and a third party, and the rest of the insurance, they'll take it back to their own countries. Honorable Speaker, we can't continue relying on goodwill, and that is why this bill is actually Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, localized into a law. Honorable Speaker, I would want to give an example of the country of China. When they first came up with their high-speed rail, they relied on Japan, they relied on Germany, they relied on France. Honorable Speaker, the one demand they made during that period was to seek that there has to be local skills transfer to their local people. Today, Honorable Speaker, China is competing as a leading high-speed rail constructor in the whole world. Honorable Speaker, that is what we are seeking for our country. That for anybody who is a foreigner and coming into our country, they have to deliver the skills transfer to our people so that our people are able to also get the skill and grow in it. Honorable Speaker, I'll also give the example of KenGen. KenGen started geothermal production. And when KenGen started that, we were not good at it. But what we did is KenGen demanded for skills transfer. Today, KenGen is producing geothermal, not just in Kenya, but even outside our country of Kenya, which we call it a plus for our country. Honorable Speaker, it is good that we note that we have a lot of youth unemployment, and where we have an opportunity to create employment for them, we must create employment for them. These are such opportunities. When we reduce the number of exports and profits being repatriated, we are going to be ensuring that our youth in this country are able to get employment and get it as they should. Honorable Speaker, allow me to bring your attention to my county, Laikipia, which is a highly horticultural producing county. In Laikipia County, there's a season we had our onions going for 10 shillings, whereas in Nairobi, the onions were going for 150 shillings. And I remember I would get so many trucks coming to Laikipia, buying our onions at low prices, and then coming and selling them at higher prices in Nairobi. But what shocks me, Honorable Speaker, is how we allow food chain supermarkets and places in this country to continue importing food at the expense of our farmers who are able to produce this same food. Honorable Speaker, those are the demands we are making from this bill, and so that we continue growing and improving the lives of our Kenyans. Another example, Honorable Speaker, I'll give is that I chair the 47 county MPs in this House. And Honorable Speaker, every month we receive a budget of 940 million to buy sanitary towels. Honorable Speaker, I have been through a procurement and another. And what saddens my heart is that every time we receive these sanitary towels, they've been procured from foreign companies. Honorable Speaker, we have our own manufacturers in this country, and we cannot be raising taxes as Kenyans for us to keep enriching foreigners or enriching people from outside this country. Honorable Speaker, these are the questions I'm seeking to answer as we propose to have this bill enacted into law, which is going to be a guidance for everybody doing business in this country. Honorable Speaker, it is also good to mention that prior to my joining the government, I was an entrepreneur. And I remember in the year 2015, Honorable Speaker, I got an opportunity to be subcontracted by a multinational. And what I was doing was construction of radiology departments in this country. Today, Honorable Speaker, when I sit back and look, I wonder what was the role of the multinational in that particular tender. It is my company that did the construction. It is Kenyans who did the construction. But why should we bring an intermediary who is a multinational company for them to be able to get a share of that money or a share of what was supposed to be gotten? Honorable Speaker, it's good I take this Honorable House through the clauses of this bill. And clause 1 of the bill is the short title that provides the act shall come into force 1 year after the date of publication in the Gazette. This is to give adequate time to foreign companies to comply with the requirements of this act. Clause 2 of the bill will provide for interpretation of various clauses as used in this particular bill. Clause 3 of the bill will provide for objects and purposes of the bill, which is to provide a framework for regulation of local content by prescribing minimum local content quotas in various sectors. The second thing will be to promote the local industry and sourcing of locally produced goods and services. The third thing, Honorable Speaker, we will be boosting the growth of the manufacturing industry in our country, Kenya. The fourth thing will be to promote the agricultural sector through sourcing of agricultural produce from Kenyan farmers. The fifth item, Honorable Speaker, is to enhance the creation of employment opportunities for the Kenyan youth and faster economic growth through promotion of foreign direct investments and reduce profit repatriation. In clause 4, Honorable Speaker, is where we are seeking that 60% of the procurement in multinationals of goods and services has to go to local companies. Honorable Speaker, it is also good for us to emphasize that, as I said earlier, we will also need these multinational companies to capacity build as well as transfer skills to our people, because we cannot always have people telling us our quality does not meet their standards or telling us our skills do not meet their standards. We must demand for skills transfer, because we can no longer have it as an excuse that our people are not able to produce what is supposed to be gotten. In regards to agricultural supplies, Honorable Speaker, this is where I have emphasized that it is very unfortunate when we have companies that will go about procuring food items from outside the country, whereas our local farmers are able to produce these items and produce them in good quantities and good quality, yet they are not given an opportunity to do that. Honorable Speaker, for me to get this conversation going, I had proposed that for anybody who goes against the law, we were proposing 100 million shillings penalty and not less than 1 year imprisonment. Of course, Honorable Speaker, we have received a lot of proposed amendments, which include the proposal that we should have a local content compliance authority, which actually it would make it easy for everybody. Rather than us go the punitive way, it is good for mediation and dispute resolutions to take place, rather than us choose the very tough path. Honorable Speaker, the clause 5 of the bill provides for regulations, making powers of the Cabinet Secretary responsible on the regulations for the better carrying out of the provisions of the Act. Clause 6 of the bill is the saving clause and provides that any existing contractual obligations as at the date of commencement of the Act shall continue in force for the until the expired period of the contract. Honorable Speaker, this bill has been received in very many ways. Of course, we have received a lot of proposed amendments where we need to define what a local company is and define it properly, because we do not want anybody taking advantage of that. The other thing is we also have to define the foreign company better, so that we ensure at the end of the day we achieve what we want to achieve, because it is not about who gets the tender, but it is about who benefits from that particular tender. Honorable Speaker, I've also said we need to create the local compliance authority, which is going to make it easier for everybody to do business and to be compliant with the business. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would want to share 3 statistics. And I will share statistics that are in the public domain and of 3 multinationals known in this country. We have East African Breweries Limited, we have BAT, and we have Safaricom. Honorable Speaker, in my research, I found out that every year, the 3 companies repatriate 59 billion out of this country, out of services that can be done by Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, if we bring in the 60% rule on this bill, it is going to be possible that they will be retaining 35 billion in this country. Honorable Speaker, the question I would want to ask, these are just 3 multinationals which would help us retain money in this country at 35 billion. Honorable Speaker, we don't have just 3 multinationals. We have more than 3 multinationals. They could even be 100, they could be 200. So, Honorable Speaker, what I would want to ask this Honorable House, when we get a 10 billion scandal, we get very angry and we get very frustrated. This is what I'm calling the 1 trillion scandal, because we have so much money leaving our boundaries in this country, and we must look for a way to retain this money in our country for it to help our people. The last point, Honorable Speaker, I would want to make to this bill is to emphasize that we are seeking for 80% of the labor force to be Kenyans, and also 100% of procurement of our agricultural produce. Of course, Honorable Speaker, that is ambitious, because not all agricultural products can be provided by Kenyans. However, as we've given the power to the Cabinet Secretary, there'll be exemptions, and then we'll also be seeking transitional implementation of various sectors on what the bill is demanding from them. Finally, Honorable Speaker, many have called this a very ambitious bill. But Honorable Speaker, I want to take us all back to the year 2014, when the Communications Authority came up with the regulation that every broadcaster in this country has to air 40% of local content. Honorable Speaker, we all got angry, we all got frustrated, we all wondered what we are going to watch. Today, Honorable Speaker, our broadcasting houses are at 94.6% compliance. So this is a bill that we can implement. This is a bill that can become law, and it is going to transform the lives of Kenyans in this country. In fact, this is a bill that is long overtaken by time, and the time to implement it is now for us to safeguard our country, safeguard the future of our children, and give each and every Kenyan an opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request
The Honorable Jane Kagiri, before you move, look at what is in clause 4 sub clause 7, which is a very good provision.
Yes.
But why 80% when you consider that we only grant work permit in law for those things which Kenyans cannot do? Why not 90 or even 99%?
Honorable Speaker.
What is the magic in 80%?
Honorable Speaker, this was just for the conversation to begin. However, I am very glad to report that when we presented the bill for public participation, Kenya Association of Manufacturers actually proposed we put it at 94.6%. And if we're all in agreement, I believe that is the way to go for our country. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move and request Honorable Mutuse to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Ikomas Mutuse, AKA impeachment for unconstitutional conduct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a very good evening because we are continuing the debate on the reform of our business laws so that we can be more impactful to the local population. From the beginning, Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate the Honorable Jane Kagiri, the woman representative for the people of Laikipia County. You would agree that, Mr. Speaker, she is not only knowledgeable, she has not only done her research, but she's also zealous with her parliamentary work. She has prosecuted the motion in a very eloquent manner and also with deep statistics that will persuade even those who were in doubt. Many members of parliament, including yours truly, would want to have a bill in their own name. And I congratulate the Honorable Jane Kagiri because she has taken time to have this bill, the local content bill, and I believe one day it will see the light of the day to become a law in our own name. Mr. Speaker, this is a short bill, a bill of about 6 clauses. And like I said at the beginning, it speaks to the core of our business laws. I believe as we progress and as we look at it, we will also need to propose consequential amendments to the Companies Act. We will also need to look at its effect on our labor laws, and we will also need to look at the effect on our immigration laws, just like you have intimated, so that we are in harmony in terms of legislative harmony. I wish also to thank the Honorable Jane Kagiri for graciously granting me the opportunity to be the one seconding this bill. Primarily, as she has enumerated, this bill seeks to cause foreign companies to source goods, services, and labor from Kenyan locals. And the mischief has been that, yes, we are a country that wants to attract foreign investment. But many of the foreign investors who are operating in Kenya come here, make profits, and repatriate that money back to their economies. And that money becomes not very useful to our economy. Take, for example, the high-rise buildings that are coming up in Kilimani, in Kileleshwa, and in many parts of this country. They are investments by Chinese, and we welcome them. But you will find that Kenya has a very elaborate cement factory, cement industry. But you will find some of them are bringing cement from their mother countries. You will find that Kenya has a very elaborate steel industry, but steel is still being imported from China and other countries. The people supervising, even fundis, plumbers, are people who are from foreign jurisdictions. And in the end, in the final analysis, you realize there has not been much effect of the so-called foreign direct investment to our country because it not only capital repatriation, but also capital flight. You have come here, you have made profit from our money, you have repatriated the money that you came with, but also taken our money to build your own economy. And I believe a sober debate that has been started by Honorable Jane Kagiri must construe so that we take full advantage of the foreign investments that are coming to this country. In this bill, local content is defined as the value that is brought to the local economy through procurement of locally available services, goods, supplies, and workforce. I emphasize this definition because that is where the rubber meets the road. It will be nonsensical, just like has been elaborated, to celebrate that we have attracted investments from many, many destinations when that investment is actually neo-colonialism, so to speak. And therefore, I fully support this legislative proposal because I believe it will create employment. Our young people require jobs. I believe that through the interaction between foreign investors and our local communities, our local business people, we are going to grow our manufacturing, we are going to grow our business sector. I believe by the retention of capital, we will not only grow the economy, but we will also have money in circulation. Honorable Jane Kagiri has mentioned about our government contracts. And you realize that our big government contracts, be they in the road sector, is it dams, they are awarded to foreign companies. Now, we are operating an economy that is quite tight in terms of the fiscal space. But if the monies that we are paying, the monies, the billions that we are deploying to our development programs, almost 80% of that money is being paid to foreign investors who are repatriating the same money. Are we creating wealth or are we impoverishing ourselves? And therefore, I want to urge our members to look at this in a sober manner, in a manner that encourages foreign investment, but also in a manner that makes that foreign investment count in terms of growing our economy, in terms of also the locals, people in Kenya who do business, being able to interact with those multinationals so that there is retention. Congratulations, Honorable Jane Kagiri. Those who say that it's ambitious, tell them that ambition is what has built the world. We must be progressive. We must dare to dream. And tell them that we are not against anyone, but we want a fair trading system nationally and also globally. With those remarks, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Local Content Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2025, be now read a second time. The Honorable Gladys Boss.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm humbled and delighted to be able to contribute this bill. But I will start first by congratulating my colleague, the Honorable Jane Kagiri, member for Laikipia, for this very progressive bill that looks into the future. This bill will be a game changer. This bill has been discussed in different ways many times. It's been wishful thinking, but today the Honorable Jane Kagiri has made it a reality. That conversation will not just be conversations that we have, but that we can actually act on and legislate on. And for that, I truly appreciate what she has done. Honorable Speaker, the biggest challenge we have in this country is that we are a net importer. In fact, many people always hear us say this, that edible oil is the second largest import after petroleum in this country. But when you think about edible oil, it's avocado oil, it's made from sunflower, it's made from canola, it's made from palm, coconut, sesame seed. All these agricultural products are available in Kenya. When you look at what we export only the raw material. We'll export the sunflower seed, we'll export the avocados, we'll export the canola, we'll export the soya bean, we will export the coconut, but we don't export any finished products. This bill will make those companies that buy our raw materials and then return to us the finished product, have to be forced to now manufacture here in Kenya, not only using those Kenyan products, but also employing locals. Honorable Speaker, this will grow our local industries because our local industries have now sunk. I know that in Uasin Gishu County, we used to have.
What is that technical problem with the mic?
Yes. Okay. I think it's on now. For example, the Rift Valley textile industry in Uasin Gishu, also known as Rivertex, has had for many years been producing using local cotton. But after a while, our cotton farming went down, and today the company runs. We spent money on state-of-the-art equipment, but the cotton is imported. We are not producing it here. This requirement for local content will force these companies such as this to begin to support the local cotton farmers so that they can produce the cotton, so that the cotton that is being used in those textile factories are actually from the country and grown in the country. We also know that for many products, especially agricultural products and other food products, that it has brought unfair competition to our local companies because you find that those foreign companies that bring into our country are subsidized by their governments. So they are able to cheaply produce. They are able to cheaply produce corn products. They can cheaply produce edible oil. They can cheaply produce rice products because they are subsidized. And so you find that it is impossible for our local companies to be able to compete. But with the local content bill, they will now have to produce here in Kenya rather than just make us a net importer. It will also provide youth employment, which is a crisis at the moment in our country. And this is a good message to all young people that this is the way to go so that you can get the employment that we've been yearning for. We have seen that even in the, and I keep referring to the agriculture sector because I come from a farming region. For example, recently we had the issue where the millers were importing wheat of a lower quality into the country while ignoring or not purchasing the wheat that had been locally grown, which is of a much higher quality. And I must thank the Minister of Agriculture because when myself, together with a group of farmers and the Cereal Growers Association, after I brought a petition to this House, gave us an audience and made it and required actually, and mandated the millers that they would not be able to release the imported wheat at the port until they had bought up to the last bag of locally produced and grown wheat. It is interventions such as this that now will not just be an intervention by the Agriculture Minister, it will be an intervention that is now legislated and that they will not have to require to be told about it. Also, as even we talk about this, one of the issues that we must deal with as a country is also to create a conducive environment to encourage manufacturing within the country and using local products. We must go the way that Ethiopia has gone, where if one wants to produce in the country using local products, they will be given land, they will be given licenses easily so that we can be able to make this local content bill a reality. It will also prevent us from exporting our forex, because the reason why we end up having the shilling going so high is because we lose all our forex, importing things that we can actually produce here, can be used here, and services that we can give over here. So with that, those few remarks, I just want to again give my full support to this bill, and also congratulate again my colleague, Honorable Chen Kagiri, for this very progressive bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You, Deputy Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Isambu, Augustine Mwafrika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this bill, which seeks to introduce a framework to regulate the local content, requiring foreign companies to prioritize local goods, services, and also labor. Mr. Speaker, allow me to pick on the transport business in Kenya as a case study of my argument. Mr. Speaker, we have few multinational companies which operate business, transport business in Kenya. That is, to mention a few, DHL, AGL, African Global Logistics, Agility, and a few others, Mr. Speaker. These few multinational companies which operate transport business in Kenya, they control 70% of transport business in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. The local transport companies, which are many, Mr. Speaker, they only control 30%, and they are the majority. Name them: Kioki Transporters, One-to-One, Siginon, Axela, Ponteprit, and many others, Mr. Speaker. One would ask, why should the few companies control the biggest percentage? The reason being that the procurement decisions, Mr. Speaker, are made outside the country. A company like BAT, they award their contract in London. EABL, outside the country. Nestor East Africa, Mr. Speaker, they also award their contract outside the country. Now this is disadvantaging the local transport companies, Mr. Speaker. In terms of asset, Mr. Speaker, the local transport companies own 90% of the trucks. That, Mr. Speaker, tells us that these local companies not only have the potential, but they have the overcapacity ability to control transport business in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I support that we need to put in place this framework so that we are able to cushion the local transporters from the manipulation by their counterparts. Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Alice Nganga, the MP for Thika Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first to congratulate Honorable Jane Kagiri, the woman representative of Laikipia County, for coming up with this local content bill of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the local content bill, allowing me to point out two critical provisions in the bill. First is the requirement for foreign companies to ensure at least 60% of goods and services locally. And the second provision is the bill requirement for foreign companies to ensure that at least 80% of their workforce is made up of Kenyan citizens. These are excellent provisions, and for this reason, I support. Mr. Speaker, we have always been saying that we buy Kenya and we build Kenya. But you have realized most of the things, they don't come from Kenya. So we buy things that are imported. And for us to have things made locally, and then people will be buying Kenya and they'll be building Kenya, we need to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, if this bill passes, it will create job opportunities for young men and women. It will empower them because they will be waking up in the morning knowing where to go or where to buy or where to sell, if at all this bill come to pass or see the light of the day. Mr. Honorable Speaker, further, previously, the justification for outsourcing services outside Kenya has been the alleged lack of local expertise. The other day, Mr. Speaker, I visited Rwanda. If you see the beautiful buildings and infrastructure in Rwanda, those expertise are from Kenya. If you go to Dubai and you see beautiful architectural work, and then you ask who did that work, then the expertise are from Kenya. It means that when it comes to qualified and educated people, Kenya, we don't lack that. So when this bill passes, we have enough engineers, we have enough architects, we have enough lawyers, we have enough engineers, we can do this work. So indeed, one of the challenges I foresee with this provision and from previous experience is that claim that local goods do not meet the required standard or the necessary expertise is unavailable locally. Available global data show that Kenya have substantial capacity across the sector listed in the bill. For instance, the World Bank Global Index Database 2025 indicated that approximately 80% to 85% of adults in Kenya have access to financial services. This is above the global average. In addition, Kenya has historically ranked among the top countries globally in access to credit. This demonstrates that Kenya has the requisite expertise and that the alleged lack of local capacity cannot be relied upon as a justification to exclude Kenya companies from participating in this sector. Even if such limitation exists, it is only through participation and utilization of local capacity that these systems can be strengthened and further developed. Honorable Speaker, such claims must therefore not be accepted at face value. We need a proper mechanism to verify any such claim. The bill should therefore provide for an independent authority responsible for assessing compliance, reviewing application for exemption, ensuring that any deviation from the prescribed threshold is justified and or by credible evidence. This mechanism should require companies to demonstrate through documented process that they have made reasonable effort to source locally before resorting to external service providers. It should also provide for periodic audit and reporting obligation to ensure ongoing compliance. Honorable Speaker, let me just say, when we were growing up, I think the people who are in this house, during the exam, that was primary level education, we would be asked during our exam, which is the most industrious town in Kenya, and everybody knew it was Thika. But as you visit Thika today, those industries are no longer there. And that's why today I stayed here to support Honorable Jane Kagiri. Because if you remember, like Castle Industries were located in Thika, Benco Investments were located in Thika, Nampak Packaging Manufacturing Company, they were located in Thika. Right now, what sustains Thika is the education hubs. Now we have more universities after we exited the manufacturing industry. But if we support this bill, then it means because the infrastructure still stands in Thika, if we support this bill, I'll be very happy to know that my industries will be back and my city will be back. And now you know that Thika is becoming a smart city. Then we need these industries back so that we can have level of employment for our young men and women. And they would come across the country, not only Thika people, they will employ from across the country. So when I see a bill like this one, I had to stay and make sure that I support it so that we make sure that we have this bill ready so that we can protect our industries and we protect our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Eva Kinyobara is recognized to make her contributions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the bill. From onset, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate Honorable Jane Kagiri for a very progressive bill, and I committed to stay behind and contribute to it. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides for a legal framework for the promotion and enforcement of social content, of local content in key sectors of the economy by prioritizing the use of Kenyan goods, services, and labor and enterprises with the aim of enhancing economic participation. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the key provisions of this bill, you'll see first that the local content requirement, it introduces mandatory threshold for the use of local goods, services, and labor in the specified sectors. Mr. Speaker, in my previous life, I worked for publishing firm, and I want to confess that we previously used local content, foreign content development from places like India, UK. But when we started working with our local youth, Mr. Speaker, the amount of work and the quality of work that they were able to do was amazing. And I, for one reason, that is the one reason that I also stayed behind to be able to state this and encourage our young people to continue doing that good work, because they are actually, in most cases, above even the international markets. The second one is in promotion of Kenyan enterprise, and this provides measures to prioritize Kenyan-owned businesses in procurement and contracting, and encourage participation of local farms in large-scale projects and value chains. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue, another provision is on promoting agricultural sector and harnessing market opportunities for Kenyan farmers. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me of a case in point a few years back when KFC came into the market. And there was an outcry when we were told that there were no potatoes for the chips at the Kentucky Fried Chicken potatoes. And you know how much potatoes we have in the market. And it was a protracted, long battle. Eventually, our Kenyan farmers were able to produce their potatoes and also take to KFC. And the same thing also with the chicken. And recently I saw a comment in the newspapers that Kentucky chicken in Kenya is better than the American one, because the Kenyan one it's not fatty, and this is work of our farmers, of what they are able to produce. So let me thank Kentucky that eventually they were able to agree, and our farmers can now deliver their produce to the Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is consumed by a lot of our Kenyan, particularly the young children, as much as sometimes it cannot be very healthy. The fourth provision is capacity building and technology transfer. This provision encourages skills development, training, and transfer of technology to Kenyan citizens and enterprises. It will promote long-term capacity development within local industries. Mr. Speaker, I said that I also worked for a publishing firm, and it was also a printing firm. And this became noticeable when we were able to get technology transfer from Germany, and our local technicians were able to repair the machines effortlessly. The fifth one is local content plans and compliance. That is the fifth provision that I noted. It requires investors and contractors to submit and implement local content plans and provide for monitoring, evaluation, and enforcement of compliance. Mr. Speaker, this bill also provides for incentives to encourage compliance with local requirements, support growth of domestic industries and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, should this bill go through and is finally implemented, and I believe it will do so after one or two amendments, the main benefit of this will be that it promotes job creation and local economic participation. It will also strengthen domestic industries and supply chains. Mr. Speaker, it will also enhance technology and skills transfer to Kenyans. I believe it will also reduce reliance on foreign goods and services. And the last one will be it supports inclusive economic growth. Mr. Speaker, there are a few challenges which we may encounter in the process. The main one may be, I'm using the word may, discourage foreign direct investment if requirements are too rigid. The second one will be possibly risk of increased project costs due to limited local capacity. And finally, which sometimes happens, is the potential for rent-seeking, corruption, or fronting by non-local entities. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, once again, congratulations, Honorable Jane, and I support. Thank you.
Honorable Tadayo Zambia, the MP for Kilome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I've gone through this bill, and I think, Honorable Jane Kagiri, you have what it takes to move and make sure that this bill becomes a law. Honorable Speaker, I'll pick on a few issues here and there. Honorable Speaker, when you talk about the local content, I would first say that we are our own enemies as a country, because, Honorable Speaker, we concentrate more on importing goods and services which we can actually produce and afford within our locality. And, Honorable Speaker, I will quote what even Jane Kagiri has said, that he was shocked to find that the sanitary towers, which are of our use to our girls, they are being imported when we have the capacity to produce them locally. Honorable Speaker, let me pick a few issues here and there. As a government, as we speak in the education sector, I really understand more about production of textbooks, that is printing, and even as Eva have said, in the printing industry, we are supplying so many books to to our students in the schools. And Honorable Speaker, you should get to know that all that content in those textbooks, even the papers we are using here, almost 90% is imported. You can imagine the kind of money which is spent by the government in printing and distributing these books, yet the materials, all the materials are imported. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that as a country, what we need to make the trace is where the rain started beating us. And, Honorable Speaker, if we want to move forward this country, first we must think about taxation. Most of the industries have collapsed. I've heard my colleague talk about Thika. You could just go through Thika, the town itself, and in every evening, you could notice that there are so many people around there who have been employed in those industries, but now they have collapsed. Why have they collapsed, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, as a government, we need to come into terms and make sure that we support our local industries. And the main problem is about the taxes. Because it comes a time when now if an industry cannot make any profit, if a farm cannot make any profit, it will close down. So I think the issue of taxation is one of the issues which needs to be addressed so that we can make this bill a success. Honorable Speaker, if we promote our local industries, it actually means that the issue of unemployment, which is a big cry in this country, will have been sorted. So, Honorable Speaker, as I've said, we are the enemy of ourselves. And if you look at this bill, if we render it well, I think we give ourselves like 2 or 5 years. It means that we will go back and revive our industries. And there is nothing good, Honorable Chair, Speaker, when you have people who have graduated in our universities, in our colleges, and they are able to access employment. And this can only be done if the government is committed in promoting its local content. Honorable Speaker, I also pick another example where the government itself is importing sugar, is importing rice. Honorable Speaker, what makes it that easy to import sugar, to import rice, when even our local farmers have the same commodities in the stores? Honorable Speaker, we need to integrate this, and I think this bill should be speeded up so that we can implement and make Kenya what we are calling Singapore can only be achieved if we go back and promote our own. So we should not think of Singapore if we cannot go down and look at what has been happening in our local market and the services and the commodities produced. Honorable Speaker, as I support this bill by Honorable Kagiri, I think it will be my advice that we get some more content in the bill, and the honorable member can be facilitated to do more public participation and come up with a concrete bill. But I really support this bill by my colleague. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, we need to have a training of specialized, we can talk of, in every field, we have engineering students, we have students who have done medical fields. We need to have some specialized institutes to make sure that our students, when they graduate, they can compete with global standards. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude and as I support this bill, it is always good, and as a house, if such a bill, we've seen it, is to be given a priority so that it can have unemployment. We are sitting on a time bomb. The issue of unemployment, this bill, if actualized, will be able to actually get to answer some of the problems facing us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honorable Florence Jematia, the MP for Baringo County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise from onset to support and congratulate my friend and colleague, Honorable Jane Kagiri, on this very important bill that is before us on local content bill. Mr. Speaker, I've known Jane Kagiri for quite some time now, and I am one of few friends who have worked closely with her, and I would always say or comment that she's one of the foresight leader and a member of this house. For her to think through this local content bill gives her the opportunity to play a bigger and a very important role in shaping the economy and the leadership of this country. Mr. Speaker, as I support this bill, I also want to say that it is a very timely bill, considering the many issues that we go through as this country. Kenya economy is considered one of the best and one of the progressive in East Africa. But if you look at generally, the economy highly depends on consumption. We are always on the verge of importing, always looking forward to consuming products from many other countries, specifically like China, because we did not take time to consider managing and creating our own local content so that we are able to consume. Mr. Speaker, when I used to grow up, we used to have quite a number of industries that supported the economy of this country. All the way up to post-independent Kenya, there were very prominent companies that were highly associated with local production, specifically breweries, for instance, which used local materials from this country. We used to have oils like Kimbo, Cowboy, and all those kind of products. We used to have soaps. I don't know whether Rexona was part of it, because nowadays I see it like an international brand. But it was one of the soaps and Lady K's and all those kind of things. And I want to believe it was built under Kenyan local manufacturing content. We are back 50 years down, Mr. Speaker, and we are losing it so badly because we are highly dependent on other people's products. And many times we have created the dependency to the extent that anyone can produce anything, so long as we have a market that is ready to consume. And we are even able, even to an extent where we have created an authority that takes care and checks on production or imports of bad goods. This is because we as Africans, and it's generally, not only Kenya, highly in African continent, we like depending so much. And it is very unfortunate because we always believe something from other regions or continents are better than ours. Even when it travels many times, we always look forward to buying things from. And this is a bill that is going to ground us and give us an opportunity to reset our mindset and understand that what we can produce can be even the best and better. And it is going to be good because we will be having all the regulations and specimens to make sure the consumption is highly basic. Like food, for instance, Mr. Speaker. Why should we import food, like eggs, for instance? We can put this bill to be almost a mandatory that any food that is consumed in this country should be locally produced. We have arable lands that we highly not utilize, we actually underutilize it. We have probably meat, we have chicken, and all those kind of things. This is just at the beginning, and I want to thank Honorable Kagiri because she has helped us to reset back. And we can also use our counties, Mr. Speaker, because every county is unique in its own way. Every county can produce a product that must be consumed as a product in this country. And that way, we will be able to manage things like unemployment, we will be able to manage a runaway misuse of, things that we buy anyhowly and things that are produced from other countries that is going to be dumped here as produce. Mr. Speaker, I was looking at areas like EPZ-A, where we have these zones that have been zoned so that we are able to incubate, and this could be a very quick area that we can just pick and enable and also include the county aggregated processing zones to be the first point of reference in this content bill. And we ask as we pass this law and regulate this content bill, that we should be able to go out there and give a public participation and let Kenyans understand that it is important for all of us to consume what is available in this country, and we reproduce what is already there, and we dominate the same product so that we are able to sell. And we are, if you look at the East African bloc, for instance, Mr. Speaker, we already have over 500 million people. We just need to produce one product or two. And every county can take that challenge and produce something that is available in their counties. And we are able to export, make a lot of money, create our own employment, and give chances to what we are able to produce. And that way, we will be building our economy, and we are also going to be dependent highly on what we have. And specifically, as a women rep, we have issues like disposable sanitary towels, disposable diapers for children, disposable handkerchiefs, and all those kind of things. These are things that is a quick fix. It can be done. And with local content bill, I am so positive that we are able to encourage one another and help Kenyans be able to depend on their own productions, specifically on areas where it's very basic, and this is going to give us a lot of standing or status in terms of economy. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want to say again, thank you to my friend and my colleague for such a very wonderful and thought-through bill, and we will be with her and support her all through up to the level where I want to believe it's going to be a full law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rahab Mukami, the Member of Parliament of Nyeri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support Honorable Jane Kagiri for this bill, which is long overdue. Honorable Speaker, it is true, I support what she's saying about the local industries. For example, like me, I was doing manufacturing in industry area, and we are building trucks. We are putting bodies in the pickups, and we are creating many jobs for our young people. Now, for example, like Coca-Cola, it's an international company. And whenever they are giving business for transport, they normally give to their counterpart, like DHL. DHL, 80% is international, it's not local. Honorable Speaker, when we support our local industries, we'll be able to employ more Kenyans, especially our youth. And the income will be spent here in Kenya through domestic economy on foods, housing, and transport and services. This will promote and increase overall economic growth and improve tax revenue. For foreigners, majority of them will be likely remit their portion of their earnings abroad. And now this will be a loss for our country. Local hiring will also address unemployment among our youth. This can lower crime rates and social unrest. Building a strong local workforce ensure greater self-reliance for our youth, and they will also earn a lot of technical skills and business skills also. This will also improve skills development and capacity building, and this will build a more competent workforce. Honorable Speaker, when we support our manufacturing industries, will also support those companies which normally sell vehicles here. They'll employ our youth to do sales. They'll also create more jobs for the small entrepreneurs because they'll be able to do distribution and create more jobs. Speaker, I support this motion. And actually, there was a time I was thinking we should also say that whenever you come and start a company in this country, you need to give 50% to the locals. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable? The Deputy Majority Leader.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, my speaker, with consideration that...
just a minute, eh?
Yes. But he's already speaking, Speaker. No, I can stand down. I can stand down.
Presides over the House. Yes. Take back your seat. The Honorable Irene Mrembo, are you on a point of order or you want to make your contributions to this bill? Give Honorable Irene Mrembo from Nakuru County the mic. We have technological difficulties. Just wait for your place to be located. Just stay at your place so that you may be located. It's a problem of technology. The Honorable Alice Nganga, would you put a request so that the House can locate Honorable Irene Mrembo? You can't give the mic next to her if hers has a problem. Yes. Give the honorable member the nearest microphone to where she's. What is the matter with our ICT team today?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, first of all, to congratulate Honorable Jane Kagiri for this progressive bill. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to her contributions, and I can tell that this bill will actually prioritize employment of Kenyan citizens. This bill will promote use of local available goods and services. This bill will also enhance skills and technology transfer and also strengthen our local enterprises. Honorable Speaker, for too long, foreign investors have dominated key sectors while our people remain spectators. This bill ensures that when resources are exploited, for example, in Turkana or Kwale, it is Kenyan people who will benefit first. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill. But further, Honorable Speaker, if I may give an example of other countries like Nigeria, which have implemented the Nigeria Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act, which significantly increased local participation in the oil sector. Similarly, Ghana, through the petroleum local content and local participation regulations, ensured indigenous companies benefited from petroleum resources. Kenya must not be left behind, and this bill is timely and necessary. Honorable Speaker, we have seen road construction companies. Most of them, many Chinese have come in. I want to thank this House because I think the last year we must have passed that all local companies, any tender below 1 billion shillings should be given to the local companies. But I'm asking myself, look at the Mau Summit Rironi Road, which is, say, maybe between 300 and 400 kilometers, which has been divided into 20 contractual companies. These same contracts, where however long they are, I think even Kenyan companies, if we take local contractors, say by region or county, I am sure if you have a contract somewhere, if it means that construction needs to be fast-tracked, the same contractors can be able to be allocated and that contract split. It is the high time, Honorable Speaker, we ensure that our local contractors, our local investors, because I'm sure we also have local investors, have been given opportunities. If it means the county governments coming in, I want to also second, there's a member who said about Kipes County Aggregated Industrial Parks. These industrial parks have been created. The government has funded these industrial parks for the purposes of ensuring that local businesses, local industries have been created in the counties. So I want to support this bill. I want to tell Honorable Jane Kagiri, thank you very much for looking into the business people, local investors, and I want to urge honorable members that we all support this bill. Thank you.
The Honorable Bayer, you can now proceed.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in view of the local content of the local content bill, which is actually an interesting topic because it carries local content within it that is interesting, I request that this bill be given a lifeline that many more members will be able to discuss this, the local content within the local content bill. And therefore, I would like to propose under Standing Order 96 that we adjourn the debate so that the local people can have a bite, other local people can have a bite of the local content bill. I do propose, Honorable Speaker.
Who is seconding your dilatory
The Honorable
motion?
Jack Wamboka will second me.
The Honorable Speaker, I have a lot of tremendous respect for the move of the bill, who I must also declare interest. She's my very good friend. She's brought a very good bill that actually needs a conversation. More Kenyans need to speak to it, and specifically more members of parliament need to put a voice on this bill, including myself, which I will. And I want to second the proposal by Honorable Bayer that we allow members of parliament more time to speak about this important bill, this present bill, Honorable Speaker, this relevant bill in the lives of Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the debate on the local content bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2025, be now adjourned. See the view of the members that I put the question? Yeah, honorable members, I put the question that the debate on the local content bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2025 be now adjourned. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So the bill, further consideration of the bill is adjourned to the future date, as and when it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Shughuli nambari 13, hoja ukaguzi kwa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, kuendeleza kwa mjadala uliositishwa mnamo Jumanne tarehe 7 Aprili 2026.
Hakuna mjumbe mheshimiwa angependa kuongea kuhusu hili jambo? Ya kama hakuna, tutatamatisha majadiliano kutoka kwa wabunge waheshimiwa, na sababu mwasilishi wa hoja yuko, ile wakati hili hoja itaratibishwa tena, itakuwa nafsi mwafaka kwa mwasilishi kuweza kujibu kabla hoja itamatishwe. Next order.
Order number 14, the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, second reading.
Has this been moved? The Leader of Majority, we are on order number 14.
Yes, Speaker. What I would like to say is that I request your indulgence to step down until further notice this bill on the forest, because we don't have the report yet.
Without much ado,
yes,
the matter appearing under order number 14 shall stand stepped down for future considerations for the reasons given. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, fifth report on the audited accounts of various state corporations, Western Region, for the financial years 2018-19 to 2020-21.
Move the Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education.
Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze kusema kwamba nimeshtuliwa na uwezo wako, umahiri katika lugha ya Kiswahili, na nikupe heko, manake wale ndugu zetu kutoka eneo la Victoria wako na uhaba wingi katika lugha hii. Sasa nikupe heko. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable...
What is out of order, the Honorable Owen Bai?
You know, Jack Waboka is my good friend. But the standing orders of this House dictate, and actually dictate, I want to use that word, that when you start in one language, you must complete the whole presentation in that language. Now that the Honorable Jack Waboka has shown ability to speak Swahili very well, I would request him and urge him to follow the standing orders, to complete in Swahili, or withdraw what he has said and apologize to the House for breaking the standing order, and then start in English. I think that will be the best.
Honorable Jack Wamboka, you will proceed as dictated by the standing orders.
I proceed, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jack Wamboka.
That I would wish to continue in English.
Honorable Jack Wamboka, where is the standing order provisions?
Honorable Speaker, nataka kuomba msamaha. I'm sorry to the House, and kindly allow me to proceed in English. I know Honorable Bai is my friend. Times is envious. Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Jack Wamboka, I'm not certain the Speaker's discretion over the matter that is the subject matter of your request. But I'll proceed under Standing Order number 1 and permit you to switch language from Kiswahili to English for the convenience of the House. So you may proceed henceforth in English.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the kind mercies. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that this House adopts the 5th report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of state corporations in Western Region for the financial years 2018-19, 2019-20, 2020-21, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, February 26, 2026. Honorable Speaker, in this report, the committee examined the Auditor General's report on the following agencies: Kibabi University, Kitale National Polytechnic, Musakasa Technical Training Institute, Wanga Technical and Vocational College, Mumias, St. Augustine Teachers Training College, Iregi, Alupe University College, Bunyala Technical and Vocational College, Sirisia Technical and Vocational College, Sigalagala National Polytechnic, St. Paul's Kibabi Diploma Teachers Training College, Kiminini Technical and Vocational College, Chanzeywe Technical and Vocational College, Webuye West Technical and Vocational College, Ebukanga Technical and Vocational College, Sabatia Technical and Vocational College, Okame Technical and Vocational College, Bungoma North Technical Vocational College, Bungoma National Polytechnic, Kisiwa Technical Training Institute, Bombe Technical Training Institute, Navaholo Technical and Vocational College, Mumias West Technical and Vocational College, Matili Technical Training Institute, Shamberere Technical Training Institute, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, Bushangala Technical Training Institute. Honorable Speaker, the committee held 26 sittings in which it examined the audited financial statements of 26 state corporations and the accompanying reports by the Auditor General. In examining the accounts of the Auditor General, the committee invited accounting officers in each of the state corporations under review to adduce evidence before it. In its inquiry into whether the affairs of public investments are managed by sound business principles and prudent commercial practices, the committee had and received both oral and written evidence from the accounting officers of various state corporations and relevant witnesses. Honorable Speaker, the report contains observations, findings, recommendations arising from the examination of reports of the Auditor General for 26 state corporations for the 3 financial years running up to 2021-2022 financial year. Honorable Speaker, the committee proposes policy recommendations aimed at addressing financial and audit challenges and at the same time recommends specific actions against officers who may have acted contrary to the law. All this is geared towards ensuring prudent use of public resources and holding all persons who have misappropriated public funds accountable in accordance with the Articles 226, Section 5 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, these observations and recommendations, if considered and implemented, will enhance accountability, effectiveness, transparency, efficiency, prudent management, commercial viability, and value for money in state corporations and the public investments made in the governance and education sectors as a whole. Honorable Speaker, to give a brief overview, the committee encountered the following cross-cutting issues for which we made various recommendations. One, Honorable Speaker, is that these institutions are putting up so many projects at the same time, without completing them, Honorable Speaker. You'll go to an institution and find that it has more than 4 projects, each project running into very monumental amounts, Honorable Speaker, of 250, 600 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, and they have so many projects. So each project, one you'd find that it goes up to 10%, another one is at 20%, another one is at 30%, which constrains the operations of these institutions, Honorable Speaker, and now the fact of value for money is compromised and heavily compromised, Honorable Speaker. So at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, you find that the government has pumped a lot of money in one single institution, in so many projects, and none of these projects is complete. So, Honorable Speaker, we as a committee have put an embargo, and we will be asking this House to support that we put an embargo to any new projects to this institution until the existing projects have been finalized, so that we can give meaning to the resources that we are giving to these institutions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, another challenge in these institutions, the committee observed that majority of these TVETs are understaffed, Honorable Speaker. The government is not employing enough teachers, is not employing staff to these institutions, Honorable Speaker, which you'll find that most of these institutions are running without essential staff in these institutions. Government is taking money to an institution, Honorable Speaker, which does not have a finance officer, a qualified finance officer, Honorable Speaker, to help this institution. A government is taking resources to an institution, and you realize that you expect this institution to procure, Honorable Speaker, for goods and services, but they lack a procurement officer, Honorable Speaker. It is very difficult. This situation is so severe that has forced most of these institutions, some of them to rely on just interns to prepare very serious financial statements, Honorable Speaker, which at the end of the day, of course, financial statements prepared by unqualified personnel does not meet the threshold of the law. And it's also contrary to the Accountants Act, Cap 531, which establishes the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, ISPAC, as the regulatory body overseeing the profession. According to ISPAC regulations and guidelines, financial statements, particularly those that are audited, must be signed by a certified public accountant who is a member in good standing with the institute, which in most cases, Honorable Speaker, they are not there. The committee therefore recommends that the government should allocate adequate resources to enable TVET institutions to recruit and retain qualified personnel. Furthermore, institutions must adhere to Accountants Act Cap 531 by hiring certified public accountants to oversee financial reporting to enhance financial reporting standards. The Ministry of Education and ISPAC should establish capacity building programs and financial management for training of the existing staff. Honorable Speaker, another factor that this House must really deal with is lack of capitation to these institutions. We can dare say, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, 90% of the institutions in this republic are merely insolvent, Honorable Speaker. You'll find that government is supposed to take capitation money and they hardly even reach 20% of their obligation to these institutions, Honorable Speaker. A fact that has now made the situation worse. You expect that students go to these institutions, they need to eat, they need to be fed, they need to train, Honorable Speaker, but there's no money from the government. And a lot of them are also affected by roadside pronouncements by the members of the executive. We are pleading with members of the executive that let these institutions run professionally as envisaged by the Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Because if you say that all students must go to school and all students must sit for exams, And all students that will sit for exams must get the certificate, Honorable Speaker. Even those students who are able, they will not pay fees. And that is the situation that is being experienced in these institutions, Honorable Speaker. We are recommending to the government, Honorable Speaker, that let us live within our means as a government, as a country. Let us not overpromise, but that which is budgeted, appropriated by this House, Honorable Speaker, let that money go to reach these institutions. Because, Honorable Speaker, the paradox is, this House discusses budget. This House appropriates money to these institutions through the Ministry of Education. But most of these monies are never realized to the institutions, Honorable Speaker. Where does this monies go? We recommend that the country prioritizes, the executive, through the Ministries of Treasury and Education, prioritizes the education in this country and realize that it is the backbone, without which we are living in futility, Honorable Speaker, and ensure that monies go to these schools in good time. Honorable Speaker, again, the committee noted that several institutions do not have the title deeds to the land on which they occupy, which is mandatory, Honorable Speaker. Institutions must have their own titles, Honorable Speaker. The absence of legal ownership records exposes the institutions to risks including land disputes, encroachment, potential loss of property. In some cases, institutions were occupying land without formal titles, making it difficult to undertake development projects. It is a real issue, Honorable Speaker. A university like Kenyatta University, for instance, Honorable Speaker, 50 acres of university land has been grabbed by very well-known people, Honorable Speaker, in this country. They have put high scrapers. They have built the estates, Honorable Speaker. In fact, when we were going there, Honorable Speaker, to do this, to audit this situation, we were warned that do not step foot. We were warned that goons are going to deal with you. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the clerk.
Wamboka, you are saying somebody had the temerity to win a member of parliament undertaking oversight.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank on that note.
That is which university?
Kenyatta University.
Have you named?
Yes, our reports are explicit, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Njoroge. He is among the unsung heroes, Honorable Speaker, of this assembly. Mr. Njoroge performs his duties very well. I find him to be one of the most efficient officers in terms of facilitating operations of our committees, Honorable Speaker. When they said we cannot go to Kenyatta University, the man provided security GSU. And we said we must land in Kenyatta University, Honorable Speaker. Another incident, for instance, of Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology. We have people who, initially when the college was setting up, the people of goodwill, the Kinanjenga Karume Kenyatas came together and say, we need an institute here. And they started as trustees. Those initial founders have long gone to be with the God. But then the people currently being there as trustees, Honorable Speaker, they have held this institution at ransom. Honorable Speaker, they are in charge of this land. They lease this land. They have put flats for private use and they collect rent from that institution, Honorable Speaker. When we said we were going to Kiambu Institute of National KIST, Honorable Speaker, they threatened us. They even came and wrote petitions to the Speaker of the National Assembly. Some even said, I went to school with the Speaker. There's nothing you can do, but we told them, Paul Sana, the work of the committee must and will proceed, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Njoroge, the clerk,
for efficiency, Honorable Speaker. And coming from me is a rare thing. Yeah, I'm just speaking my mind. He has done tremendously very well to ensure that our committee operates and operates very well. I know you meet him, Honorable Speaker. When you meet him, say the committee is grateful. The government must move with speed. National Lands Commission, Ministry of Lands, together with the Office of Attorney General, to ensure that all these institutions have titles to these parcels of land in which the institutions occupy, Honorable Speaker. Another major issue, Honorable Speaker, that we encountered is failure to adhere to gender, ethnicity, regional balance, and people living with disability, Honorable Speaker. You'll go to an institution and find that 99% of staff, Honorable Speaker, are people from the same ethnicity, Honorable Speaker. Some even 100%. They can transact in their local language, Honorable Speaker. That goes against our constitution, against the NCIC Act, which stipulates that there must be regional balancing, Honorable Speaker, that at no point should one ethnic community consist of more than 30% of the people in that institution, Honorable Speaker. The committee recommends that all public agencies must comply with the constitutional provisions on equity and inclusiveness, buttressed by the National Cohesion and Integration Act, Cap 7N, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee has in some instances surcharged accounting officers for various irregularities. For example, the accounting officer of Musaka TTI and his deputy were surcharged 141,000 for receiving sitting allowances under the remuneration of directors, contrary to Section 10(1) of the State Corporations Act, Cap 446. The Act provides that only the chairperson and members of a board, excluding the chief executive officer and public officers in a receipt of a salary, are eligible to receive sitting allowances or other remuneration from the funds of the state corporations within the scales approved from time to time by the committee. Similarly, the finance officers, accountants at Kitale National Polytechnic, Sabatia Vocational College, and Bungoma National Polytechnic were reprimanded for non-adherence to 1/3 basic rule, inaccuracies in financial statements, and expenditure on unbudgeted items. We also recommend that, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Treasury, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, should provide regular refresher courses to accounting officers of these institutions, Honorable Speaker, because some of them are clueless. Some of them are clueless about finances, some of them are clueless about procurement, and Honorable Speaker, that hinders their capacity to serve the people, Honorable Speaker. In some instances, Honorable Speaker, we have found that some of these officers are not fit to hold office. And we have recommended to this House that those who are found not to be fit, Honorable Speaker, to hold office, that this House finds them so, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having noted the proceedings of the Public Investments Committee on Governance Education on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of state corporations for the financial years 2018-19, 2019-20, 2020-2021, I beg to move, but before I do that, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank members of this committee, Honorable Speaker, who have done tremendous work, Honorable Speaker. We are one of the few committees that has never suffered a hitch in terms of the quorum. Since we started, it's now going to 4 years, Honorable Speaker. We have always had quorum, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank sincerely all the committee members, Honorable Speaker. They come on time, they participate. We endure, Honorable Speaker, a lot of things to ensure that
this one works. And my members are, one, my able vice chairman, our last born in this House, Honorable Speaker, the MP for Kasipul, who is doing a very good job in that committee. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Alpha Miruka, Honorable Maurice Bissau, Honorable Shadrach Mwiti, Honorable Engineer Zambia, Honorable Wamashukuru, Honorable Chief Ramonda Mangale, Honorable Kirima, Honorable Tonui, Honorable Sigei, Honorable Karido, Honorable Mwenje, and finally, Honorable Bonaya Momina, Honorable Speaker. I want also to thank our Secretariat, led by our able clerk, Honorable Speaker, Madam Ruth. She has done a very good job in terms of keeping the Secretariat together. And we are proud that we have an able Secretariat that is able to withstand the pressure that comes with this work. Honorable Speaker, PIC is not a small committee, and therefore it needs a lot of dedication. If you also see them, say that the committee is forever thankful for what they have done. I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report, Honorable Speaker, and I now request Honorable Engineer Zambia to second the motion.
Honorable Thaddeus Zambia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I rise to second this report, Honorable Speaker, allow me first to appreciate the committee through our able chair, Wanami Wamboka, Nelson. Honorable Speaker, I would also not leave behind the Office of the Auditor General, because all the information we actually came up with this report was through the facilitation by that office. Honorable Speaker, let me also thank the committee, which consists of professionals from different fields, and they have been of immense help to make this report a success. Honorable Speaker, let me say that it is through this committee that we have been able to look into our institutions, and we have added very right that even as we speak now, some of these institutions, they have been able to get a bit sanitized. Honorable Speaker, most of these institutions, actually they were not following the procedures of management. And it is through this committee that we have streamlined some of these institutions. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention one of the universities, that is Moi University. It is through this committee that we salvaged Moi University. Moi University was dying. And it is through this committee which even made some efforts to do fact-finding. And we went to the institution ourselves. And as we speak now, everything has been streamlined in Moi University, and they are doing well. You can imagine a university where students could not graduate even after 8 years. But now it is through this committee and the effort of our chair through the Office of Parliament that we have been able to streamline some of these institutions. And I even remember one time, we visited Kilifi University where Pwani University, where the deputy majority leader was once a lecturer there, and he could see our work. We really made sure that all the procedures in the management of the institutions are followed. Allow me to note that, Honorable Speaker, as we are talking about the universities, most of the TVETs, actually most of them were started in 2019. And it is notable that, Honorable Speaker, most of the TVETs are attracting more students than even universities. And I can note and quote some institutions where by 2019, though during that period of COVID, they were a bit affected, but you could find that around an institution with starting with 20 students, right now, those who started with 20 students, they are now even past 2,000. That shows that the TVETs are doing well, and it is notable that there are some challenges, And I think the chair has mentioned some of them. The issue of capitation. I think it is the highest time that the students should not follow the money. Let the money follow the student in the institutions. Let there be timely disbursement of this capitation to our institutions. Let us give the education a priority. And you should note that, Honorable Speaker, we have noted that some of these institutions, they cannot allow a student to sit for the exam. When you are prepared for the exam, you are not allowed to sit for the exam because this man has not been dispersed. Honorable Speaker, we also noted that some of these institutions, they don't have title deeds. Their land has been encroached. And Honorable Speaker, it is through this committee that we have also pushed them. And as we speak, more than 80% of those institutions which had no title deeds, we pushed them. We have also given them guidelines, and they have attained the title deeds for the institutions. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to talk of the stalled projects. We are very candid in most of these institutions that they should not start any new project before they are done with the already ones which are stalled. And Honorable Speaker, we usually take time and do fact-finding. We visit the institutions, and they have adhered to the same. Honorable Speaker, the issue of ethnicity. Personally, I'm coming up with a bill where the percentage which is recommended in the law, we allow a bit of some zoning. Like now, you get some institutions which are just too interior in the counties or in the constituencies, where even if you do what, you cannot get people from outside. So I'm trying to see how we can zone the issue of ethnicity balance. Like in Nairobi, nobody can give you an excuse that you cannot attain the percentage which are required because these are cosmopolitan town. When you go to the interior of Homa Bay, it's hard to get people from other places. So we also embrace the local content in that matter. But I'm working on that bill, Honorable Speaker. You note that issue of understaffing, as my colleague, my able chair has put it, we need to give priority to our institutions. Honorable Chair, we need to produce quality students. We don't want to produce, we don't want to have students who have graduated, but when you go back to interviewing them, you cannot imagine whether they are graduates. So we need quality production of grade students, and this one will only be facilitated by having enough staff to deal with enough content, and that will make sure that we produce students who can compete globally, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it has also come to my knowledge that these institutions, and especially those ones which were started recently, they have some challenges. And that issue about understaffing can be corrected. But we also have advised them because most of the TVETs, they are member institutions. We've advised them that as they stabilize, as they stand on their own feet, they can always have, they can consult their member institutions so that at least as the government prepares to bridge the gap, we are on the right side. Honorable Speaker, as I end, it is notable that if we equip our TVET institution or the tertiary institutions, they are going to attract more students. It is noted that most of the students, after they clear Form 4, they get admission letters to go and take degrees, but they are declining to join these TVETs. So we need to equip and make sure that our institution that especially the TVETs meet the required standards. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question. This House adopts the 5th report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education. Its examination of the audited financial statements of various state corporations, Western Region, for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th February 2026. The Honorable Owen Bayer.
Speaker, thank you very much. And I would like to take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to support the report tabled by the chairman, Jack Kwamboka, and seconded by Engineer Zambia. Honorable Speaker, one of the key facets of Parliament is oversight. Oversight is actually one of the key functions, oversight. And when a report like this is tabled, then we see Parliament at work. This report, Parliament at work. And diligently so, because I have seen the work by Jack Kwamboka and his committee. I have also seen their reports. They're very detailed. I have also seen how they do the oversight and put to task chief executive officers in order to ensure that they do the right thing. This report, Honorable Speaker, speaks to a lot of the issues that we have. One, they talked about understaffing in technical training institutions. You take students there, Honorable Speaker. If they are not teachers, who trains them? So what happens is principals want to charge extra fees so that they can employ what they call popular thing, BOM teachers. That is one. And I think we need to streamline that sector and ensure, if we must move to Singapore, Honorable Speaker, technical training is very important so that we get people with skills to run the many different departments, many different infrastructure development programs that are here, so that we have technicians at the second level. We have the engineers, but we have technicians that are very important for running an economy. And that is how great economies are built. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I hear about the issues on finished projects. And this, I do not know how actually you get proprietorship out of a project, because you have this unfinished project, you have this unfinished project, all these projects for 10 years, you have spent money, but there is no proprietorship, and there is no usage of that project, but money has been spent, Honorable Speaker. And I think that is a weakness that must be fixed in the technical training institution. Honorable Speaker, again, we need more training for, you know, we have been frog-mashed from very few technical institutions, very few. There used to be like 20 in this country. Now we have almost 100 plus. I don't know how many, Jack, we have now. 100 plus, very many. And 142. Now we have to put principals and management, and sometimes these people do not have any training at all. He's just been taken from a classroom. You know, he's a teacher of plumbing. Another one is a teacher of masonry, or is a teacher of food and beverage, and they're given an institution to run without really induction into management. And they go out there and they run down these institutions. We have to protect this program of having many institutions by ensuring that they're properly trained. How about the case of where people have overpaid themselves in terms of allowances, Honorable Speaker? And I think we must, Honorable Speaker, ensure technical training education in this country works. If it works, the immense development that we have. You see, even these issues where we have buildings collapsing. You have people who think that they're engineers. And because he has an experience of working under an engineer, he goes out and says, I'm an engineer and I can actually build a story building. And they put up story building and they collapse. But if you come and check, where is the training? Where did the person get it? Was he properly trained? He might have a certificate, but was he properly trained to be able to supervise and actually put up a 10-story building? This brings us back to Technical Training Institute. We have people who lay water pipes, 5 kilometers water pipe. By the time they are done with laying, if you tap in the water, there's no water. Water does not flow. And you ask yourself, where is the problem? Because this person has not actually been properly trained in plumbing work, because he did not go to the TVET institution. So, Honorable Speaker, we lack, and that is why, even when we debate this bill on content creation, local content, Honorable Speaker, yes, we want to buy content, local content. We want to do local content. But have our people been properly trained to be able to compete at the global level? So that if I buy furniture, I don't have to import my furniture from China or anywhere. I want to buy local content, yes. But have we trained our carpenters in such a way that we are able to get value for money, Honorable Speaker? Look at this chamber. This chamber is beautifully done. One of the most beautiful chambers. But carpenters were involved here. Designers were involved. Engineers were involved to put up this chamber. Yes, and you can see the quality, Honorable Speaker. But probably somebody from China came to do this chamber. I'm saying probably because I may not have that information. But we have an opportunity through the TVET to train our people so that all these works that we have around, all this supervision that we have around, through technical education and properly oversighted by this committee, we can actually achieve what other countries are achieving, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to support this report, and I want to ask Jack and his team to continue the oversight, especially in the education sector. Please put your effort even more. Oversight, we are at that age where a university in Kenya must not collapse again because of mismanagement. Why do we allow a university to be run down for 10 years and yet Parliament is here? And yet we have an oversight committee. Probably because the committees that were there did do their job well, but I thank you. Your report actually saved Moi University. And there are many other universities that are getting saved now because they have the thinking that if we don't do it right, Jack Wamboka and his team will be here. And they will roast us, and they will put us under pressure on this. So you have actually university chancellors right now say, hey, you know, we have to do things right because Parliament will be here to oversight what we are doing. So I want you to continue to do that, and that way we are going to create, ensure that higher education and other educational institutions, Honorable Speaker, do the right thing. Oversight helps us, helps CEOs and other people in charge of institutions to actually do the right thing. And the more they do the right thing, we make progress as a country. I support. And on that basis, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to invoke Standing Order 96, or not really 96, Honorable Speaker, because we have had a good debate. Request the Honorable Jack Wamboka, if you allow me, and your indulgence, to reply to this motion so that we move forward.
The Honorable
because there's no other interest.
Jack Wamboka, the report is very clear, the recommendations are firm, and I thank you for your bold leadership of this committee. And because of that, the members don't want to add more. Yes. The mover will now be called upon to reply.
Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the National Assembly, Speaker of the National Assembly, the clerk, Mr. Njoroge, whom I said is very efficient and has really helped us to facilitate, to reach up to where we have reached, Honorable Speaker. So far, our committee has done 13 reports, Honorable Speaker. If we benchmark ourselves with our predecessors, Honorable Speaker, we have done well, and we hope to continue doing well because of the support we get from honorable members. I want to thank the members of my committee. As I had said earlier, they are very committed, they are very diligent, they are very knowledgeable, Honorable Speaker. We have never suffered a quorum hitch. We have never had to postpone our work, Honorable Speaker, because we do not have quorum, Honorable Speaker. I want to sincerely thank them. As I said, I want also to thank Ruth, the clerk of this committee, together with the people she leads in the committee, Honorable Speaker, in the Secretariat. I want to thank the Office of the Auditor General, led by the liaison person, Itonge. They have really done a good job in terms of bringing us good queries, Honorable Speaker, to do our job. Honorable Speaker, leading an audit committee is not easy. Because people who have not done very well, Honorable Speaker, who have not complied, Honorable Speaker, they feel that we are pressing them too much. We do not frame these audit queries, Honorable Speaker. We get them from the Auditor General. Auditor General get these questions from the books, where accounting officers have been unable to, Honorable Speaker, respond to the issues raised by the Auditor General. But it comes with many things, Honorable Speaker. Some of them threaten. Some of them go out there to badmouth the committee. Some of them, at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, think that we are frustrating them. But we are here to do the work, and we promise this House, Honorable Speaker, that we are ready. We will continue doing that work, Honorable Speaker. I want to report to this House that if you took a comparison of when we started this work, Honorable Speaker, in this 13th Parliament, and now, institutions have improved, Honorable Speaker. Now accounting officers are responsible because they know that there is a watchdog committee in the House, a dog that not only barks but bites, Honorable Speaker. And we are serious about audit issues. And we will continue being serious on behalf of this House, Honorable Speaker. This House is defined by audit committees, pick and pack. And Honorable Speaker, we shall not relent to ensure that we continue doing that which is good, Honorable Speaker. There are institutions which were in the red. We salvaged Moi University, Honorable Speaker. When Moi University had gone down, we took very drastic measures, and I want to thank this House. It really gave us support by adopting the resolutions that we raised at that time, Honorable Speaker. Now, slowly, Moi University is coming back to life. We have ensured that, Honorable Speaker, no university, no institution of higher learning must now go to where Moi University was. And, Honorable Speaker, the trend was dangerous. But now I can report to this House that things are now back to life, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank everyone, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply.
Honorable Jack Wamboka, oversight is a core mandate of Parliament, especially this House of Parliament. You've been doing very well. You are very bold. You are leading the committee with courage. Don't be intimidated. Don't be intimidated as the House. The people complain or do whatever they want to do. Don't be intimidated. Because you allow yourself to be intimidated, the Parliament and the people of Kenya will lose on accountability, which is also a national value. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question. This House adopts the fifth report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the audited financial statements of various state corporations in Western region for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, the 26th day of February, 2026. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, seventh report on the audited accounts of various state corporations for the financial years 2018, 2019 to 2020, 2021.
The Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, to move.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the assurance and encouragement. It really encourages us to continue doing the good work. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the seventh report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the audited financial statements of the following state corporations for the financial years 2018-19, 2019-20, and 2020-21, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th February, Honorable Speaker. The institutions are: 1, the Kenya Law Reforms Commission, the Kenya Copyright Board, National Cohesion and Integration Commission, Business Registration Service, Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, and Kenya Accreditation Service, and the National Transport and Safety Authority. Honorable Speaker, in its examination, in the examining these accounts, the committee invited accounting officers in each of the state's corporations under review to adduce evidence before it. Its primary approach was to elicit background information as to why particular causes of financial and/or management actions were or were not taken. The committee report, therefore, contains observations, findings, and recommendations arising from the examination of reports of the Auditor General of the 7 state corporations, and it's structured as follows. 1, we looked at the general observation arising from recurring and cost-cutting audit queries. 2, recommendations to each of the above. 3, audit queries identified by the Auditor General in the audit reports of each state corporation. 4, management response to each of the queries. 5, committee observation, findings on each query, and 6, recommendation of the committee to each query raised. Honorable Speaker, the issues are undercutting. In the previous report, we talked of understaffing, failure to adhere to gender, ethnicity, and regional balance. And I must, Honorable Speaker, note that the issue is increasingly improving. The scenario then and now is increasing. It's improving, Honorable Speaker. The issue of title and land holdings, Honorable Speaker, we have talked about it, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee, while examining the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration Center, for instance, noted with concern a matter raised by the Auditor General in respect to irregular procurement of ICT infrastructure, where several irregularities were noted. Upon examination, the committee observed that the tenders were not procured and as per the law of open tendering, and that the institution should have sought approval before engaging in an open tender. Further, the committee finds the CEO in breach of the law in regard to an authentic contract, Honorable Speaker. We, as a committee, Honorable Speaker, are trying to be very firm to ensure that these institutions are run in accordance to the law, and we have done that, Honorable Speaker, to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that at the end of the day, institutions are running and are running very well, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without going into so many issues, Honorable Speaker, having noted the proceedings of the Public Accounts Committee on Governance and Education on the examination of the report of the Auditor General in the financial statements of 7 state corporations for the financial years 2018-19, 2019-20, 2020-21, and 2021-22, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. I now request the Honorable Engineer Thaddeus Zambia to second this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Thaddeus Zambia, I've not allowed you to speak. the Honorable Thaddeus Zambia can proceed and second the motion. Give him the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I stand to second this report, Honorable Speaker, I can assure you that progressively they have been improving. The institutions have been improving, and that calls for actually standing firm as a committee to make it the best. Honorable Speaker, most of these issues are cross-cutting, so I think there's no need of just repeating what I had already said. But what I can tell you is that this committee has been able to make sure that there is sanity in our institutions. So, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question. This House adopts the 7th report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the audited financial statements of the following state corporations for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, the 26th day of February 2026. Number 1, Kenya Law Reform Commission. Number 2, Kenya Copyright Board. Number 3, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Number 4, Business Registration Services. Number 5, Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. Number 6, Kenya Accreditation Service. And number 7, National Transport and Safety Authority. Yeah, the Honorable Owen Baya.
If you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I would like to support this report and congratulate the committee for a good job, well done. And to emphasize on the reason why oversight must continue to be what gives honor to this House. Oversight, Honorable. When we do oversight as Parliament, we will not have the many issues that collapse of institutions, mismanagement of resources, and non-implementation of policy guidelines and statutes, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I would like to request the other committees and chairs of other committees to follow what this committee is doing. And I don't want to overemphasize what I'm saying, and I want to ask, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, that the mover be requested to reply so that we can finish the business. And I think we're doing very well in terms of time. Thank you.
Honorable Owen Baya, that is not the request for you to make.
I apologize.
So it is,
I apologize.
Your request is declined. And it is declined because this one is involving very many, largely commissions, boards, with the different, issues. It requires, a bit of separate, consideration and treatment. And so I want a member to move under Standing Order number 96. Yeah, for the convenience of the House, Honorable Owen Baya, you've been very, very engaged today. I will exercise my discretion as Speaker to adjourn the debate on this particular motion to that future time. The House Business Committee will next, schedule it for consideration because of the many institutions and the separate, sectors they deal with. So that the recommendations, unlike the previous one, which was dealing with just education, institutions, mainly technical training institutes, this one are varied. And I hope the committee, Honorable Jack Wamboka, has, preferred different recommendations for the various matters coming under accountability and audit in the report. Yeah, honorable members, that will be my direction. That particular matter will stand, deferred to the future. Next order.
Order number 17, motion, inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya.
Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, I order that the matter appearing under order number 17, order number 18, order number 19, order number 20, and order number 21 be stepped down and deferred for consideration by the House in the future, as and when they'll be scheduled for consideration by the House Business Committee. And following upon that direction, honorable members, I urge you be all upstanding. Honorable members, the time being 8:54 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 16th day of April 2026 at 2:30 p.m.